thought of being. On the contrary, it is infinity as non-determination and concrete operation which would permit the thinking of the difference between being and ontic determination. The ontic content of infinity would destroy ontic closure. Implicitly or not, the thought of infinity would open the question, and the ontico-ontological difference. Paradoxically, it would be this thought of infinity, what is called the thought of God, which would permit one to affirm the priority of ontology over theology, and to affirm that the thought of being is presupposed by the thought of God. Doubtless, it is for this reason that Duns Scotus or Malebranche, respectful of the presence in all thought of uniform being, or being in general, did not believe it necessary to distinguish between the levels of ontology, or metaphysics, and theology. Heidegger often reminds us of the strange simplicity of the thought of being. This is both its difficulty and that which properly touches upon the unknowable. For Heidegger, infinity would be only one eventual determination of this simplicity. For Malebranche, infinity is its very form. The idea of the extended infinite thus encloses more reality than that of the heavens, and the idea of the infinite in all genres of being, that which corresponds to this word, being, the infinitely perfect being, contains infinitely more reality, although the perception with which this idea affects us is the slightest of all, and is slighter to the extent that it is more vast, and consequently infinitely slight because infinite, entretien dion. Philosophicratien avec un philosophichen moi. Since being is nothing, determined, it is necessarily produced in difference, as difference is, on the one hand, to say that being is infinite, or to say, on the other, that it is revealed as produced only in simultaneity with, in eins mit, nothingness, what is metaphysics. Which means that it is finite in its essence, ibid, fundamentally to say anything else. But one would have to show that Heidegger never meant anything else than classical metaphysics, and that the transgression of metaphysics is not a new metaphysical or onto theological thesis. Thus, the question about the being of the existent would not only introduce among others the question about the existent God, it already would suppose God as the very possibility of its question, and as the answer within its question. God always would be implied in every question about God, and would precede every method. The very content of the thought of God is that of a being about which no question could be asked, except by being asked by it, and which cannot be determined as an existent. The Idiot, Idiota, an admirable meditation by Nicholas of CUSA, develops this implication of God in every question, and first in the question of God. For example, the idiot, see how easy the difficulty is in divine things, that it always offers itself to the seeker, in the same manner that it is sought for. The orator, without doubt, there is nothing more wonderful. Id. Every question concerning God presupposeth the thing questioned, and that must be answered, which in every question concerning God, the question presupposeth, for God, although he be unsignifiable, is signified in every signification of terms. Or, declare thyself more at large. Id. Doth not the question, whether a thing be or no, presuppose the entity? Or, yes. Id. Therefore when it is demanded of thee, whether God be, or whether there be a God, answer that which is presupposed, namely that he is, because that is the entity presupposed in the question. So, if any man shall ask thee, what is God? Considering that this question presupposeth a quiddity to be, thou shalt answer, that God is absolute quiddity itself. And so for all things. Nor need there be any hesitation or doubt in this, for God is the absolute presupposition itself, of all things, which, after what manner soever, are presupposed as in every effect the cause is presupposed. See therefore, orator, how easy theological difficulty is. If that which in every question is presupposed, be in divine matters an answer unto the question, then of God there can be no proper question, because the answer coincides with it. 88. By making the origin of language, meaning, and difference the relation to the infinitely other, Levinas is resigned to betraying his own intentions in his philosophical discourse. The latter is understood, and instructs, only by first permitting the same and being to circulate within it. A classical schema here complicated by a metaphysics of dialogue and instruction, of a demonstration which contradicts what is demonstrated by the very rigor and truth of its development. The 1,000 times denounced circle of historicism, psychologism, relativism, etc. But the true name of this inclination of thought to the other, of this resigned acceptance of incoherence inspired by a truth more profound than the logic of philosophical discourse, the true name of this renunciation of the concept, of the a prioris and transcendental horizons of language, is empiricism. For the latter, at bottom, has ever committed but one fault, the fault of presenting itself as a philosophy. And the profundity of the empiricist intention must be recognized beneath the naivete of certain of its historical expressions. It is the dream of a purely heterological thought at its source, a pure thought of pure difference. Empiricism is its philosophical name, its metaphysical pretension or modesty. We say the dream because it must vanish at daybreak, as soon as language awakens. But perhaps one will object that it is language which is sleeping. Doubtless, but then one must, in a certain way, become classical once more, and again find other grounds for the divorce between speech and thought. This route is quite, perhaps too, abandoned today. Among others, by Levinas. By radicalizing the theme of the infinite exteriority of the other, Levinas thereby assumes the aim which has more or less secretly animated all the philosophical gestures which have been called empiricisms in the history of philosophy. He does so with an audacity, a profundity, and a resoluteness never before attained. By taking this project to its end, he totally renews empiricism, and inverses it by revealing it to itself as metaphysics. Despite the Husserlian and Heideggerian stages of his thought, Levinas does not even seek to draw back from the word empiricism. On 2 occasions, at least, he speaks for the radical empiricism confident in the instruction of exteriority, ti. The experience of the other, of the infinite, is irreducible, and is therefore the experience par excellence, ti. And, concerning death which is indeed its irreducible resource, Levinas speaks of an empiricism which is in no way a positivism 89. But can one speak of an experience of the other or of difference? Has not the concept of experience always been determined by the metaphysics of presence? Is not experience always an encountering of an irreducible presence, the perception of a phenomenality? This complicity between empiricism and metaphysics is in no way surprising. By criticizing them, or rather by limiting them with one and the same gesture, Kant and Husserl indeed had recognized their solidarity. It calls for closer meditation. Schilling went quite far in this direction. 90. But empiricism always has been determined by philosophy, from Plato to Husserl, as non-philosophy, as the philosophical pretension to non-philosophy, the inability to justify oneself, to come to one's own aid as speech. But this incapacitation, when resolutely assumed, contests the resolution and coherence of the logos, philosophy, at its root, instead of letting itself be questioned by the logos. Therefore, nothing can so profoundly solicit the Greek logos philosophy than this eruption of the totally other, and nothing can to such an extent reawaken the logos to its origin as to its mortality, its other. But if one calls this experience of the infinitely other Judaism, which is only a hypothesis for us, one must reflect upon the necessity in which this experience finds itself, the injunction by which it is ordered to occur as logos, and to reawaken the Greek in the autistic syntax of his own dream. The necessity to avoid the worst violence, which threatens when one silently delivers oneself into the hands of the other in the night. The necessity to borrow the ways of the unique philosophical logos, which can only invert the curvature of space for the benefit of the same. A same which is not the identical, and which does not enclose the other. It was a Greek who said, if one has to philosophize, one has to philosophize, if one does not have to philosophize, one still has to philosophize, to say it and think it. One always has to philosophize. Levinas knows this better than others. One could not possibly reject the scriptures without knowing how to read them, nor say philology without philosophy, nor, if need be, arrest philosophical discourse without philosophizing, dl. One must refer, I am convinced, to the medium of all comprehension and of all understanding, in which all truth is reflected precisely to Greek civilization, and to what it produced, to the logos, to the coherent discourse of reason, to life in a reasonable state. This is the true grounds of all understanding, dl. Such a site of encounter cannot only offer occasional hospitality to a thought which would remain foreign to it, and still less may the Greek absent himself, having loaned his house and his language, while the Jew and the Christian meet in his home, for this is the encounter in question in the text just cited. Greece is not a neutral, provisional territory, beyond borders. The history in which the Greek logos is produced cannot be a happy accident, providing grounds for understanding to those who understand eschatological prophecy, and to those who do not understand it at all. It cannot be outside and accidental for any thought. The Greek miracle is not this or that, such and such astonishing success, it is the impossibility for any thought ever to treat its sages as sages of the outside, according to the expression of St. John Chrysostom. In having proffered the epikena tesousias, in having recognized from its second word, for example, in the sophist, that alt eriti had to circulate at the origin of meaning, in welcoming alt eriti in general into the heart of the logos, the Greek thought of being forever has protected itself against every absolutely surprising convocation. Are we Jews? Are we Greeks? We live in the difference between the Jew and the Greek, which is perhaps the unity of what is called history. We live in and of difference, that is, in hypocrisy, about which Levinus so profoundly says that it is not only a base contingent defect of man, but the underlying rending of a world attached to both the philosophers and the prophets. 77, p. 24. Are we Greeks? Are we Jews? But who, we? Are we, not a chronological, but a prelogical question, first Jews or first Greeks? And does the strange dialogue between the Jew and the Greek, peace itself, have the form of the absolute, speculative logic of Hegel, the living logic which reconciles formal tautology and empirical heterology? 91. After having thought prophetic discourse in the preface to the Phenomenology of the Mind? Or, on the contrary, does this peace have the form of infinite separation and of the unthinkable, unsayable transcendence of the other? To what horizon of peace does the language which asks this question belong? From whence does it draw the energy of its question? Can it account for the historical coupling of Judaism and Hellenism? And what is the legitimacy, what is the meaning of the copula in this proposition from perhaps the most Hegelian of modern novelists, Je Greek is Greekia? Extremes meet, 92. 5. Genesis and structure and phenomenology. I must begin with a precaution and a confession. When, in order to approach a philosophy, one is armed not only with a pair of concepts here, structure and genesis, that has been determined or overburdened with reminiscences by a long problematical tradition, but also with a speculative grid in which the classical figure of an antagonism is apparent from the start, then the operative debate which one prepares to undertake from within this philosophy, or on the basis of it, is in danger of appearing to be not so much an attentive scrutiny as a putting into question, that is, an abusive investigation which introduces beforehand what it seeks to find, and does violence to the physiology proper to a body of thought. No doubt, to treat a philosophy by introducing the foreign substance of a debate may be efficacious, may surrender or set free the meaning of a latent process, but it begins with an aggression and an infidelity. We must not forget this. In the case at hand, this is truer than ever. Husserl has always indicated his aversion for debate, dilemma, and aporia, that is, for reflection in the alternative mode whereby the philosopher, at the end of his deliberations, seeks to reach a conclusion, that is, to close the question, to enclose his expectations or his concern in an option, a decision, a solution, and this would be the result of a speculative or dialectical attitude, in the sense that Husserl, at least, always sought to ascribe to this word. Not only are the metaphysicians guilty of this attitude, but often, Unbeknownst to themselves, so are the adherents of the empirical sciences, both groups would be congenitally guilty of a certain sin of explicationism. The phenomenologist, on the contrary, is the true positivist who returns to the things themselves, and who is self-effacing before the originality and primordiality of meanings. The process of a faithful comprehension or description, and the continuity of explication must dispel the shadow of a choice. Thus one might say, and in an entirely prejudicial fashion, that Husserl, by his rejection of system and speculative closure, and by virtue of the style of his thought, is attuned to the historicity of meaning and to the possibility of its becoming, and is also already respectful of that which remains open within structure. And even when one comes to think that the opening of the structure is structural, that is, essential, one already has progressed to an order heterogeneous to the first one. The difference between the necessarily closed minor structure and the structurality of an opening such, perhaps, is the unlocatable site in which philosophy takes root, particularly when it speaks of and describes structures. Thus, the presumption of a conflict between the genetic approach and the structural approach from the outset appears to be superimposed upon the specificity of what is given to a virgin glance. And if the question structure or genesis had been exposed to Husserl ex abrupto, I wager that he would have been quite astonished to see himself called into such a debate. He would have answered that it depends upon what one intends to speak about. There are some givens which must be described in terms of structure, and others which must be described in terms of genesis. There are layers of meaning which appear as systems, or complexes, or static configurations, within which, moreover, are possible a movement and a genesis which must obey both the legality proper to and the functional significance of the structure under consideration. Other layers, sometimes more profound, sometimes more superficial, are given in the essential mode of creation and movement, that is, in the modes of primordial origin, of becoming, or of tradition, and these require that in speaking of them one use the language of Genesis, supposing that there is one, or that there is only one. The image of this fidelity to the theme of the description can be found in Husserl's, at least apparent, fidelity to himself all along his itinerary. To show this, I will take two examples. One, the transition from the genetic researches in the only book whose method, or some of whose psychologists' presuppositions, Husserl renounced, I am thinking of Philosophie der Arithmetik, to the Logisk Untersuchungen in particular, where above all it was a question of describing the objectivity of ideal objectivities in a certain atemporal fixedness, and in their autonomy as concerns a certain subjective becoming. This transition has an explicative continuity, and Husserl is so sure of this that more than 40 years later he writes, this fixing of attention on the formal, and a first understanding of its meaning, I acquired through my Philosophie der Arithmetik, 1891, which, despite its immaturity as a first text, nonetheless represented a first attempt to attain clarity as to the true meaning, the authentic and original meaning, of the concepts of set theory and number theory, and did so by returning to the spontaneous activities of colligation and numeration in which collections, totalities, sets, and numbers are given in an originally productive way. Therefore it was, to use my later way of expressing myself, a research deriving from constitutive phenomenology. Etc. 1. It will be objected that fidelity is easily explained here, since it is a question of grasping, in the dimension of the transcendental genesis, an intention that was first attached perhaps more naively but with sure uncertainty to a psychological genesis. 2. But one cannot say the same about the transition within phenomenology this time from the structural analyses of static constitution practiced in Eden I, 1913, to the analyses of genetic constitution which follow, and which are sometimes quite new in their content. And yet this transition is still a simple progress which implies no surpassing, as it is called, and still less an option, and especially not a repentance. It is the deepening of a work which leaves intact what has been uncovered, a work of excavation in which the bearing of both the genetic foundations and the original productivity not only neither shakes nor ruins the superficial structures already unearthed, but also brings eidetic forms once again to light, that is the structural a prioris. This is Husserl's expression of Genesis itself. Thus, in Husserl's mind at least, there was never a structure Genesis problem but only a privilege of one or the other of these two operative concepts, according to the space of description, the quid or the quomodo of the givens. In this phenomenology, where, at first glance, and if one takes inspiration from traditional schemas, motifs of conflict or of tension appear numerous, it is a philosophy of essences always considered in their objectivity, their intangibility, their a priority, but, by the same token, it is a philosophy of experience, of becoming, of the temporal flux of what is lived, which is the ultimate reference. It is also a philosophy in which the notion of transcendental experience designates the very field of reflection, in a project which, in Kant's eyes for example, would have derived from teratology. One finds no clashes, and the mastery of the phenomenologist at work would have assured Husserl of a perfect serenity in the usage of these two always complementary operative concepts. Phenomenology, in the clarity of its intention, would be offended, then, by our preliminary question. Having taken these precautions as concerns Husserl's aims, I must now confess my own. In effect, I would like to attempt to show, first, that beneath the serene use of these concepts is to be found a debate that regulates and gives its rhythm to the progression of the description, that gives to the description its animation, and whose incompleteness, which leaves every major stage of phenomenology unbalanced, makes new reductions and explications indefinitely necessary. Second, that this debate, at every instant endangering the very principles of the method, appears, I say appears, for this is a hypothesis which even if it is not confirmed might permit us, at least, to accentuate the original characteristics of the Husserlian attempt, appears thus to force Husserl to transgress the purely descriptive space and transcendental pretension of his research, and to move toward a metaphysics of history in which the solid structure of a telos would permit him to reappropriate, by making it essential and by in some way prescribing its horizon, an untamed Genesis which grew to greater and greater expanse, and seemed to accommodate itself less and less to phenomenological a priorism and to transcendental idealism. I will follow alternately the thread of a debate interior to Husserl's thought, and the thread of a combat on the flank of Husserl's field of research into which he had to enter on two occasions. I refer to the two polemics which placed him in opposition to those philosophies of structure called Diltheism and Gestaltism. Husserl, thus, ceaselessly attempts to reconcile the structuralist demand, which leads to the comprehensive description of a totality, of a form or a function organized according to an internal legality in which elements have meaning only in the solidarity of their correlation or their opposition, with the genetic demand, that is the search for the origin and foundation of the structure. One could show, perhaps, that the phenomenological project itself is born of an initial failure of this attempt. In Philosophie der Arithmetik, the objectivity of a structure, that of numbers and arithmetical series and, correlatively, that of the arithmetical attitude is tied to the concrete genesis which must make it possible. From the start, Husserl refuses, and will always refuse, to accept the intelligibility and normativity of this universal structure as manna fallen from a heavenly place, topos auranios, to or as an eternal truth created by an infinite reason. To seek out the subjective origin of arithmetical objects and values, here, is to turn back toward perception, toward perceptual ensembles, and toward the pluralities and totalities found in perception in a pre-mathematical organization. By virtue of its style, this return to perception and to acts of colligation or numeration yields to the then frequent temptation vaguely named psychologism 3. But Husserl indicates his reservations on more than one score, and he never reaches the point of construing an actual genetic constitution as an epistemological validation, as Lips, Wundt, and several others had the tendency to do, although it is true that read attentively, and for themselves, they would appear more prudent and less simplistic than one would be tempted to believe on the basis of Husserl's criticisms of them. Husserl's originality is to be recognized in that, a. he distinguishes number from concept, that is, from a constructum, a psychological artifact, b. he underlines that mathematical or logical synthesis is irreducible to the order in both senses of the word of psychological temporality. C. He bases his entire psychological analysis on the already given possibility of an objective etwas Überhaupt, which Freya will criticize under the denomination bloodless spectre, bloodloses Gespenst, but which designates the intentional four-dimension of objectivity, the transcendental relation to the object that no psychological genesis can institute but can only presuppose in its own possibility. Consequently, the respect for arithmetical meaning, for its ideality and its normativity, forbids Husserl any psychological deduction of the number at the very moment when both his stated method and the tendencies of the period should have pushed him toward one. It remains that the intentionality presupposed by the movement of Genesis is still conceived by Husserl as a trait, as a psychological structure of consciousness, like character and the state of something factual. Now, the meaning of the number can do very well without the intentionality of a factual consciousness. This meaning, that is, this ideal objectivity and normativity is precisely independence from any factual consciousness, and Husserl quickly will be obliged to acknowledge the legitimacy of Freya's criticisms. The essence of the number derives from psychology to the same extent as does the existence of the North Sea. Moreover, neither unity nor zero can be engendered on the basis of a multiplicity of positive acts, facts, or psychic events. What is true for arithmetical unity is also true for the unity of every object in general. If Husserl gives up the psychological root 5 when confronted by all the difficulties of accounting for a structure of ideal meaning on the basis of a factual genesis, he no less rejects the logicizing conclusion with which his critics wished to corner him. Whether in the then current Platonic or Kantian style, this logicism was preoccupied above all with the autonomy of logical ideality as concerns all consciousness in general, or all concrete and non-formal consciousness. Husserl, for his part, seeks to maintain simultaneously the normative autonomy of logical or mathematical ideality as concerns all factual consciousness, and its original dependence in relation to a subjectivity in general, but concretely. Thus he had to navigate between the Scylla and Charybdis of logicizing structuralism and psychologistic genetism, even in the subtle and pernicious form of the transcendental psychologism attributed to Kant. He had to open up a new direction of philosophical attention and permit the discovery of a concrete, but non-empirical, intentionality, a transcendental experience which would be constitutive, that is, like all intentionality, simultaneously productive and revelatory, active and passive. The original unity, the common root of activity and passivity, is from quite early on the very possibility of meaning for Husserl. And this common root will ceaselessly be experienced as the common root of structure and genesis, which is dogmatically presupposed by all the ulterior problematics and dissociations concerning them. Husserl will attempt to prepare an access to this common radically through the diverse reductions, which are presented initially as neutralizations of psychological genesis and even of every factual genesis in general. The first phase of phenomenology, in its style and its objects, is structuralist, because first and foremost it seeks to stay clear of psychologism and historicism. But it is not genetic description in general which is disqualified, but only the genetic description which borrows its schemas from naturalism and causalism, and depends upon a science of facts and therefore on an empiricism, and therefore, concludes Husserl, depends upon a relativism incapable of ensuring its own truth, therefore, on a skepticism. The transition to the phenomenological attitude is made necessary, thus, by the impotence or philosophical fragility of genetism when the latter, by means of a positivism which does not understand itself, believes itself capable of enclosure by a science of facts, Tatsachen-Wissenschaft, whether this be a natural science or a science of the mind. The expression worldly genesis covers the domain of these sciences. For as long as the phenomenological space has not been uncovered, and for as long as the transcendental description has not been undertaken, the problem of structure and genesis seems to have no meaning. Neither the idea of structure, which isolates the different spheres of objective signification with respect for their static originality, nor the idea of genesis, which effects abusive transitions from one region to another, appears adequate to clarify the problem which is already Husserl's, that is, the problem of the foundation of objectivity. This might appear to be inconsequential. Can one not imagine, in effect, a methodological fecundity of these two notions in the various domains of the natural and social sciences, to the extent that the latter, in their own movement and moment, in their actual labor, do not have to answer for the meaning and value of their objectivity? Not at all. Even the most naive utilization of the notion of genesis, and especially of the notion of structure, supposes at very least that the natural regions and the domains of objectivity have been rigorously circumscribed. Now, this prior circumscription, this elucidation of the meaning of each regional structure, can derive only from a phenomenological critique. The latter is always rightfully primary, because it alone can answer, before every empirical inquiry, and in order for such an inquiry to be possible, questions of this kind: what is the physical thing, what is the psychological thing, what is the historical thing, etc., etc. Questions whose answer was more or less dogmatically implied by the structural or genetic techniques. Let us not forget that if Philosophie der Arithmetik is the contemporary of the most ambitious, systematic, and optimistic of psychogenetic attempts, Husserl's first phenomenological works were developed approximately at the same time as the first structuralist projects, or at least those which stated structure as a theme, for it would not be difficult to show that a certain structuralism has always been philosophy's most spontaneous gesture. Now, Husserl states his objections to Diltheism and Gestaltism, those first philosophies of structure, in a way that is identical in principle to his objections to genetism. In Husserl's eyes, the structuralism of the Weltanschauungsphilosophy is a historicism. And despite Dilthey's vehement protests, Husserl will persist in thinking that, like all historicism, and despite its originality, the Weltanschauungsphilosophy avoids neither relativism nor skepticism. 6 For it reduces the norm to a historical factuality, and it ends by confusing, to speak the language of Leibniz and of the Logische Untersuchungen, Volume I, p. 188, the truths of fact and the truths of reason. Pure truth, or the pretension to pure truth, is missed in its meaning as soon as one attempts, as Dilthey does, to account for it from within a determined historical totality, that is, from within a factual totality, a finite totality, all of whose manifestations and cultural productions are structurally solidary and coherent, and are all regulated by the same function, by the same finite unity of a total subjectivity. This meaning of truth, or of the pretension to truth, is the requirement of an absolute, infinite omnitemporality and universality, without limits of any kind. The idea of truth, that is the idea of philosophy or of science, is an infinite idea, an idea in the Kantian sense. Every totality, every finite structure is inadequate to it. Now the idea or the project which animates and unifies every determined historical structure, every Weltanschauung, is finite. 7 On the basis of the structural description of a vision of the world, one can account for everything except the infinite opening to truth, that is, philosophy. Moreover, it is always something like an opening which will frustrate the structuralist project. What I can never understand, in a structure, is that by means of which it is not closed. If Husserl attacked Diltheism with such violence, it is that he found in Diltheism a seductive attempt, a tempting aberration. Dilthey, in effect, has the merit of protesting against the positivist naturalization of the life of the mind. The act of understanding that he opposes to explication and objectification must be the first and major route to be followed by the sciences of the mind. Husserl thus pays homage to Dilthey, and shows himself quite hospitable, first, to the idea of a principle of understanding or of re-understanding, of reliving, Flachleben, notions simultaneously to be juxtaposed with the notion of Einfühlung, borrowed from Lipps and transformed by Husserl, and with the notion of Reaktivierung, which is the active reliving of the past intention of an other mind and the reawakening of a production of meaning. In question here is the very possibility of a science of the mind. Second, to the idea that there exist totalitarian structures endowed with a unity of internal meaning, spiritual organisms in a sense, cultural worlds all of whose functions and manifestations are solidary and to which Weltanschauungen correspond correlatively. Third, to the distinction between physical structures, in which the principle of relationship is external causality, and mental structures, in which the principle of relationship is what Husserl will call motivation. But this renewal is not fundamental, and it only intensifies the historicist menace. History does not cease to be an empirical science of facts because it has reformed its methods and techniques, or because it has substituted a comprehensive structuralism for causalism, atomism, and naturalism, or because it has become more attentive to cultural totalities. Its pretension to founding normativity on a better understood factuality does not become more legitimate, but only increases its powers of philosophical seduction. A confusion of value and existence, and more generally, of all types of realities and all types of idealities is sheltered beneath the equivocal category of the historical point 9. Thus, the theory of the Weltanschauung must revert back or be reduced to the strict limits of its own domain. Its contours are sketched by a certain difference between wisdom and knowledge, and by an ethical indictment and impatience. This irreducible difference is due to an interminable delaying difference of the theoretical foundation. The exigencies of life demand that a practical response be organized on the field of historical existence, and that this response precede an absolute science whose conclusions it cannot await. The system of this anticipation, the structure of this interrupted response is what Husserl calls Weltanschauung. One might say, with some precautions, that he sees in it the situation and meaning of a provisional morality, whether it be personal or communal. Up to now, we have been interested in the structure-genesis problem which first presented itself to Husserl outside the borders of phenomenology. It is the radicalization of the presuppositions of psychology and history that made the transition to the phenomenological attitude necessary. Let us now attempt to catch up with the same problem in the field of phenomenology, keeping in mind Husserl's methodological premises, notably the reduction in its eidetic and transcendental forms. Truthfully, we will see that it cannot be a question of the same problem, but only of an analogous or parallel problem, as Husserl would say, and the meaning of this notion of parallelism, which we will touch upon shortly, presents problems that are not among the least difficult. If the first phase of the phenomenological description and the constitutive analyses, a phase of which ideas is the most elaborated trace, is resolutely static and structural in its design, it seems to be so for at least two reasons. A. Reacting against the historicist or psychologistic genetism with which he continues to be at loggerheads, Husserl systematically excludes every genetic preoccupation. 11 The protests made against this attitude perhaps have contaminated and indirectly have determined Husserl's own attitude. Everything occurs as if at this point he considered every genesis as associative, causal, factual, and worldly. B. Concerned above all else with formal ontology and with objectivity in general, Husserl applies himself especially to the articulation between the object in general, whatever its regional appurtenance, and consciousness in general, or region. He defines the forms of self-evidence in general, and thereby seeks to attain the ultimate critical and phenomenological jurisdiction, under which the most ambitious genetic description later will be subsumed. Thus, if Husserl distinguishes between empirical and eidetic structure on the one hand, and between empirical and eidetic transcendental structure on the other, at this time he has not yet taken the same step as concerns genesis. Within the pure transcendentality of consciousness, at this phase of the description, our problem would take on at least since we must choose two forms. And in both cases, it is a question of closure or of opening. One differing from mathematical essences, the essences of pure consciousness are not, and in principle cannot be, exact. The difference between exactitude and rigor recognized by Husserl is well known. An eidetic descriptive science, such as phenomenology, may be rigorous, but it is necessarily inexact. I would rather say inexact due to no failure on its part. Exactitude is always a product derived from an operation of idealization and of transition to the limit which can only concern an abstract moment, an abstract eidetic element, spatiality, for example, of a thing materially determined as an objective body, setting aside, precisely, the other eidetic elements of a body in general. This is why geometry is a material and abstract science. 12 It follows that a geometry of experience, a mathematics of phenomena, is impossible. This is an attempt doomed to miscarry. 13 This means in particular, for what concerns us here, that the essences of consciousness, and therefore the essences of phenomena in general, cannot belong to a structure or multiplicity of the mathematical type. Now what is it that characterizes such a multiplicity for Husserl, and at this time? In a word, the possibility of closure. 14 Here, we cannot enter into the intra-mathematical difficulties always raised by this Husserlian conception of mathematical definitude, especially when confronted by certain later developments of axiomatics and by Gödel's discoveries. What Husserl seeks to underline by means of this comparison between an exact and a morphological science, and what we must retain here, is the principled, essential, and structural impossibility of closing a structural phenomenology. It is the infinite opening of what is experienced, which is designated at several moments of Husserlian analysis by reference to an idea in the Kantian sense, that is, the eruption of the infinite into consciousness, which permits the unification of the temporal flux of consciousness just as it unifies the object and the world by anticipation, and despite an irreducible incompleteness. It is the strange presence of this idea which also permits every transition to the limit and the production of all exactitude. 2 Transcendental intentionality is described in Ldzi as an original structure, an archistructure, or structure, with 4 poles and 2 correlations, the noetico-noematic correlation or structure and the morphile correlation or structure. That this complex structure is the structure both of intentionality, that is, the structure of the origin of meanings and of the opening to the light of phenomenality, and that the occlusion of this structure is nonsense itself, is indicated by at least 2 signs, a. Noesis and noema. The intentional moments of the structure can be distinguished in that the noema does not belong to consciousness in a real way. Within consciousness, in general, there is an agency which does not really belong to it. This is the difficult but decisive theme of the non-real, real, inclusion of the noema. 15 Noema, which is the objectivity of the object, the meaning and the as such of the thing for consciousness, is neither the determined thing itself in its untamed existence, whose appearing the noema precisely is, nor is it a properly subjective moment, a really subjective moment, since it is indubitably given as an object for consciousness. It is neither of the world nor of consciousness, but it is the world or something of the world for consciousness. Doubtless it can rightfully be laid bare only on the basis of intentional consciousness, but it does not borrow from intentional consciousness what metaphorically we might call, by avoiding the realization of consciousness, its material. This real non-appurtenance to any region at all, even to the archiregion, this anarchy of the noema is the root and very possibility of objectivity and of meaning. This irregionality of the noema, the opening to the as such of being and to the determination of the totality of regions in general, cannot be described, stricto sensu and simply, on the basis of a determined regional structure. This is why the transcendental reduction, to the extent that it must remain an eidetic reduction if one is to know what one will continue to speak about, and if one is to avoid empirical or absolute idealism, may appear deceitful, since it does provide access to a determined region, whatever its founding privilege. One might think that once the non-reality of the noema was acknowledged, a conversion of the entire phenomenological method would have followed, as well as an abandonment of transcendental idealism along with the reduction. But would this not have been, then, to condemn oneself to silence which is always possible, moreover and in any event to renounce a rigor that only the eidetic transcendental limitation and a certain regionalism can ensure? In any event, the transcendentality of the opening is simultaneously the origin and the undoing, the condition of possibility and a certain impossibility of every structure and of every systematic structuralism. b. While the noema is an intentional and non-real element, the heil is a real but not intentional element of the experienced. It is the sensate, experienced and not real, material of affect before any animation by intentional form. It is the pole of pure passivity, of the non-intentionality without which consciousness could not receive anything other than itself, nor exercise its intentional activity. This receptiveness is also an essential opening. If, on the level at which ideas remains, Husserl recounts the description and interrogation of the Heil for itself and in its pure ingenuity, if he renounces the examination of the possibilities entitled formless materials and immaterial form 16, if he keeps to the constituted Heil morphic correlation, it is that his analyses are still developed, and will they not always be so, in a certain way, from within a constituted tempi or liti. 17 now, at its greatest depth and in its pure specificity. The Heil is primarily temporal matter. It is the possibility of Genesis itself. Thus at these two poles of opening and from within the very transcendental structure of all consciousness there would arise the necessity for the transition to a genetic constitution and for the new transcendental aesthetic which will be announced unceasingly but will be deferred always, and within which the themes of the other and of time were to have permitted their irreducible complicity to appear. It is that the constitution of the other and of time refers phenomenology to a zone in which its principle of principles, as we see it, its metaphysical principle, the original self-evidence and presence of the thing itself in person, is radically put into question. In any event, as can be seen, the necessity of this transition from the structural to the genetic is nothing less than the necessity of a break or a conversion. Before following this movement interior to phenomenology and the transition to the genetic analyses, let us pause for a moment at a second border problem. All the problematical schemas which we have just indicated belong to the transcendental sphere. But might not a psychology renewed by the double influence of phenomenology and Gestalt psychology 18.1 which maintains its distance from associationism, atomism, causalism, etc., alone pretend to assume such a description and such problematical schemas? In a word, can a structuralist psychology, one allegedly independent from transcendental phenomenology if not from phenomenological psychology, make itself invulnerable to the reproach of psychologism formerly directed against classical psychology? It was all the more tempting to think so in that Husserl himself prescribed the establishment of a phenomenological psychology, an a priorical psychology, to be sure, but also a worldly one, in that it cannot exclude the position of the worldly thing that the psyche is, and strictly parallel to transcendental phenomenology. Now the overcoming of the invisible difference which separates parallel things is not innocent, it is the most subtle and ambitious gesture of psychologistic abuse. And this is the principle of the critiques which Husserl addresses to the psychologies of structure or of totality in his Nachwort to Ideen Gestalt psychology is mentioned explicitly. Point 19 To avoid naturalism it does not suffice to escape atomism. And in order to clarify the distance which must separate a phenomenological psychology from a transcendental phenomenology, one would have to examine the nothing which prevents them from coming together, the parallelism which liberates the space of a transcendental question. This nothing is what permits the transcendental reduction. The transcendental reduction is what directs our attention toward this nothing in which the totality of meaning and the meaning of totality permit their origin to appear. That is, according to Finck's expression, the origin of the world. If we had the time and the means, we would now have to approach the enormous problems of genetic phenomenology, as the latter is developed after ideas. I will simply note the following points. The profound unity of this genetic description is diffracted, without being dispersed, along three lines. A. The logical root. The task of Erfahrung und Urteil, Formula und Transzendentaler Logik, and numerous analogous texts is to undo, to reduce not only the superstructures of scientific idealizations and the values of objective exactitude, but also all predicative sedimentation belonging to the cultural layer of subjective relative truths in the Lebenswelt. This in order to regrasp and reactivate the emergence of theoretical or practical predication in general, and on the basis of the most untamed pre-cultural life. B. The egological root. In a sense this root is already latent beneath the preceding one. First, because in the most general fashion, phenomenology cannot and may not ever describe anything but the intentional modifications of the eidos ego in general. Point 20 Next, because the genealogy of logic kept to the realm of cogitata and the acts of the ego as if to its proper existence and life, and these were read-only on the basis of noematic signs and results. Now however, as stated in the Cartesian Meditations, it is a question of returning once more to the couple cogito cogitatum, if you will, in order to reapprehend the genesis of the ego itself, the ego existing for itself and continuously constituting itself as existing. 21 Aside from the delicate problems of passivity and activity, this genetic description of the ego will encounter limits which we would be tempted to call definitive, but which Husserl, of course, considers provisional. They derive from the fact, he says, that phenomenology is only at its beginnings. 22 In effect, the genetic description of the ego at every instant prescribes the formidable task of a universal genetic phenomenology. This is announced in the third root. C. The historico-teleological root. A teleological reason runs throughout all historicity. 23 And particularly the unity of the history of the ego. 24 This third root, which is to provide access to the eidos of historicity in general, that is, to its telos, for the eidos of a historicity, and thus of the movement of meaning, which is a necessarily rational movement, can be only a norm, a value more than an essence, cannot be a root among others. The eidetics of history cannot be an eidetics among others, it embraces the totality of beings. In effect, the eruption of the logos, the accession to human consciousness of the idea of an infinite task of reason, does not occur only through a series of revolutions which at the same time would be self-conversions, seeming to tear open a previous finitude in order to lay bare the power of a hidden infinity and to give voice to the dynamis of a silence. These ruptures, which at the same time are unveilings, and also coverings up, for the origin dissimulates itself immediately beneath the new domain of uncovered or produced objectivity, are always already indicated, Husserl recognizes, in confusion and in the dark, that is, not only in the most elementary forms of life and human history, but closer and closer in animality and nature in general. How can such an affirmation, made necessary by and in phenomenology itself, be totally certain within phenomenology? For it does not only concern phenomena that are experienced and self-evident. Does its inability to be indicated rigorously anywhere else than in a phenomenology prevent it from already or still being a metaphysical assertion, the affirmation of a metaphysics which articulates itself in a phenomenological discourse? I am satisfied only to raise these questions here. Reason, thus, unveils itself. Reason, Husserl says, is the logos which is produced in history. It traverses being with itself in sight of appearing to itself, that is, to state itself and hear itself as logos. It is speech as auto-affection, hearing oneself speak. 25 It emerges from itself in order to take hold of itself within itself, in the living present of its self-presence. In emerging from itself, hearing oneself speak constitutes itself as the history of reason through the detour of writing. Thus it differs from itself in order to reappropriate itself. The origin of geometry describes the necessity of this exposition of reason in a worldly inscription. An exposition indispensable to the constitution of truth and the ideality of objects, but which is also the danger to meaning from what is outside the sign. In the moment of writing, the sign can always empty itself, take flight from awakening, from reactivation, and may remain forever closed and mute. As for Cournot, writing here is the critical epoch. Here, one must become quite attentive to the fact that this language is not immediately speculative and metaphysical, as certain consonant phrases of Hegel seem to be for Husserl, correctly or incorrectly. For this logos which calls to itself and summons itself by itself as telos, and whose dynamis tends toward its energia or entelecheia, this logos does not occur in history and does not traverse being as a foreign empiricity into which both its metaphysical transcendence and the actuality of its infinite essence would descend and condescend. Logos is nothing outside history and being, since it is discourse, infinite discursiveness, and not an actual infinity, and since it is meaning. Now, the irreality of meaning was discovered by phenomenology as one of its very own premises. Inversely, no history as self-tradition and no being could have meaning without the logos, which is the meaning which projects and proffers itself. Despite all these classical notions, phenomenology does not abdicate itself for the benefit of a classical metaphysical speculation which on the contrary, according to Husserl, would have to recognize in phenomenology the clarified energy of its own intentions. Which amounts to saying that in criticizing classical metaphysics, phenomenology accomplishes the most profound project of metaphysics. Husserl acknowledges or rather claims this himself, particularly in the Cartesian Meditations. The results of phenomenology are metaphysical, if it be true that ultimate cognitions of being should be called metaphysical. On the other hand, what we have here is anything but metaphysics, in the customary sense with which metaphysics, as first philosophy, was instituted originally. 26. Phenomenology indeed excludes every naive metaphysics, but does not exclude metaphysics as such. 27. For within the most universal eidos of mental historicity, the conversion of philosophy into phenomenology would be the final degree of differentiation, stage, that is, stuve, structural level or genetic stage. Point 28. The two previous degrees would be, first, that of a pre-theoretical culture, and next, that of the theoretical or philosophical project, the Greco-European moment. Point 29. The presence of telos or Vorhaben, the infinite theoretical anticipation which simultaneously is given as an infinite practical task for phenomenological consciousness, is indicated every time that Husserl speaks of the idea in the Kantian sense. The latter is offered within phenomenological self-evidence as evidence of an essential overflowing of actual and adequate self-evidence. One would have to examine quite closely the intervention of the idea in the Kantian sense at various points along Husserl's itinerary. Perhaps it would appear then that this idea is the idea or very project of phenomenology, that which makes it possible by overflowing its system of self-evidences or factual determinations, or by overflowing this system as phenomenology's source or end. Since telos is totally open, is opening itself, to say that it is the most powerful structural a priori of historicity is not to designate it as a static and determined value which would inform and enclose the genesis of being and meaning. It is the concrete possibility, the very birth of history and the meaning of becoming in general. Therefore it is structurally genesis itself, as origin and as becoming. All these formulations have been possible thanks to the initial distinction between different irreducible types of genesis and structure, worldly genesis and transcendental genesis, empirical structure, eidetic structure, and transcendental structure. To ask oneself the following historico-semantic question: what does the notion of genesis in general, on whose basis the Husserlian diffraction could come forth and be understood, mean, and what has it always meant? What does the notion of structure in general, on whose basis Husserl operates distinctions between empirical, eidetic, and transcendental dimensions mean, and what has it always meant throughout its displacements? And what is the historico-semantic relationship between genesis and structure in general, is not only simply to ask a prior linguistic question. It is to ask the question about the unity of the historical ground on whose basis a transcendental reduction is possible and is motivated by itself. It is to ask the question about the unity of the world from which transcendental freedom releases itself, in order to make the origin of this unity appear. If Husserl has not asked these questions in terms of historical philology, if he did not first ask himself about the meaning of his operative instruments in general, it is not due to naivete, dogmatic precipitation, or a neglect of the historical weight of language. It is rather because to ask oneself about the meaning of the notions of structure or genesis in general, before the dissociations introduced by reduction, is to interrogate that which precedes the transcendental reduction. Now the latter is but the free act of the question, which frees itself from the totality of what precedes it in order to be able to gain access to this totality, particularly to its historicity and its past. The question of the possibility of the transcendental reduction cannot expect an answer. It is the question of the possibility of the question, opening itself, the gap on whose basis the transcendental I, which Husserl was tempted to call eternal, which in his thought, in any event, means neither infinite nor ahistorical, quite the contrary, is called upon to ask itself about everything, and particularly about the possibility of the unformed and naked factuality of the non-meaning, in the case at hand, for example, of its own death. 6. La parole soufflée. When I write there is nothing other than what I write. Whatever else I felt I have not been able to say, and whatever else has escaped me are ideas or a stolen verb which I will destroy, to replace them with something else. Artaud, Rodez, April 1946. Whatever way you turn you have not even started thinking. Artaud, Collected Works I, p. 89. Naivete of the discourse. We begin here, speaking toward Antonin Artaud. To diminish this naivete we would have had to wait a long time. In truth, a dialogue would have to have been opened between, let us say as quickly as possible, critical discourse and clinical discourse. And the dialogue would have to have borne upon that which is beyond their two trajectories, pointing toward the common elements of their origin and their horizon. Happily for us, this horizon and this origin are more clearly perceptible today. Close to us, Maurice Blanquat, Michel Foucault, and Jean Laplanche have questioned the problematic unity of these two discourses, have attempted to acknowledge the passing of a discourse which, without doubling itself, without even distributing itself, along the division between the critical and the clinical, but with a single and simple characteristic, speaks of madness and the work one driving, primarily, at their enigmatic conjunction. For 1,000 not simply material reasons, we cannot evince, here, the questions that these essays seem to leave unresolved, even though we acknowledge the priority due these questions. We feel that even if, in the best of cases, the common ground of the two discourses, the medical commentary and the other one, has been designated from afar, in fact the two have never been confused in any text. And is this so because we are concerned, first of all, with commentary? Let us throw out these questions in order to see, further on, where Artaud necessarily makes them land. We have said, in fact, describing the extraordinarily rapid oscillations which in Laplanche's Holderlin et la question du pair produce the illusion of unity, permitting, in both senses, the imperceptible transfer of analogical figures, and the crossing of the domain included between poetic forms and psychological structures, Michel Foucault concludes that a principled and essential conjunction of the two is impossible. Far from brushing aside this impossibility, he posits that it proceeds from a kind of infinite closeness, despite the fact that these two discourses have a demonstrably identical content which can always be transferred from one to the other. They are profoundly incompatible. A conjoined deciphering of poetic and psychological structures will never reduce the distance between them. And yet, they are always infinitely close to one another, just as is close to something possible the possibility that founds it. The continuity of meaning between the work and madness is possible only on the basis of the enigma of the same, which permits the absoluteness of the rupture between them to appear. But Foucault adds a little further on, and this is not an abstract figuration but a historical relationship in which our culture must question itself too. Could not the fully historical field of this interrogation, in which the overlapping of the two discourses is as much to be constituted as it is to be restored, show us how something that is impossible de facto could present itself as impossible de jure? It would still be necessary to conceive historicity, and the difference between the two impossibilities, in an unexpected way, and this initial task is not the easiest. This historicity, long since eliminated from thought, cannot be more thoroughly erased than at the moment when commentary, that is, precisely, the deciphering of structures, has commenced its reign and determined the position of the question. This moment is even more absent from our memory in that it is not within history. We feel, indeed, that if clinical commentary and critical commentary everywhere demand their own autonomy and wish to be acknowledged and respected by one another, they are no less complicit by virtue of a unity which refers, through as yet unconceived mediations, to the mediation we sought an instant ago in the same abstraction, the same misinterpretation and the same violence. At the moment when criticism, be it aesthetic, literary, philosophical, etc., allegedly protects the meaning of a thought or the value of a work against psychomedical reductions, it comes to the same result that a reduction would come to through the opposite path. It creates an example. That is to say, a case. A work or an adventure of thought is made to bear witness, as example, or martyr, to a structure whose essential permanence becomes the prime preoccupation of the commentary. For criticism to make a case of meaning or of value, to take them seriously, is to read an essence into the example which is falling between the phenomenological brackets. And this happens according to the most irrepressible movement of even the commentary which most respects the untamed singularity of its theme. Although they are radically opposed for good reasons that are well known, the psychological reduction and the eidetic reduction function in the same way when confronted with the problem of the work or of madness, and unwittingly pursue the same end. Assuming that psychopathology, whatever its style, could attain in its reading the sure profundity of a Blanquat, whatever mastery it could gain of the case of Artaud would result in the same neutralization of poor M. Antonin Artaud, whose entire adventure, in Le Livre Avenir, becomes exemplary. In question is a reading an admirable one, moreover of the unpower, Artaud speaking of himself, essential to thought, Blanquat. It is as if, despite himself and through a pathetic error from whence come his cries, he touched upon the point at which to think is always already to be able to think no more, unpower, as he calls it, which is as if essential to thought. 3. The pathetic error is that part of the example which belongs to Artaud himself, it will not be retained in the decoding of the essential truth. The error is Artaud's history, his erased trace on the way to truth. A pre-Hegelian concept of the relations between truth, error, and history. Point 4. That poetry is linked to this impossibility of thought which is thought itself, is the truth that cannot be revealed, for it always turns away, thereby obliging him to experience it below the point at which he would truly experience it. 5. Artaud's pathetic error, the weight of example and existence which keeps him remote from the truth he hopelessly indicates, the nothingness at the heart of the word, the lack of being, the scandal of thought separated from life, etc. That which belongs to Artaud without recourse, his experience itself, can without harm be abandoned by the critic and left to the psychologists or doctors. But for our sake, we must not make the mistake of reading the precise, sure, and scrupulous descriptions he gives us of this state as psychological analyses. That which no longer belongs to Artaud, as soon as we can read it through him, and thereby articulate, repeat, and take charge of it, that to which Artaud is only a witness, is a universal essence of thought. Artaud's entire adventure is purportedly only the index of a transcendental structure, for never will Artaud accept the scandal of thought separated from life, even when he is given over to the most direct and untamed experience ever undergone of the essence of thought understood as separation, the experience of thought's inability to affirm anything opposed to itself as the limit of its infinite powers. 6. Thought separated from life. This is, as is well known, one of the great figurations of the mind, of which Hegel gave several examples. Point 7. Artaud, thus, would be another. And Blanquat's meditation stops there, without questioning for themselves either that which irreducibly amounts to Artaud, or the idiosyncratic affirmation 8 which supports the non-acceptance of this scandal, or what is untamed in this experience. His meditation stops there, or almost. It gives itself just the time to invoke a temptation which would have to be avoided, but which, in fact, never has been. It would be tempting to juxtapose what Artaud tells us with what Hölderlin and Mallarmé tell us, that inspiration is primarily the pure point at which it is missing. But we must resist the temptation to make overgeneralized affirmations. Each poet says the same, which, however, is not the same, is the unique, we feel. What is Artaud's is his alone. What he says has an intensity that we should not bear. And in the concluding lines that follow nothing is said of the unique. We return to essentiality. When we read these pages, we learn what we cannot ever come to learn, that the fact of thinking can only be overwhelming, that what is to be thought is that which turns away from thought within thought, inexhaustibly exhausting itself within thought, that to suffer and to think are linked in a secret way. 9. Why this return to essentiality? Because, by definition, there is nothing to say about the unique. We will not rush toward this too solid commonplace here. Blanquat must have been even more tempted to assimilate Artaud and Hölderlin in that his text devoted to the latter, La Folie par excellence 10 is advanced within the same framework. While asserting the necessity of escaping the alternative of the two discourses, for the mystery stems also from this simultaneously double reading of an event which, however, is no more situated in one than in the other of the two versions, and primarily because this event is a demonic one which keeps itself outside the opposition sickness-health, Blancat narrows the field of medical knowledge which misses the singularity of the event and masters every surprise in advance. For medical knowledge, this event is in the rules, or at least is not surprising. It corresponds to what is known about patients inspired to write by nightmare, p. 15. This reduction of the clinical reduction is an essentialist reduction. While protesting, here too, against overgeneralized formulations, Blancat writes, one cannot be content with viewing Hölderlin's fate as that of an admirable or sublime individuality which, having too strongly desired something great, had to go to the breaking point. His fate belongs only to him, but he himself belongs to what he has expressed and discovered, which exists not as his alone, but as the truth and affirmation of the essence of poetry. He does not decide upon his fate but upon the fate of poetry, the meaning of the truth that he has set out to achieve. And this movement is not his alone but the very achievement of truth, which, despite him, at a certain point demands that his personal reason become the pure impersonal transcendence from which there is no return, p. 26. Thus the unique is hailed in vain, it is indeed the very element which disappears from this commentary. And not by chance. The disappearance of unicity is even presented as the meaning of the truth of Hölderlin, authentic speech, the speech that mediates because the mediator disappears within it, puts an end to its particularities and returns to the element from whence it came, p. 30. And thus, what authorizes one to say the poet instead of Hölderlin, what authorizes this dissolution of the unique is a conception of the unity or unicity of the unique, here the unity of madness and the work as conjunction, composition, or combination. A like combination is not encountered twice, p. 20. Jean Laplanche reproaches Blancat for his idealist interpretation, resolutely anti-scientific and anti-psychological, and proposes to substitute another type of unitary theory for the theory of Hellingrath, which Blancat, despite his own differences, also leans toward. Point 11. Not wanting to renounce unitarism, Laplanche wants to include within a single movement his Hölderlin's work, and his evolution toward and within madness, even if this movement has the scansion of a dialectic and the multilinearity of counterpoint, p. 13. In fact, one very quickly realizes that this dialectic scansion and this multilinearity do nothing but, as Foucault correctly says, increase the rapidity of oscillations, until the rapidity is difficult to perceive. At the end of the book, we are still out of breath searching for the unique, which itself, as such, eludes discourse and always will elude it. The assimilation of the evolution of schizophrenia to the evolution of the work that we are proposing leads to results which absolutely cannot be generalized. In question is the relationship of poetry to mental illness within a particular, perhaps unique, case, p. 132. Again, a conjoined and chance unicity. For, once one has from afar even mentioned it as such, one returns to the expressly criticized exemplarism 12 of Blancat. The psychological style and, opposed to it, the structuralist or essentialist style have almost totally disappeared, certainly, and the philosophical gesture is seductive. It is no longer a question of understanding the poet Hölderlin on the basis of a schizophrenic or a transcendental structure whose meaning would be known to us, and which would hold in store no surprises. On the contrary, in Hölderlin we must read, and see designated, an access, the best one perhaps, an exemplary access to the essence of schizophrenia in general. And this essence of schizophrenia is not a psychological or anthropological fact available to the determined sciences called psychology or anthropology, it is he Hölderlin who reopens the question of schizophrenia as a universal problem, p. 133. A universal and not only human problem, not a primarily human problem, because a true anthropology could be constituted upon the possibility of schizophrenia, which does not mean that the possibility of schizophrenia can in fact be encountered in beings other than man. Schizophrenia simply is not one among other attributes of an essence of man that would have to be constituted and acknowledged as the prerequisite basis of the study of man. Just as in certain societies, the accession to law, to the symbolic has fallen to institutions other than that of the father, p. 133, whose pre-comprehension the institution of paternity thus permits. Similarly, analogically, schizophrenia is not one among other dimensions or possibilities of the existent called man, but indeed the structure that opens the truth of man. This opening is produced in an exemplary way in the case of Hölderlin. It could be thought that, by definition, the unique cannot be an example or case of a universal figure. But it can. Exemplarity only apparently contradicts unicity. The equivocally lodged in the notion of example is well known. It is the resource of the complicity between clinical discourse and critical discourse, the complicity between the discourse which reduces meaning or value and the one that attempts to restore them. This is what permits Foucault to conclude for his purposes, Hölderlin occupies a unique and exemplary place, p. 209. Such is the case that has been made of Hölderlin and Artaud. Our intention is above all not to refute or to criticize the principle of these readings. They are legitimate, fruitful, true. Here, moreover, they are admirably executed, and informed by a critical vigilance which makes us make immense progress. If, on the other hand, we seem unsure of the treatment reserved for the unique, it is not because we think, and this credit will have to be granted us, that subjective existence, the originality of the work or the singularity of the beautiful, must be protected against the violence of the concept by means of moral or aesthetic precautions. No, inversely, when we appear to regret a silence or defeat before the unique, it is because we believe in the necessity of reducing the unique, of analyzing it and decomposing it by shattering it even further. Better, we believe that no commentary can escape these defeats, unless it destroys itself as commentary by exhuming the unity in which is embedded the differences, of madness and the work, of the psyche and the text, of example and essence, etc., which implicitly support both criticism and the clinic. This ground, which we are approaching only by the negative route here, is historical in a sense which, it seems to us, has never been given thematic value in the commentaries of which we have just spoken, and which truthfully can hardly be tolerated by the metaphysical concept of history. The tumultuous presence of this archaic ground will thus magnetize the discourse which will be attracted into the resonance of the cries of Antonin Artaud. Will be attracted from afar, again, for our initial stipulation of naivete was not a stipulation of style. And if we say, to begin, that Artaud teaches us this unity prior to dissociation, we do not say so in order to construe Artaud as an example of what he teaches. If we understand him, we expect no instruction from him. Also, the preceding considerations are in no way methodological prolegomena or generalizations announcing a new treatment of the case of Artaud. Rather, they indicate the very question that Artaud wants to destroy from its root, the question whose derivativeness, if not impossibility, he indefatigably denounced, upon which his cries furiously and unceasingly hurled themselves. For what his howls promise us, articulating themselves under the headings of existence, flesh, life, theatre, cruelty is the meaning of an art prior to madness and the work, an art which no longer yields works, an artist's existence which is no longer a root or an experience that gives access to something other than itself. Artaud promises the existence of a speech that is a body, of a body that is a theatre that is a text because it is no longer enslaved to a writing more ancient than itself, an ur-text or an ur-speech. If Artaud absolutely resists and, we believe, as was never done before clinical or critical exegeses, he does so by virtue of that part of his adventure, and with this word we are designating a totality anterior to the separation of the life and the work, which is the very protest itself against exemplification itself. The critic and the doctor are without resource when confronted by an existence that refuses to signify, or by an art without works, a language without a trace. That is to say, without difference. In pursuit of a manifestation which would not be an expression but a pure creation of life, which would not fall far from the body than to decline into a sign or a work, an object. Artaud attempted to destroy a history, the history of the dualist metaphysics which more or less subterraneously inspired the essays invoked above, the duality of the body and the soul which supports, secretly of course, the duality of speech and existence, of the text and the body, etc. The metaphysics of the commentary which authorized commentaries because it already governed the works commented upon. Non-theatrical works, in the sense understood by Artaud, works that are already deported commentaries. Beating his flesh in order to reawaken it at the eve prior to the deportation, Artaud attempted to forbid that his speech be spirited away souffle 13 from his body. Spirited souffle, let us understand stolen by a possible commentator who would acknowledge speech in order to place it in an order of essential truth or of a real structure, psychological or other. The first commentator, here, is the reader or the listener, the receiver, which the public must no longer be in the theater of cruelty. 14 Artaud knew that all speech fallen from the body, offering itself to understanding or reception, offering itself as a spectacle, immediately becomes stolen speech. Becomes a signification which I do not possess because it is a signification. Theft is always the theft of speech or text, of a trace. The theft of a possession does not become a theft unless the thing stolen is a possession, unless it has acquired meaning and value through, at least, the consecration of a vow made in discourse. And this proposition could only foolishly be interpreted as the dismissal of every other theory of theft advanced within the order of morals, economics, or politics. For this proposition is anterior to such discourses, because it explicitly, and within a single question, establishes communication between the essence of theft and the origin of discourse in general. Now every discourse on theft, each time that it is determined by a given set of circumstances, has already obscurely resolved or repressed this question, has already reassured itself into the familiarity of an initial knowledge. Everyone knows what theft means. But the theft of speech is not a theft among others, it is confused with the very possibility of theft, defining the fundamental structure of theft. And if Artaud makes us think this, it is no longer as the example of a structure, because in question is the very thing theft which constitutes the structure of the example as such. Spirited souffle, at the same time let us understand inspired by an other voice that itself reads a text older than the text of my body or than the theater of my gestures. Inspiration is the drama, with several characters, of theft, the structure of the classical theater in which the invisibility of the prompter souffleur ensures the indispensable difference and intermittence between a text already written by another hand and an interpreter already dispossessed of that which he receives. Artaud desired the conflagration of the stage upon which the prompter souffleur was possible and where the body was under the rule of a foreign text. Artaud wanted the machinery of the prompter souffleur spirited away souffle, wanted to plunder the structure of theft. To do so, he had to destroy, with one and the same blow, both poetic inspiration and the economy of classical art, singularly the economy of the theater. And through the same blow he had to destroy the metaphysics, religion, aesthetics, etc., that supported them. He would thus open up to danger a world no longer sheltered by the structure of theft. To restore danger by reawakening the stage of cruelty, this was Antonin Artaud's stated intention, at very least. It is this intention that we will follow here, with the exception of a calculated slip. Unpower, which appears thematically in the letters to Jacques Rivière 15, is not, as is known, simple impotence, the sterility of having nothing to say, or the lack of inspiration. On the contrary, it is inspiration itself, the force of a void, the cyclonic breath souffle of a prompter souffleur who draws his breath in, and thereby robs me of that which he first allowed to approach me and which I believed I could say in my own name. The generosity of inspiration, the positive eruption of a speech which comes from I know not where, or about which I know, if I am Antonin Artaud, that I do not know where it comes from or who speaks it. The fecundity of the other breath souffle is unpower, not the absence but the radical irresponsibility of speech, irresponsibility as the power and the origin of speech. I am in relation to myself within the ether of a speech which is always spirited away souffle from me, and which steals from me the very thing that it puts me in relation to. Consciousness of speech, that is to say, consciousness in general is not knowing who speaks at the moment when, and in the place where, I proffer my speech. This consciousness is thus also an unconsciousness. In my unconsciousness it is others whom I hear, 1946, in opposition to which another consciousness will necessarily have to be reconstituted, and this time, consciousness will be cruelly present to itself and will hear itself speak. It is within the province of neither morals, nor logic, nor aesthetics to define this irresponsibility. It is a total and original loss of existence itself. According to Artaud, it also, and primarily, occurs in my body, in my life expressions whose sense must be understood beyond any metaphysical determinations and beyond the limitations of being which separated body from soul, speech from gesture, etc. Loss, precisely, is the metaphysical determination into which I will have to slip my works if they are to be understood within a world and a literature unwittingly governed by the metaphysics for which Jacques Derrida served as delegate. Here, too, I fear a misunderstanding. I would like you to realize that it is not a matter of the higher or lower existence involved in what is known as inspiration, but of a total absence, of a veritable dwindling away. Artaud Anthology, San Francisco, 1965, Hereafter A. p. 8. Artaud ceaselessly repeated this: the origin and urgency of speech, that which impelled him into expression, was confused with his own lack of speech, with having nothing to say in his own name. The dispersiveness of my poems, their formal defects, the constant sagging of my thinking, are to be attributed not to lack of practice, of mastery of the instrument I wield, of intellectual development, but to a central collapse of the mind, to a kind of erosion, both essential and fleeting, of my thinking, to the passing non-possession of the material gains of my development, to the abnormal separation of the elements of thought. There is thus something that is destroying my thinking, a something which does not prevent me from being what I might be, but which leaves me, if I may say so, in abeyance. A something furtive which takes away from me the words which I have found. Pages 10 to 11, Artaud's italics. It would be tempting, easy, and, to a certain extent, legitimate to underline the exemplarity of this description. The essential and fleeting erosion, both essential and fleeting, is produced by the something furtive which takes away from me the words which I have found. The furtive is fleeting, but it is more than fleeting. Furtiveness in Latin is the manner of the thief, who must act very quickly in order to steal from me the words which I have found. Very quickly, because he must invisibly slip into the nothing that separates me from my words, and must purloin them before I have even found them, so that having found them, I am certain that I have always already been divested of them. Furtiveness is thus the quality of dispossession which always empties out speech as it eludes itself. Spoken language has erased the reference to theft from the word furtive, the subtle subterfuge which makes signification slip, and this is the theft of theft, the furtiveness that eludes itself through a necessary gesture toward an invisible and silent contact with the fugitive, the fleeting, and the fleeting. Artaud neither ignores nor emphasizes the proper sense of the word, but stays within the movement of erasure, in nerve scales, à propos of wasting, loss, traps in our thought. He speaks, without being simply redundant, of stealthy abductions, raps furtifs, collected works. London, 1971, Hereafter CW, 1:70, 71. As soon as I speak, the words I have found, as soon as they are words, no longer belong to me, are originally repeated. Artaud desires a theatre in which repetition 16 is impossible. Cf. The Theatre and its Double, New York, 1958, Hereafter TD, p. 82. I must first hear myself. In soliloquy as in dialogue, to speak is to hear oneself. As soon as I am heard, as soon as I hear myself, the I who hears itself, who hears me, becomes the I who speaks and takes speech from the I who thinks that he speaks and is heard in his own name, and becomes the I who takes speech without ever cutting off the I who thinks that he speaks. Insinuating itself into the name of the person who speaks, this difference is nothing, is furtiveness itself. It is the structure of instantaneous and original illusion without which no speech could ever catch its breath. Sufal. Illusion is produced as the original enigma, that is to say, as the speech or history, anos, which hides its origin and meaning. It never says where it is going, nor where it is coming from, primarily because it does not know where it is coming from or going to, and because this not knowing, to wit, the absence of its own subject, is not subsequent to this enigma but, rather, constitutes it. Illusion is the initial unity of that which afterward is diffracted into theft and dissimulation. To understand illusion as rapt or as rape exclusively or fundamentally is within the province of a psychology, an anthropology, or a metaphysics of subjectivity, consciousness, unconsciousness, or the individual body. No doubt that this metaphysics is powerfully at work in Artaud's thought. Henceforth, what is called the speaking subject is no longer the person himself, or the person alone, who speaks. The speaking subject discovers his irreducible secondarity, his origin that is always already eluded, for the origin is always already eluded on the basis of an organized field of speech in which the speaking subject vainly seeks a place that is always missing. This organized field is not uniquely a field that could be described by certain theories of the psyche or of linguistic fact. It is first but without meaning anything else the cultural field from which I must draw my words and my syntax, the historical field which I must read by writing on it. The structure of theft already lodges itself in the relation of speech to language. Speech is stolen, since it is stolen from language it is, thus, stolen from itself, that is, from the thief who has always already lost speech as property and initiative. Because its forethought cannot be predicted, the act of reading perforates the act of speaking or writing. And through this perforation, this hole, I escape myself. The form of the whole which mobilizes the discourse of a certain existentialism and a certain psychoanalysis for which poor M. Antonin Artaud provides examples communicates with the scatotheological thematic in Artaud's works which we will examine later. That speech and writing are always unavowably taken from a reading is the form of the original theft, the most archaic illusion, which simultaneously hides me and purloins my powers of inauguration. The mind purloins. The letter 17 inscribed or propounded speech, is always stolen. Always stolen because it is always open. It never belongs to its author or to its addressee, and by nature, it never follows the trajectory that leads from subject to subject. Which amounts to acknowledging the autonomy of the signifier as the letter's historicity. Before me, the signifier on its own says more than I believe that I mean to say, and in relation to it, my meaning to say is submissive rather than active. My meaning to say finds itself lacking something in relation to the signifier, and is inscribed passively, we might say, even if the reflection of this lack determines the urgency of expression as excess, the autonomy of the signifier as the stratification and historical potentialization of meaning, as a historical system, that is, a system that is open at some point. 18 The oversignification which overburdens the word spirit sufal, for example, has not finished illustrating this. Let us not overextend the banal description of this structure. Artaud does not exemplify it. He wants to explode it. He opposes to this inspiration of loss and dispossession a good inspiration, the very inspiration that is missing from inspiration as loss. Good inspiration is the spirit breath sufal of life, which will not take dictation because it does not read and because it precedes all texts. It is the spirit sufal that would take possession of itself in a place where property would not yet be theft. This inspiration would return me to true communication with myself and would give me back speech. The difficult part is to find out exactly where one is, to re-establish communication with oneself. The whole thing lies in a certain flocculation of objects, the gathering of these mental gems about one as yet undiscovered, a trouver, nucleus. Here, then, is what I think of thought, inspiration certainly exists, CW 1:72, the expression as yet undiscovered a trouver will later punctuate another page. It will then be time to wonder whether Artaud does not thereby designate, each time, the undiscoverable itself. If we wish to gain access to this metaphysics of life, then life, as the source of good inspiration, must be understood as prior to the life of which the biological sciences speak. Furthermore, when we speak the word life, it must be understood we are not referring to life as we know it from its surface of fact, but that fragile, fluctuating center which forms never reach. And if there is still one hellish, truly accursed thing in our time, it is our artistic dallying with forms, instead of being like victims burnt at the stake, signaling through the flames. TD, p. 13. Life referred to from its surface of fact is thus the life of forms. In situation of the flesh Artaud will oppose to it the life force 19, CW 1:165, the theater of cruelty will have to reduce this difference between force and form. What we have just called illusion is not an abstraction for Artaud. The category of furtiveness is not valid solely for the disincarnated voice or for writing. If difference, within its phenomenon, is the sign of theft or of the purloined breath souffle, it is primarily, if not in itself, the total dispossession which constitutes me as the deprivation of myself, the illusion of my existence, and this makes difference the simultaneous theft of both my body and my mind, my flesh. If my speech is not my breath souffle, if my letter is not my speech, this is so because my spirit was already no longer my body no longer my gestures no longer my life. The integrity of the flesh torn by all these differences must be restored in the theater. Thus the metaphysics of flesh which determines being as life, and the mind as the body itself, as unseparated thought, obscure thinking, for clear mind is a property of matter, CW 1:165, this is the continuous and always unperceived trait which links the theater and its double to the early works and to the theme of unpower. This metaphysics of the flesh is also governed by the anguish of dispossession, the experience of having lost life, of separation from thought, of the body exiled far from the mind. Such is the initial cry. I am reflecting on life. All the systems I could devise would never equal these cries by a man occupied in rebuilding his life. My reason will certainly one day have to receive these unformulated forces exteriorly shaped like a cry which are besieging me, and they may then supplant higher thought. These are intellectual cries, cries which stem from the marrow's delicacy. This is what I personally call the flesh. I do not separate my thought from my life. But what am I in the midst of this theory about the flesh, or more correctly, existence? I am a man who has lost his life and who is seeking every way of reintegrating it in its proper place. But I must look into this aspect of the flesh which is supposed to give me a metaphysics of being and a positive understanding of life, CW 1:164-65. Let us not be detained here by a possible resemblance to the essence of the mythic itself, the dream of a life without difference. Let us ask, rather, what difference within the flesh might mean for Artaud. My body has been stolen from me by a fraction. The other, the thief, the great furtive one, has a proper name, God. His history has taken place. It has its own place. The place of effraction can be only the opening of an orifice. The orifice of birth, the orifice of defecation to which all other gaps refer, as if to their origin. It is filled, / it is not filled, / there is a void, / a lack / a missing something / which is always taken by a parasite on flight, August 1947. Flight, the pun is certain. Ever since I have had a relation to my body, therefore, ever since my birth, I no longer am my body. Ever since I have had a body I am not this body, hence I do not possess it. This deprivation institutes and informs my relation to my life. My body has thus always been stolen from me. Who could have stolen it from me, if not another, and how could he have gotten hold of it from the beginning unless he had slipped into my place inside my mother's belly, unless I had been stolen from my birth, unless my birth had been purloined from me, as if being born has for a long time smelled of dying. 84, p. 11, death yields to conceptualization within the category of theft. It is not what we believe we can anticipate as the termination of the process or adventure that we, assuredly, call life. Death is an articulated form of our relationship to the other. I die only of the other, through him, for him, in him. My death is represented, let one modify this word as one will. And if I die by representation, then at the extreme moment of death this representative theft has not any less shaped the entirety of my existence, from its origin. This is why, in the last extremity, one does not commit suicide alone. No one was ever born alone. Nor has anyone died alone. And I believe that there is always someone else, at the extreme moment of death, to strip us of our own life. Pages 161 to 62. The theme of death as theft is at the center of La Mort est-il homme, sur un dessin de Rodez, in 84, number 13. And who could the thief be if not the great invisible other, the furtive persecutor who doubles me everywhere, that is, redoubles and surpasses me, always arrives before me where I have chosen to go, like the body which pursued me, persecuted me, and did not follow, preceded me. Who could he be if not God? And what have you done with my body, God? 84, p. 108. And here is the answer: ever since the black hole of my birth, God has flayed me alive during my entire existence and has done so uniquely because of the fact that it is I who was God, truly God, I a man and not the so-called ghost who was only the projection into the cloud of the body of a man other than myself, who called himself the demiurge. Now, the hideous history of the demiurge is well known. It is the history of the body which pursued, and did not follow mine and which, in order to go first and be born, projected itself across my body and was born through the disemboweling of my body of which he kept a piece in order to pass himself off as me. Now, there was no one but he and I, he an abject body unwanted by space, I a body being mad consequently not yet having reached completion but evolving toward integral purity like the body of the so-called demiurge, who, knowing that he has no chance of being received and yet wanting to live at any price, found nothing better in order to be than to be born at the price of my assassination. Despite everything, my body reshaped itself against and through 1,000 attacks of evil and of hatred which each time deteriorated him and left me dead. And it is thus that through dying I have come to achieve real immortality. This is the true story of things as they really happened and not as seen in the legendary atmosphere of myth which obscure reality. 84, pages 108 to 10. God is thus the proper name of that which deprives us of our own nature, of our own birth. Consequently he will always have spoken before us, on the sly. He is the difference which insinuates itself between myself and myself as my death. This is why such is the concept of true suicide. According to our thought, I must die away from my death in order to be reborn immortal at the eve of my birth. God does not take hold of any one of our innate attributes, but of our innateness itself, of the innateness proper to our being itself. There are some fools who think of themselves as beings, as innately being. I am he who, in order to be, must whip his innateness. One who must be a being innately, that is, always whipping this sort of non-existent kennel, bitches of impossibility, CW, I-19. Why is this original alienation conceived as pollution, obscenity, filthiness, etc.? Why does Artaud, bemoaning the loss of his body, lament a loss of purity as much as he laments dispossession, lament the loss of propriety as much as the loss of property? I have been tortured too much. I have worked too hard at being pure and strong I have sought to have a proper body too much. 84, p. 135. By definition, I have been robbed of my possessions, my worth, my value. My truth, what I am worth, has been purloined from me by someone who in my stead became God at the exit from the orifice, at birth. God is false value as the initial worth of that which is born. And this false value becomes value, because it has always already doubled true value which has never existed, or, amounting to the same thing, existed only prior to its own birth. Henceforth, original value, the or value that I should have retained within myself, or rather should have retained as myself, as my value and my very being, that which was stolen from me as soon as I fell far from the orifice, and which is stolen from me again each time that a part of me falls far from myself. This is the work, excrement, dross, the value that is annulled because it has not been retained, and which can become, as is well known, a persecuting arm, an arm eventually directed against myself. Defecation, the daily separation with the feces, precious parts of the body, Freud, is, as birth, as my birth, the initial theft which simultaneously depreciates 20 me and soils me. This is why the history of God as a genealogy of stolen value is recounted as the history of defecation. Do you know anything more outrageously fecal / than the history of God? Le Theodore de Lacroix, in 84, p. 121. It is perhaps due to God's complicity with the origin of the work that Artaud also calls him the demiurge. In question is a metonym of the name of God, the proper name of the thief and the metaphorical name of myself. The metaphor of myself is my dispossession within language. In any event, God the demiurge does not create, is not life, but is the subject of overs and maneuvers, is the thief, the trickster, the counterfeiter, the pseudonymous, the usurper, the opposite of the creative artist, the artisanal being, the being of the artisan, Satan. I am God and God is Satan, and as Satan is part of God's creation. The history of God / of his being, Satan. In 84, p. 121, God is of my own creation, my double who slipped into the difference that separates me from my origin, that is, into the nothing that opens my history. What is called the presence of God is but the forgetting of this nothing, the eluding of illusion, which is not an accident but the very movement of illusion. Satan, / who with his overflowing nipples / hid from us / only nothingness. Ibid. This history of God is thus the history of the work as excrement. Scatology itself. The work, as excrement, supposes separation and is produced within separation. The work thus proceeds from the separation of the mind from a pure body. It belongs to the mind, and to relocate an unpolluted body is to reconstitute oneself as a body without a work. For one must have a mind in order / to shit, / a pure body cannot / shit. / what it shit / is the glue of mind / furiously determined to steal something from him / for without a body one cannot exist. 84, p. 113. One can read in nerve scales, dear friends, what you took to be my works were only my waste matter, CW 1:72. My work, my trace, the excrement that robs me of my possessions after I have been stolen from my birth, must thus be rejected. But to reject it is not, here, to refuse it but to retain it. To keep myself, to keep my body and my speech, I must retain the work within me. 21 Conjoin myself with it so that there will be no opportunity for the thief to come between it and me, it must be kept from falling far from my body as writing. For writing is all trash, CW 1:75. Thus, that which dispossesses me and makes me remote from myself, interrupting my proximity to myself, also soils me, I relinquish all that is proper to me. Proper is the name of the subject close to himself who is what he is, and abject the name of the object, the work that has deviated from me. I have a proper name when I am proper. The child does not appropriate his true name in Western society initially in school, is not well named until he is proper, clean, toilet trained. The unity of these significations, hidden beneath their apparent dispersion, the unity of the proper as the non-pollution of the subject absolutely close to himself, does not occur before the Latin era of philosophy. Proprius is attached to proper, and, for the same reason, the metaphysical determination of madness as the disease of alienation could not have begun its development before this era. It goes without saying that we are not construing the linguistic phenomenon as a cause or a symptom. The concept of madness, quite simply, is solidified only during the era of the metaphysics of a proper subjectivity. Artaud solicits this metaphysics, shakes it when it lies to itself, and establishes the proper departure from that which is proper to oneself, the alienation of alienation, as the condition for the phenomenon of the proper. And Artaud still summons this metaphysics, draws upon its fund of values, and attempts to be more faithful to it than it is to itself by means of an absolute restoration of the proper to the prior to all dissociation. Like excrement, like the turd, which is, as is also well known, a metaphor of the penis. 22 The work should stand upright. But the work, as excrement, is but matter without life, without force or form. It always falls and collapses as soon as it is outside me. This is why the work, be it poetic or other, will never help me stand upright. I will never be erect in it. Thus salvation, status, uprightness will be possible only in an art without works. The work always being the work of death, the art without works, dance or the theatre of cruelty, will be the art of life itself. I have therefore said cruelty as I might have said life, td. p. 114. Rigid with rage against God, convulsed with anger against the work, Artaud does not renounce salvation. On the contrary, soteriology will be the eschatology of one's proper body. It is the state of my body which will make the last judgment, 84, p. 131. One's proper body upright without detritus. Evil, pollution, resides in the critical or the clinical. It is to have one's speech and body become works, objects which can be offered up to the furtive haste of the commentator because they are supine. For, by definition, the only thing that is not subject to commentary is the life of the body, the living flesh whose integrity, opposed to evil and death, is maintained by the theatre. Disease is the impossibility of standing upright in dance and in the theatre. There is plague, cholera smallpox only because dance and consequently theatre have not yet begun to exist, 84, p. 127. The tradition of mad poets. Holderlin, yet, fellow poets, us it behoves to stand bareheaded beneath God's thunderstorms, to grasp the Father's rays, no less, with our own two hands and, wrapping in song the heavenly gift, to offer it to the people. 23 Nietzsche. Need I add that one must also be able to dance with the pen? 24 Or further, only those thoughts that come by walking have any value. 25 On this point, as on many others, one could be tempted to envelop these three mad poets, in the company of several others, within the thrust of a single commentary and the continuity of a single genealogy. 26 1,000 other texts on standing upright and on the dance could effectively encourage such a project. But would it not then miss Artaud's essential decision? From Holderlin to Nietzsche, standing upright and the dance remain metaphorical, perhaps. In any event, erection is not obliged to exile itself into the work or to delegate itself to the poem, to expatriate itself into the sovereignty of speech or writing, into the literal uprightness of the letter or the tip of the pen. The uprightness of the work, to be more precise, is the reign of literality over Breath-Souffle. Nietzsche had certainly denounced the grammatical structure embedded within a metaphysics to be demolished, but, did he ever question, as to its origin, the relationship between grammatical security, which he acknowledged, and the uprightness of the letter? Heidegger foretells this relationship in a brief suggestion in the Introduction to Metaphysics. In a certain broad sense, the Greeks looked on language from a visual point of view, that is, starting from the written language. It is in writing that the spoken language comes to stand. Language is, i.e., it stands, in the written image of the word, in the written signs, the letters, grammata. Consequently, grammar represents language in being. But through the flow of speech, language seeps away into the impermanent. Thus, down to our time, language has been interpreted grammatically. 27 This does not contradict, but confirms, paradoxically, the disdain of writing which, in the Phaedrus for example, saves metaphorical writing as the initial inscription of truth upon the soul, saves it and initially refers to it as to the most assured knowledge and the proper meaning of writing, 276a. It is metaphor that Artaud wants to destroy. He wishes to have done with standing upright as metaphorical erection within the written work. 28 This alienation of the written work into metaphor is a phenomenon that belongs to superstition. And we must get rid of our superstitious valuation of texts and written poetry, TD, p. 78. Superstition is thus the essence of our relation to God, of our persecution by the great furtive one. The death of God 29 will ensure our salvation, because the death of God alone can reawaken the divine. Man's name man as the scato-theological being, the being capable of being soiled by the work and of being constituted by his relation to the thieving God, designatest historical corruption of the unamable divine. And this faculty is an exclusively human one. I would even say that it is this infection of the human which contaminates ideas that should have remained divine, for far from believing that man invented the supernatural and the divine, I think it is man's age-old intervention which has ultimately corrupted the divine within him, TD, p. 8. God is thus a sin against the divine. The essence of guilt is scato-theological. The body of thought in which the scato-theological essence of man appears as such cannot simply be a metaphysical anthropology or humanism. Rather it points to the way beyond man, beyond the metaphysics of Western theater, whose preoccupations stink unbelievably of man, provisional, material man, I shall even say carrion man, TD, p. 42. Cf. also, in CW3, the letter of insults to the Comédie Française which, in explicit terms, denounces the scatological vocation of that institution's concept and operations. By virtue of this rejection of the metaphorical stance within the work, and despite several striking resemblances, here, the passage beyond man and God, Artaud is not the son of Nietzsche. And even less so of Hölderlin. The theater of cruelty, by killing metaphor, upright being outside itself within the stolen work, pushes us into a new idea of danger. Letter to Marcel Dolliot in Ouvres Complètes, Paris, 1970, 5:95. The adventure of the poem is the last anguish to be suppressed before the adventure of the theatre. 30 Before being in its proper station. How will the theatre of cruelty save me, give me back the institution of my flesh itself? How will it prevent my life from falling outside me? How will it help me avoid having lived like the demiurge with a body stolen by a fraction? 84, p. 113. First, by summarily reducing the organ. The first gesture of the destruction of classical theatre and the metaphysics it puts on stage is the reduction of the organ. The classical Western stage defines a theatre of the organ, a theatre of words, thus a theatre of interpretation and registration and translation, a theatre of deviation from the groundwork of a pre-established text, a table written by a god author who is the sole wielder of the primal word. A theatre in which a master disposes of the stolen speech which only his slaves, his directors and actors may make use of. If, then, the author is the man who arranges the language of speech and the director is his slave, there is merely a question of words. There is here a confusion over terms, stemming from the fact that, for us, and according to the sense generally attributed to the word director, this man is merely an artisan, an adapter, a kind of translator eternally devoted to making a dramatic work pass from one language into another. This confusion will be possible, and the director will be forced to play second fiddle to the author, only so long as there is a tacit agreement that the language of words is superior to others and that the theatre admits none other than this one language. TDP 119. 31 The differences upon which the metaphysics of Occidental theatre lives, author text / director actors, its differentiation and its divisions, transform the slaves into commentators, that is, into organs. Here, they are recording organs. Now, we must believe in a sense of life renewed by the theatre, a sense of life in which man fearlessly makes himself master of what does not yet exist, my italics, and brings it into being. And everything that has not been born can still be brought to life if we are not satisfied to remain mere recording organisms, TD, p. 13. But what we will call organic differentiation had already raged within the body, before it had corrupted the metaphysics of the theater. Organization is articulation, the interlocking of functions or of members, artis, the labor and play of their differentiation. This constitutes both the membering and dismembering of my proper body. For one and the same reason, through a single gesture, Artaud is as fearful of the articulated body as he is of articulated language, as fearful of the member as of the word. For articulation is the structure of my body, and structure is always a structure of expropriation. The division of the body into organs, the difference interior to the flesh, opens the lack through which the body becomes absent from itself, passing itself off as, and taking itself for, the mind. Now, there is no mind, nothing but the differentiation of bodies. March, 1947. The body, which always seeks to reassemble itself, 32 escapes itself by virtue of that which permits it to function and to express itself, as is said of those who are ill, the body listens to itself and, thus, disconcerts itself. The body is the body, it is alone and has no need of organs, the body is never an organism, organisms are the enemies of bodies, everything one does transpires by itself without the aid of any organ, every organ is a parasite, it overlaps with a parasitic function destined to bring into existence a being which should not be there. 84, p. 101. The organ thus welcomes the difference of the stranger into my body, it is always the organ of my ruin, and this truth is so original that neither the heart, the central organ of life, nor the sex, the first organ of life, can escape it. It is thus that there is in fact nothing more ignominiously useless and superfluous than the organ called the heart which is the dirtiest means that any being could have invented for pumping life inside me. The movements of the heart are nothing other than a maneuver to which being ceaselessly abandons itself above me, in order to take from me that which I ceaselessly deny it. 84, p. 103. Further on, a true man has no sex, p. 112. 33 A true man has no sex, for he must be his sex. As soon as the sex becomes an organ, it becomes foreign to me, abandons me, acquiring thereby the arrogant autonomy of a swollen object full of itself. This swelling of the sex become a separate object is a kind of castration. He said he saw a great preoccupation with sex in me. But with taut sexual organs, swollen like an object, art and death, in CW 1:108. The organ, place of loss because its center always has the form of an orifice. The organ always functions as an embouchure. The reconstitution and reinstitution of my flesh will thus always follow along the lines of my body's closing in on itself and the reduction of the organic structure. I was alive and I have been here since always. Did I eat? No. But when I was hungry I retreated with my body and did not eat myself but all that has been decomposed, a strange operation has taken place. Did I sleep? No, I did not sleep, one must be chaste to know not to eat. To open one's mouth is to give oneself over to miasms. No mouth, then. No mouth, no tongue, no teeth, no larynx, no esophagus, no stomach, no belly, no anus. I will reconstruct the man that I am, November 1947, in 84, p. 102, further on, it is not especially a question of the sex or the anus which, moreover, are to be hewn off and liquidated. 84, p. 125. The reconstitution of the body must be autarkic, it cannot be given any assistance and the body must be remade of a single piece. It is I who will be remade by me myself entirely by myself who am a body and have no regions within me. March 1947. The dance of cruelty punctuates this reconstruction, and once more in question is a place to be found. Reality has not yet been constructed because the true organs of the human body have not yet been assembled and put in place. The theater of cruelty has been created to complete this putting into place and to undertake, through a new dance of the body of man, the disruption of this world of microbes which is but coagulated nothingness. The theater of cruelty wants to make eyelids dance cheek to cheek with elbows, patellas, femurs and toes, and to have this dance be seen. 84, p. 101. Thus, theater could not have been a genre among others for Artaud, who was a man of the theater before being a writer, poet, or even a man of the theater, an actor as much as an author, and not only because he acted a great deal, having written but a single play, and having demonstrated for an aborted theater, but because theater summons the totality of existence and no longer tolerates either the incidence of interpretation or the distinction between actor and author. The initial urgent requirement of an inorganic theater is emancipation from the text. Although the rigorous system of this emancipation is found only in the theater and its double, protest against the letter had always been Artaud's primary concern. Protest against the dead letter which absents itself far from breath, souffle and flesh. Artaud initially dreamed of a graphism which would not begin as deviation, of a non-separated inscription, an incarnation of the letter and a bloody tattoo, in deference to this letter. From Jean-Paul Hahn, 1923, I continued for a further month to work at writing a verbally, not a grammatically, successful poem. Then I gave up. As far as I was concerned, the problem was not to find out what might manage to worm its way into the structures of written language, but into the web of my living soul. By which words entered like knives in lasting carnation, a fitting, dying incarnation under a span, the burning island of a gallows lantern, CW, 118.34. But the tattoo paralyzes gesture and silences the voice which also belongs to the flesh. It represses the shout and the chance for a still unorganized voice. And later, proposing the withdrawal of the theater from text, prompter souffleur, and the omnipotence of a primary logos, Artaud will not simply wish to give it over to mutism. He will only attempt the resituation and subordination of speech, the until now enormous, pervasive, ubiquitous, bloated speech parole soufflé which had exorbitantly weighed upon theatrical space. Without disappearing, speech will now have to keep to its place, and to do so it will have to modify its very function, will have no longer to be a language of words, of terms in a single defined sense, td. p. 118, of concepts which put an end to thought and life. It is within the silence of definition words that we could listen more closely to life, ibid. Thus, onomatopoeia, the gesture dormant in all classical speech, will be reawakened, and along with its sonority, intonation, intensity. And the syntax governing the succession of word gestures will no longer be a grammar of predication, a logic of clear thinking or of a knowing consciousness. When I say I will perform no written play, I mean that I will perform no play based on writing and speech. And that even the spoken and written portions will be spoken and written in a new sense, td. p. 111. It is not a question of suppressing the spoken language, but of giving words approximately the importance they have in dreams, td. p. 94.35. Foreign to dance, as immobile and monumental as a definition, materialized, that is to say, part of clear thinking, the tattoo is thus still all too silent. It maintains the silence of a liberated letter that speaks on its own and assigns itself more importance than speech has in dreams. The tattoo is a depository, a work, and it is precisely the work that must be destroyed, as we now know. A fortiori the masterpiece, no more masterpieces, the title of one of the most important texts of the theater and its double. Here again, to overthrow the power of the literal work is not to erase the letter, but only to subordinate it to the incidence of illegibility or at least of illiteracy. I am writing for illiterates 36, as can be seen in certain non-Western civilizations, precisely the ones that fascinated Artaud. Illiteracy can quite well accommodate the most profound and living culture. The traces inscribed on the body will no longer be graphic incisions but wounds received in the destruction of the West, its metaphysics and its theater, the stigmata of this pitiless war. For the theater of cruelty is not a new theater destined to escort some new novel that would modify from within an unshaken tradition. Artaud undertakes neither a renewal, nor a critique, nor a new interrogation of classical theater. He intends the effective, active, and non-theoretical destruction of Western civilization and its religions, the entirety of the philosophy which provides traditional theater with its groundwork and decor beneath even its more apparently innovative forms. The stigmata and not the tattoo. Thus, in the resume of what should have been the first production of the theater of cruelty, The Conquest of Mexico, incarnating the question of colonization, and which revives in a brutal and implacable way the ever-active fatuousness of Europe, td. p. 126, the stigmata are substituted for the text. Out of this clash of moral disorder and Catholic monarchy with pagan order, the subject can set off unheard of explosions of forces and images, sown here and there with brutal dialogues. Men battling hand to hand, bearing within themselves, like stigmata, the most opposed ideas, td. p. 127. The subversive efforts to which Artaud thus had always submitted the imperialism of the letter had the negative meaning of a revolt for as long as they took place within the milieu of literature as such. Thus, the initial works surrounding the letters to Jacques Rivière. The revolutionary 37 affirmation which was to receive a remarkable theoretical treatment in the theatre and its double nevertheless had surfaced in the Alfred Jarry Theatre, 1926-30. There we already find prescribed a descent toward the depth at which the distinction of theatrical organs, author text/director actor public, in the manifestation of forces, no longer would be possible. Now this system of organic divisions, this difference, has never been possible, except when distributed around an object, book, or libretto. The depth sought after must thus be the depth of illegibility, whatever is part of illegibility we want to see sparkle and triumph on stage, CW 223. In theatrical illegibility, in the night that precedes the book, the sign has not yet been separated from force. 38 It is not quite yet a sign, in the sense in which we understand sign, but is no longer a thing, which we conceive only as opposed to the sign. It has, then, no chance to become, in this state, a written text or an articulated speech, no chance to rise and to inflate itself above energia in order to be invested, according to Humboldt's distinction, with the somber and objective impassivity of the ergon. Now Europe lives upon the ideal of this separation between force and meaning as text, at the very moment when, as we suggested above, in purportedly elevating the mind above the letter, it states a preference for metaphorical writing. This derivation of force within the sign divides the theatrical act, exiles the actor far from any responsibility for meaning, makes of him an interpreter who lets his life be breathed into and souffle him, and lets his words be whispered souffle to him, receiving his delivery as if he were taking orders, submitting like a beast to the pleasure of docility. Like the seated public, he is but a consumer, an aesthete, a pleasure taker. The stage is no longer cruel, is no longer the stage, but a decoration, the luxurious illustration of a book. In the best of cases, another literary genre. Dialogue, a thing written and spoken, does not belong specifically to the stage, it belongs to books, as is proved by the fact that in all handbooks of literary history a place is reserved for the theatre as a subordinate branch of the history of the spoken language, td. p. 37. To let one's speech be spirited away souffle is, like writing itself, the phenomenon of the reserve, the abandoning of the self to the furtive, to discretion and separation, is, at the same time, accumulation, capitalization, the security of the delegated or deferred decision. To leave one's speech to the furtive is to tranquilize oneself into deferral, that is to say, into economy. The theatre of the prompter souffleur thus constructs the system of fear, and manages to keep fear at a distance with the learned machinations of its materialized meditations. And, as we know, Artaud, like Nietzsche, but through the theatre, wants to return us to danger as becoming The contemporary theater is decadent because it has broken away from danger, to p. 42, broken away from becoming. It seems, in brief, that the highest possible idea of the theater is one that reconciles us philosophically with becoming, td. p. 109. To reject the work, to let one's speech, body, and birth be spirited away souffled by the furtive God is thus to defend oneself against the theater of fear which multiplies the differences between myself and myself. Restored to its absolute and terrifying proximity, the stage of cruelty will thus return me to the autarkic immediacy of my birth, my body, and my speech. Where has Artaud better defined the stage of cruelty than in here lies, outside any apparent reference to the theater, I, Antonin Artaud, am my son/my father, my mother/ and myself, a. p. 238. But does not the theater which is no longer a colony succumb to its own cruelty? Will it resist its own danger? Liberated from diction, withdrawn from the dictatorship of the text, will not theatrical atheism be given over to improvisational anarchy and to the actor's capricious inspirations? Is not another form of subjugation in preparation? Another flight of language into arbitrariness and irresponsibility? To thwart this danger, which inwardly threatens danger itself, Artaud, through a strange movement, disposes the language of cruelty within a new form of writing, the most rigorous, authoritarian, regulated, and mathematical, the most formal form of writing. This apparent incoherence suggests a hasty objection. In truth, the will to maintain speech by defending oneself against it governs, with its omnipotent and infallible logic, a reversal that we will have to follow here. To Jean-Paul Hahn, I do not believe that if you had once read my manifesto you could persevere in your objections, so either you have not read it or you have read it badly. My plans have nothing to do with copy as improvisations. However thoroughly they are immersed in the concrete and external, however rooted in free nature and not in the narrow chambers of the brain, they are not, for all that, left to the caprice of the wild and thoughtless inspiration of the actor, especially the actor who, once cut off from the text, plunges in without any idea of what he is doing. I would not care to leave the fate of my plays and of the theater to that kind of chance. No, td. pages 109 to 10. I give myself up to feverish dreams, but I do so in order to deduce new laws. In delirium, I seek multiplicity, subtlety, and the eye of reason, not rash prophecies, CW 1:167. If it is necessary, thus, to renounce the theatrical superstition of the text and the dictatorship of the writer 1, td. p. 124, it is because they could not have imposed themselves without the aid of a certain model of speech and writing, the speech that represents clear and willing thought, the alphabetic, or in any event phonetic, writing that represents representative speech. Classical theater, the theater of diversions, was the representation of all these representations. And this deferral, these delays, these stages of representation extend and liberate the play of the signifier, thus multiplying the places and moments of illusion. For the theater to be neither subjected to the structure of language, nor abandoned to the spontaneity of furtive inspiration, it will have to be governed according to the requirements of another language and another form of writing. The themes, but also occasionally the models, of writing doubtless will be sought outside Europe, in Balinese theater, in the ancient Mexican, Hindu, Iranian, Egyptian, etc., cosmogonies. This time, writing not only will no longer be the transcription of speech, not only will be the writing of the body itself, but it will be produced, within the movements of the theater, according to the rules of hieroglyphics, a system of signs no longer controlled by the institution of the voice. The overlapping of images and movements will culminate, through the collusion of objects, silences, shouts, and rhythms, or in a genuine physical language with signs, not words, as its root, td. p. 287. Words themselves will once more become physical signs that do not trespass toward concepts, but will be construed in an incantational, truly magical sense for their shape and their sensuous emanations, td. p. 125. Words will cease to flatten theatrical space and to lay it out horizontally as did logical speech, they will reinstate the volume of theatrical space and will utilize this volume in its undersides, dans ses dessus, td. p. 124. It is not by chance, henceforth, that Artaud speaks of hieroglyphics rather than ideograms, and it can be said that the spirit of the most ancient hieroglyphs will preside at the creation of this pure theatrical language, Ibid. In saying hieroglyphics, Artaud is thinking only of the principle of the writing called hieroglyphic, which, as we know, did not in fact set aside all phoneticism. Not only will the voice no longer give orders, but it will have to let itself be punctuated by the law of this theatrical writing. The only way to be done with the freedom of inspiration and with the spiriting away of speech la parole soufflée is to create an absolute mastery over breath le souffle within a system of non-phonetic writing. Whence an effective athleticism, the strange text in which Artaud seeks the laws of breath in the Kabbalah and in yin and yang, and wants through the hieroglyph of a breath to recover an idea of the sacred theater, td. p. 141. Having always preferred the shout to the text, Artaud now attempts to elaborate a rigorous textuality of shouts, a codified system of onomatopoeias, expressions, and gestures, a veritable theatrical passigraphy reaching beyond empirical languages. 39 A universal grammar of cruelty. Similarly, the 10,001 expressions of the face caught in the form of masks can be labeled and catalogued, so they may eventually participate directly and symbolically in this concrete language of the stage, td. p. 94. Artaud even attempts to recognize, beneath their apparent contingency, the necessity of unconscious formations. He therefore, after a fashion, traces the form of theatrical writing from the model of unconscious writing. This is perhaps the unconscious writing of which Freud speaks in the note on the mystic writing pad, as a writing which erases and retains itself, although Freud speaks of this writing after having warned, in the interpretation of dreams, against metaphorizing the unconscious as an original text subsisting alongside the Umschrift, transcription, and after having compared dreams, in a short text from 1913, to a system of writing and even of hieroglyphic writing, rather than to a language. Despite all appearance, that is, despite the entirety of Western metaphysics, this mathematizing formalization would liberate both the festival and repressed ingenuity. This may perhaps shock our European sense of stage freedom and spontaneous inspiration, but let no one say that this mathematics creates sterility or uniformity. The marvel is that a sensation of richness, of fantasy, and prodigality emanates from this spectacle ruled with a maddening scrupulosity and consciousness, td. p. 55. The actors with their costumes constitute veritable living, moving hieroglyphs. And these three-dimensional hieroglyphs are in turn brocaded with a certain number of gestures, mysterious signs which correspond to some unknown, fabulous, and obscure reality which we here in the Occident have completely repressed, td. p. 61. How are this liberation and this raising of the repressed possible? And not despite, but with the aid of a totalitarian codification and rhetoric of forces? With the aid of cruelty, which initially signifies rigor and submission to necessity, td. p. 102. It is that by prohibiting chance and by repressing the play of the machine, this new theatrical arrangement sutures all the gaps, all the openings, all the differences. Their origin and active movement differing, deferral are enclosed. At this point, eluded speech is definitively returned to us. And at this point, perhaps, cruelty pacifies itself within its regained absolute proximity, within another summary reduction of becoming, within the perfection and economy of its return to the stage. I, Antonin Artaud, am my son, my father, my mother, and myself. Such is, according to Artaud's stated desire, the law of the house, the initial organization of a dwelling space, the Urstage. The Urstage is then present, reassembled into its presence, seen, mastered, terrifying, and pacifying. Furtive difference could not have insinuated itself with the aid of writing but, rather, slipped in between two forms of writing, thereby placing my life outside the work and making its origin my flesh into the epigraph and breathless esufal sarcophagus of my discourse. Only through writing made flesh, only through the theatrical hieroglyphic, could the necessary destruction of the double take place, and with it the erasure of apocryphal writing which eludes my being as life, keeping me at a remove from hidden force. Discourse can now be reunited with its birth in a perfect and permanent self-presence. It happens that this mannerism, this excessively hieratic style, with its rolling alphabet, its shrieks of splitting stones, noises of branches, noises of the cutting and rolling of wood, compose a sort of animated material murmur in the air, in space, a visual as well as audible whispering. And after an instant the magic identification is made, we know it is we who were speaking, td. p. 67. The present knowledge of the proper past of our speech. A magic identification, of course. The temporal differences would sufficiently bear witness to this. And to say that it is magic is to say very little. It could even be demonstrated that it is the very essence of magic. A magic and, what is more, an unfindable identification. Unfindable is the grammar of this new language, which Artaud concedes is still to be found, td. p. 110. In fact, against all his intentions, Artaud had to reintroduce the prerequisite of the written text into productions. Rigorously composed and fixed once and for all before being played, Overs completes hereafter OCJ, 541. All these groupings, researches, and shocks will culminate nevertheless in a work written down, fixed in its least details, and recorded by new means of notation. The composition, the creation, instead of being made in the brain of an author, will be made in nature itself, in real space, and the final result will be as strict and as calculated as that of any written work whatsoever, with an immense objective richness as well, td. pages 11 to 112. Even if Artaud had not, as in fact he did, had to respect the rights of the work and of the written work, does not his very project, the reduction of the work and of difference, therefore of historicity, indicate the very essence of madness? But this madness, as the metaphysics of inalienable life and historic indifference I speak from above time, a. p. 248, no less legitimately has denounced, with a gesture that does not give shelter to another metaphysics, the other madness, as the metaphysics which lives within difference, within metaphor and the work, and thus within alienation, and lives within them without conceiving them as such, beyond metaphysics. Madness is as much alienation as inalienation. It is the work or the absence of the work. 41. These two determinations indefinitely confront one another within the closed field of metaphysics, just as those whom Artaud calls evident or authentic madmen confront the other madmen within history. They necessarily confront one another and exchange themselves for each other, they articulate themselves within the categories acknowledged or not, but always recognizable of a single historico-metaphysical discourse. The concepts of madness, alienation, or inalienation irreducibly belong to the history of metaphysics. Or, more narrowly, they belong to the epoch of metaphysics that determines being as the life of a proper subjectivity. Now difference or deferral, with all the modifications laid bare by Artaud, can only be conceived as such beyond metaphysics, towards the difference or duplicity of which Heidegger speaks. It could be thought that this latter difference, which simultaneously opens and conceals truth, and in fact distinguishes nothing, the invisible accomplice of all speech, is furtive power itself, if this were not to confuse the metaphysical and metaphorical category of the furtive with that which makes it possible. If the destruction 42 of the history of metaphysics, in the rigorous sense understood by Heidegger, is not a simple surpassing of this history, one could then, sojourning in a place which is neither within nor without this history, wonder about what links the concept of madness to the concept of metaphysics in general, the metaphysics which Artaud destroys and which he is still furiously determined to construct or to preserve within the same movement of destruction. Artaud keeps himself at the limit, and we have attempted to read him at this limit. One entire side of his discourse destroys a tradition which lives with indifference, alienation, and negativity without seeing their origin and necessity. To reawaken this tradition, Artaud, in sum, recalls it to its own motifs: self-presence, unity, self-identity, the proper, etc. In this sense, Artaud's metaphysics, at its most critical moments, fulfills the most profound and permanent ambition of Western metaphysics. But through another twist of his text, the most difficult one, Artaud affirms the cruel, that is to say, in the sense in which he takes this word, necessary, law of difference, a law that this time is raised to the level of consciousness and is no longer experienced within metaphysical naivete. This duplicity of Artaud's text, simultaneously more and less than a stratagem, has unceasingly obliged us to pass over to the other side of the limit, and thereby to demonstrate the closure of the presence in which he had to enclose himself in order to denounce the naive implications within difference. At this point, different things ceaselessly and rapidly pass into each other, and the critical experience of difference resembles the naive and metaphysical implications within difference, such that to an inexpert scrutiny, we could appear to be criticizing Artaud's metaphysics from the standpoint of metaphysics itself, when we are actually delimiting a fatal complicity. Through this complicity is articulated a necessary dependency of all destructive discourses: they must inhabit the structures they demolish, and within them they must shelter an indestructible desire for full presence, for non-difference, simultaneously life and death. Such is the question that we have attempted to pose, in the sense in which one poses a net, surrounding the limit of an entire textual network, forcing the substitution of discourse, the detour made obligatory by sites, for the punctuality of the position. Without the necessary duration and traces of this text, each position immediately veers into its opposite. This too obeys a law. The transgression of metaphysics through the thought which, Artaud tells us, has not yet begun, always risks returning to metaphysics. Such is the question in which we are posed. A question which is still and always enveloped each time that speech, protected by the limits of a field, lets itself be provoked from afar by the enigma of flesh which wanted properly to be named Antonin Artaud. 7. Freud and the Scene of Writing. This text is the fragment of a lecture given at the Institut de Psychanalyse, Dr. Green's seminar. At that time we were concerned with opening a debate around certain propositions advanced in previous of my essays, notably, grammatology, de la grammatologie, Critique 223-24. Could these propositions which here will remain present in the background have a place within the field of psychoanalytic questioning? Regarding such a field, where were these propositions to be maintained, as concerns their concepts and syntax? The first part of the lecture touched upon this question in its greater generality. The central concepts of this section were those of presence and of architrace. We will indicate cursorily, by their general headings, the principal stages of this first part. 1. Despite appearances, the deconstruction of logocentrism is not a psychoanalysis of philosophy. These appearances, the analysis of a historical repression and suppression of writing since Plato. This repression constitutes the origin of philosophy as episteme, and of truth as the unity of logos and phone. Repression, not forgetting; repression, not exclusion. Repression, as Freud says, neither repels, nor flees, nor excludes an exterior force, it contains an interior representation, laying out within itself a space of repression. Here, that which represents a force in the form of the writing interior to speech and essential to it has been contained outside speech. An unsuccessful repression, on the road to historical dismantling. It is this dismantling that interests us, this unsuccessfulness which confers upon its becoming a certain legibility and limits its historical opaqueness. Repressions that have failed will of course have more claim on our interest than those that may have been successful, for the latter will for the most part escape our examination. Standard edition of the complete psychological works of Sigmund Freud, hereafter SE, 14, 153. The symptomatic form of the return of the repressed, the metaphor of writing which haunts European discourse, and the systematic contradictions of the onto-theological exclusion of the trace. The repression of writing as the repression of that which threatens presence and the mastering of absence. The enigma of presence pure and simple, as duplication, original repetition, auto-affection, and difference. The distinction between the mastering of absence as speech and the mastering of absence as writing. The writing within speech. Hallucination as speech and hallucination as writing. The relationship between phone and consciousness. The Freudian concept of verbal representation as pre-consciousness. Logophonocentrism is not a philosophical or historical error which the history of philosophy, of the West, that is, of the world, would have rushed into pathologically, but is rather a necessary, and necessarily finite, movement and structure, the history of the possibility of symbolism in general, before the distinction between man and animal, and even before the distinction between the living and the non-living, the history of difference, history as difference which finds in philosophy as episteme, in the European form of the metaphysical or onto-theological project, the privileged manifestation, with worldwide dominance, of dissimulation, of general censorship of the text in general. To an attempt to justify a theoretical reticence to utilize Freudian concepts, otherwise than in quotation marks, all these concepts, without exception, belong to the history of metaphysics, that is, to the system of logocentric repression which was organized in order to exclude or to lower, to put outside or below, the body of the written trace as a didactic and technical metaphor, as servile matter or excrement. For example, logocentric repression is not comprehensible on the basis of the Freudian concept of repression. On the contrary, logocentric repression permits an understanding of how an original and individual repression became possible within the horizon of a culture and a historical structure of belonging. Why it is a question neither of following Jung, nor of following the Freudian concept of the hereditary mnemic trace. Certainly, Freudian discourse in its syntax, or, if you will, its labor is not to be confused with these necessarily metaphysical and traditional concepts. Certainly it is not exhausted by belonging to them. Witness the precautions and the nominalism with which Freud manipulates what he calls conventions and conceptual hypotheses. And a conception of difference is attached less to concepts than to discourse. But Freud never reflected upon the historical and theoretical sense of these precautions. The necessity of an immense labor of deconstruction of the metaphysical concepts and phrases that are condensed and sedimented within Freud's precautions. The metaphysical complications of psychoanalysis and the so-called human, or social, sciences, the concepts of presence, perception, reality, etc. Linguistic phonologism. The necessity of an explicit question concerning the meaning of presence in general, a comparison of the undertakings of Heidegger and of Freud. The epoch of presence, in the Heideggerian sense, and its central support, from Descartes to Hegel, presence as consciousness, self-presence conceived within the opposition of consciousness to unconsciousness. The concepts of architrace and of difference, why they are neither Freudian nor Heideggerian. Difference, the pre-opening of the ontocontological difference, cf. De la Grammatologie, p. 1029, and of all the differences which furrow Freudian conceptuality, such that they may be organized, and this is only an example, around the difference between pleasure and reality, or may be derived from this difference. The difference between the pleasure principle and the reality principle, for example, is not uniquely, nor primarily, a distinction, an exteriority, but rather the original possibility, within life, of the detour, of deferral, Aufschub, and the original possibility of the economy of death, cf. Beyond the pleasure principle, SE 18. Difference and identity. Difference within the economy of the same. The necessity of withdrawing the concepts of trace and of difference from all classical conceptual oppositions. Necessity of the concept of architrace and the erasure of the archaea. This erasure, which maintains the legibility of the archaea, signifies a conceived relationship of belonging to the history of metaphysics, De la Grammatologie, 232. In what ways would the Freudian concepts of writing and trace still be threatened by metaphysics and positivism? The complicity of these two menaces within Freud's discourse. Waren die Bonung sonst bestet bleibt ingestelt in what path-breaking consists remains undeterminable. Project for a Scientific Psychology, 1895. Our aim is limited, to locate in Freud's text several points of reference, and to isolate, on the threshold of a systematic examination, those elements of psychoanalysis which can only uneasily be contained within logocentric closure, as this closure limits not only the history of philosophy but also the orientation of the human sciences, notably of a certain linguistics. If the Freudian breakthrough has an historical originality, this originality is not due to its peaceful coexistence or theoretical complicity with this linguistics, at least in its congenital phonologism. 1. It is no accident that Freud, at the decisive moments of his itinerary, has recourse to metaphorical models which are borrowed not from spoken language or from verbal forms, nor even from phonetic writing, but from a script which is never subject to, never exterior and posterior to, the spoken word. Freud invokes signs which do not transcribe living, full speech, master of itself and self-present. In fact, and this will be our problem, Freud does not simply use the metaphor of non-phonetic writing, he does not deem it expedient to manipulate scriptural metaphors for didactic ends. If such metaphors are indispensable, it is perhaps because they illuminate, inversely, the meaning of a trace in general, and eventually, in articulation with this meaning, may illuminate the meaning of writing in the popular sense. Freud, no doubt, is not manipulating metaphors, if to manipulate a metaphor means to make of the known an allusion to the unknown. On the contrary, through the insistence of his metaphoric investment he makes what we believe we know under the name of writing enigmatic. A movement unknown to classical philosophy is perhaps undertaken here, somewhere between the implicit and the explicit. From Plato and Aristotle on, scriptural images have regularly been used to illustrate the relationship between reason and experience, perception and memory. But a certain confidence has never stopped taking its assurance from the meaning of the well-known and familiar term, writing. The gesture sketched out by Freud interrupts that assurance and opens up a new kind of question about metaphor, writing, and spacing in general. We shall let our reading be guided by this metaphoric investment. It will eventually invade the entirety of the psyche. Psychical content will be represented by a text whose essence is irreducibly graphic. The structure of the psychical apparatus will be represented by a writing machine. What questions will these representations impose upon us? We shall not have to ask if a writing apparatus, for example, the one described in the note on the mystic writing pad, is a good metaphor for representing the working of the psyche, but rather what apparatus we must create in order to represent psychical writing, and we shall have to ask what the imitation, projected and liberated in a machine, of something like psychical writing might mean. And not if the psyche is indeed a kind of text, but, what is a text, and what must the psyche be if it can be represented by a text? For if there is neither machine nor text without psychical origin, there is no domain of the psychic without text. Finally, what must be the relationship between psyche, writing, and spacing for such a metaphoric transition to be possible, not only, nor primarily, within theoretical discourse, but within the history of psyche, text, and technology. Breaching and difference. From the project, 1895, to the note on the mystic writing pad, 1925, a strange progression, a problematic of breaching too is elaborated only to conform increasingly to a metaphorics of the written trace. From a system of traces functioning according to a model which Freud would have preferred to be a natural one, and from which writing is entirely absent, we proceed toward a configuration of traces which can no longer be represented except by the structure and functioning of writing. At the same time, the structural model of writing, which Freud invokes immediately after the project, will be persistently differentiated and refined in its originality. All the mechanical models will be tested and abandoned, until the discovery of the Wunderblock, a writing machine of marvelous complexity into which the whole of the psychical apparatus will be projected. The solution to all the previous difficulties will be presented in the Wunderblock, and the note, indicative of an admirable tenacity, will answer precisely the questions of the project. The Wunderblock, in each of its parts, will realize the apparatus of which Freud said, in the project, we cannot offhand imagine an apparatus capable of such complicated functioning, SE, I, 299, and which he replaced at that time with a neurological fable whose framework and intention, in certain respects, he will never abandon. In 1895, the question was to explain memory in the manner of the natural sciences, in order to furnish a psychology that shall be a natural science, that is, to represent psychical processes as quantitatively determined states of specifiable material particles, I, 295. Now, a main characteristic of nervous tissue is memory, that is, quite generally, a capacity for being permanently altered by single occurrences, I, 299. And a psychological theory deserving any consideration must furnish an explanation of memory, ibid. The crux of such an explanation, what makes such an apparatus almost unimaginable, is the necessity of accounting simultaneously, as the note will do 30 years later, for the permanence of the trace and for the virginity of the receiving substance, for the engraving of furrows and for the perennially intact bareness of the perceptive surface, in this case, of the neurons. It would seem, therefore, that neurons must be both influenced and also unaltered, unprejudiced, unvarying genomen, ibid. Rejecting a distinction, which was common in his day, between sense cells and memory cells, Freud then forges the hypothesis of contact barriers and breaching, Bonung, lit path breaking, of the breaking open of a path, Ban. Whatever may be thought of the continuities and ruptures to come, this hypothesis is remarkable as soon as it is considered as a metaphorical model and not as a neurological description. Breaching, the tracing of a trail, opens up a conducting path, which presupposes a certain violence and a certain resistance to effraction. The path is broken, cracked, fracta, breached. Now there would be two kinds of neurons, the permeable neurons, which offer no resistance and thus retain no trace of impression, would be the perceptual neurons, other neurons, psi, which would oppose contact barriers to the quantity of excitation, would thus retain the printed trace, they thus afford a possibility of representing, Darzestelling, memory, ibid. This is the first representation, the first staging of memory. Darstelling is representation in the weak sense of the word, but also frequently in the sense of visual depiction, and sometimes of theatrical performance. Our translation will vary with the inflection of the context. Freud attributes psychical quality only to these latter neurons. They are the vehicles of memory and so probably of psychical processes in general, I, 300. Memory, thus, is not a psychical property among others, it is the very essence of the psyche, resistance, and precisely, thereby, an opening to the effraction of the trace. Now assuming that Freud here intends to speak only the language of full and present quantity, assuming, as at least appears to be the case, that he intends to situate his work within the simple opposition of quantity and quality, the latter being reserved for the pure transparency of a perception without memory, we find that the concept of breaching shows itself intolerant of this intention. An equality of resistance to breaching, or an equivalence of the breaching forces, would eliminate any preference in the choice of itinerary. Memory would be paralyzed. It is the difference between breaches which is the true origin of memory, and thus of the psyche. Only this difference enables a pathway to be preferred, Wegbevorzugung, memory is represented, dargestellt, by the differences in the facilitations of the psi neurons, I, 300. We then must not say that breaching without difference is insufficient for memory, it must be stipulated that there is no pure breaching without difference. Trace as memory is not a pure breaching that might be reappropriated at any time as simple presence, it is rather the ungraspable and invisible difference between breaches. We thus already know that psychic life is neither the transparency of meaning nor the opacity of force but the difference within the exertion of forces. As Nietzsche had already said. Point 3. That quantity becomes psyche and mneme through differences rather than through plenitudes will be continuously confirmed in the project itself. Repetition adds no quantity of present force, no intensity, it reproduces the same impression yet it has the power of breaching. The memory of an experience, that is, its continuing operative power, depends on a factor which is called the magnitude of the impression and on the frequency with which the same impression is repeated, i. 300. The number of repetitions is thus added to the quantity, Q77, of the excitation, and these two quantities are of two absolutely heterogeneous types. There are only discrete repetitions, and they can act as such only through the diastem which maintains their separation. Finally, if breaching can supplement a quantity presently at work, or can be added to it, it is because breaching is certainly analogous to quantity, but is other than it as well. Quantity plus facilitation resulting from Q-eta are at the same time something that can replace Q-eta, i. 300 to 301. Let us not hasten to define this other of pure quantity as quality, for in so doing we would be transforming the force of memory into present consciousness and the translucid perception of present qualities. Thus, neither the difference between full quantities, nor the interval between repetitions of the identical, nor breaching itself, may be thought of in terms of the opposition between quantity and quality. Point 4. Memory cannot be derived from this opposition, and it escapes the grasp of naturalism as well as of phenomenology. All these differences in the production of the trace may be reinterpreted as moments of deferring. In accordance with a motif which will continue to dominate Freud's thinking, this movement is described as the effort of life to protect itself by deferring a dangerous cathexis, that is, by constituting a reserve, torrid. The threatening expenditure or presence are deferred with the help of breaching or repetition. Is this not already the detour, Aufschub, lit delay, which institutes the relation of pleasure to reality, beyond, se, 18? Is it not already death at the origin of a life which can defend itself against death only through an economy of death, through deferment, repetition, reserve? For repetition does not happen to an initial impression, its possibility is already there, in the resistance offered the first time by the psychical neurons. Resistance itself is possible only if the opposition of forces lasts and is repeated at the beginning. It is the very idea of a first time which becomes enigmatic. What we are advancing here does not seem to contradict what Freud will say further on. Facilitation is probably the result of the single, Einmaliger, passage of a large quantity. Even assuming that his affirmation does not lead us little by little to the problem of phylogenesis and of hereditary breaches, we may still maintain that in the first time of the contact between two forces, repetition has begun. Life is already threatened by the origin of the memory which constitutes it, and by the breaching which it resists, the effraction which it can contain only by repeating it. It is because breaching breaks open that Freud, in the project, accords a privilege to pain. In a certain sense, there is no breaching without a beginning of pain, and pain leaves behind it particularly rich breaches. But beyond a certain quantity, pain, the threatening origin of the psyche, must be deferred, like death, for it can ruin psychical organization. Despite the enigmas of the first time and of originary repetition, needless to say, before any distinction between normal and pathological repetition, it is important that Freud attributes all this work to the primary function, and that he excludes any possible derivation of it. Let us observe this non-derivation, even if it renders only more dense the difficulty of the concepts of primariness and of the timelessness of the primary process, and even if this difficulty does not cease to intensify in what is to come. Here we are almost involuntarily reminded of the endeavor of the nervous system, maintained through every modification, to avoid being burdened by a Q-eta or to keep the burden as small as possible. Under the compulsion of the exigencies of life, the nervous system was obliged to lay up a store of Q-eta. This necessitated an increase in the number of its neurons, and these had to be impermeable. It now avoids, partly at least, being filled with cuata, cathexis, by setting up facilitations. It will be seen, then, that facilitations serve the primary function, I. 301. No doubt life protects itself by repetition, trace, difference, deferral. But we must be wary of this formulation. There is no life present at first which would then come to protect, postpone, or reserve itself in difference. The latter constitutes the essence of life. Or rather, as difference is not an essence, as it is not anything, it is not life, if being is determined as ousia, presence, essence/existence, substance, or subject. Life must be thought of as trace before being may be determined as presence. This is the only condition on which we can say that life is death, that repetition and the beyond of the pleasure principle are native and congenital to that which they transgress. When Freud writes in the project that facilitations serve the primary function, he is forbidding us to be surprised by beyond the pleasure principle. He complies with a dual necessity, that of recognizing difference at the origin, and at the same time that of crossing out the concept of primariness. We will not, then, be surprised by the Traumdeutung, which defines primariness as a theoretical fiction in a paragraph on the delaying, Verspätung, of the secondary process. It is thus the delay which is in the beginning. Point 5, without which, difference would be the lapse which a consciousness, a self-presence of the present, accords itself. To defer, differer, thus cannot mean to retard a present possibility, to postpone an act, to put off a perception already now possible. That possibility is possible only through a difference which must be conceived of in other terms than those of a calculus or mechanics of decision. Point 6, to say that difference is originary is simultaneously to erase the myth of a present origin. Which is why originary must be understood as having been crossed out, without which difference would be derived from an original plenitude. It is a non-origin which is originary. Rather than abandon it, we ought perhaps then to rethink the concept of differer. This is what we should like to do, and this is possible only if difference is determined outside any teleological or eschatological horizon. Which is not easy. Let us note in passing that the concepts of Nachtraglichkeit and Verspätung, concepts which govern the whole of Freud's thought and determine all his other concepts, are already present and named in the project. The irreducibility of the effect of deferral, such, no doubt, is Freud's discovery. Freud exploits this discovery in its ultimate consequences, beyond the psychoanalysis of the individual, and he thought that the history of culture ought to confirm it. In Moses and Monotheism, 1937, the efficacy of delay and of action subsequent to the event is at work over large historical intervals. The problem of latency, moreover, is in highly significant contact with the problem of oral and written tradition in this text. Although breaching is not named writing at any time in the project, the contradictory requirements which the mystic writing pad will fulfill are already formulated in terms which are literally identical: an unlimited receptive capacity and a retention of permanent traces, SE 19, 227. Differences in the work of breaching concern not only forces but also locations. And Freud already wants to think force and place simultaneously. Point 7, he is the first not to believe in the descriptive value of his hypothetical representation of breaching. The distinction between the categories of neurons has no recognized foundation, at least insofar as morphology, i.e., histology, is concerned. It is, rather, the index of a topographical description which external space, that is, familiar and constituted space, the exterior space of the natural sciences, cannot contain. This is why, under the heading of the biological standpoint, a difference in essence, Wesensverscheidenheit, between the neurons is replaced by a difference in the environment to which they are destined, Schicksalsmilieuverscheidenheit, I. 304. These are pure differences, differences of situation, of connection, of localization, of structural relations more important than their supporting terms, and they are differences for which the relativity of outside and inside is always to be determined. The thinking of difference can neither dispense with topography nor accept the current models of spacing. This difficulty becomes more acute when it becomes necessary to explain those differences that are pure par excellence, differences of quality, that is, for Freud, differences of consciousness. He must provide an explanation for what we are aware of, in the most puzzling fashion, Ratzelhoft, through our consciousness, I. 307. And since this consciousness knows nothing of what we have so far been assuming quantities and neurons, the theory should explain this lack of knowledge to us as well, I. 308. Now qualities are clearly pure differences. Consciousness gives us what are called quality sensations, which are different, anders, and whose difference, anders, lit otherness, is distinguished, unterschieden word, lit is differentiated, according to its relations with the external world. Within this difference there are series, similarities, and so on, but there are in fact no quantities in it. It may be asked how qualities originate and where qualities originate, I. 308. Neither outside nor inside. They cannot be in the external world, where the physicist recognizes only quantities, masses in motion and nothing else, I. 308. Nor in the interiority of the psyche, i.e., of memory, for reproducing or remembering are without quality, qualitatslose, ibid. Since rejection of the topographical model is out of the question, we must summon up courage to assume that there is a third system of neurons, omega, perhaps perceptual neurons, which is excited along with perception, but not along with reproduction, and whose states of excitation give rise to the various qualities are, that is to say, conscious sensations, I. 309. Foreshadowing the interpolated sheet of the mystic writing pad, Freud, annoyed by this jargon, tells Fliess, letter 39, January 1, 1896, that he is inserting, slipping, skibbing, the perceptual neurons, omega, between the phi and psi neurons. This last bit of daring results in what seems like an immense difficulty. We have just encountered a permeability and a breaching which proceed from no quantity at all. From what then? From pure time, from pure temporalization in its conjunction with spacing, from periodicity. Only recourse to temporality and to a discontinuous or periodic temporality will allow the difficulty to be resolved, and we must patiently consider its implications. I can see only one way out. So far I have regarded it the passage of quantity only as the transference of q-eta from one neuron to another. It must have another characteristic, of a temporal nature, I. 310. If the discontinuity hypothesis goes further, Freud emphasizes, than the physical clarification due to its insistence on periods, it is because in this case differences, intervals, and discontinuity are registered, appropriated without their quantitative support. Perceptual neurons, incapable of receiving q-eta quantities, appropriate the period of the excitation, ibid. Pure difference, again, and difference between diastems. The concept of a period in general precedes and conditions the opposition between quantity and quality, and everything governed by this opposition. For psi neurons too have their period, of course, but it is without quality, or more correctly, monotonous, ibid. As we shall see, this insistence on discontinuity will faithfully become the occupation of the note on the mystic writing pad, as in the project, it will be a last bold move resolving a final logical difficulty. The rest of the project will depend in its entirety upon an incessant and increasingly radical invocation of the principle of difference. Beneath an indicial neurology, which plays the representational role of an artificial model, we repeatedly find a persistent attempt to account for the psyche in terms of spacing, a topography of traces, a map of breaches, and we repeatedly find an attempt to locate consciousness or quality in a space whose structure and possibility must be rethought, along with an attempt to describe the functioning of the apparatus in terms of pure differences and locations, an attempt to explain how quantity of excitation is expressed in psi by complexity and quality by topography. It is because the nature of this system of differences and of this topography is radically new and must not allow any omissions that Freud, in his setting up of the apparatus, multiplies acts of boldness, strange but indispensable hypotheses, concerning secreting neurons or key neurons. And when he renounces neurology and anatomical localizations, it will be not in order to abandon his topographical preoccupations, but to transform them. Trace will become gram, and the region of breaching a ciphered spacing. The print and the original supplement. A few weeks after the project is sent to Flies, during a night of work, all the elements of the system arrange themselves into a machine. It is not yet a writing machine, everything fell into place, the cogs meshed, the thing really seemed to be a machine which in a moment would run of itself, 8 in a moment, in 30 years. By itself, almost. A little more than a year later, the trace starts to become writing. In letter 52, December 6, 1896, the entire system of the project is reconstituted in terms of a graphic conception as yet unknown in Freud. It is not surprising that this coincides with the transition from the neurological to the psychical. At the heart of the letter, the words sign, Zeichen, registration, Niederschrift, transcription, Umschrift. Not only is the communication between trace and delay, i.e., a present which does not constitute but is originally reconstituted from signs of memory, explicitly defined in this letter, but verbal phenomena are assigned a place within a system of stratified writing which these phenomena are far from dominating. As you know, I am working on the assumption that our psychic mechanism has come into being by a process of stratification, Aufeinanderskettung, the material present in the form of memory traces, Erinnerungsspuren, being subjected from time to time to a rearrangement, Umordnung, in accordance with fresh circumstances to a retranscription, Umschrift. Thus, what is essentially new about my theory is the thesis that memory is present not once but several times over, that it is laid down, niederlegt, in various species of indications Zeichen, lit signs. I cannot say how many of these registrations, Niederschriften, there are, at least 3, probably more. The different registrations are also separated, not necessarily topographically, according to the neurons which are their vehicles. Perception. These are neurons in which perceptions originate, to which consciousness attaches, but which in themselves retain no trace of what has happened. For consciousness and memory are mutually exclusive. Indication of perception, the first registration of the perceptions, it is quite incapable of consciousness and arranged according to associations by simultaneity. Unconscious is a second registration. Preconscious is the third transcription, attached to word presentations and corresponding to our official ego. This secondary thought consciousness is subsequent in time and probably linked to the hallucinatory activation of word presentations, I. 235. This is the first move toward the note. From now on, starting with the Traumdeutung, 1900, the metaphor of writing will appropriate simultaneously the problems of the psychic apparatus in its structure and that of the psychic text in its fabric. The solidarity of the two problems should make us that much more attentive. The two series of metaphors text and machine do not come on stage at the same time. Dreams generally follow old facilitations, said the project. Topographical, temporal, and formal regression in dreams must thus be interpreted, henceforth, as a path back into a landscape of writing. Not a writing which simply transcribes, a stony echo of muted words, but a lithography before words, metaphonetic, non-linguistic, alogical. Logic obeys consciousness, or preconsciousness, the side of verbal images, as well as the principle of identity, the founding expression of a philosophy of presence. It was only a logical contradiction, which does not have much import, we read in the Wolf Man. With dreams displaced into a forest of script, the Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams, no doubt, on the first approach will be an act of reading and decoding. Before the analysis of the Irma dream, Freud engages in considerations of method. In one of his familiar gestures, he opposes the old popular tradition to so-called scientific psychology. As always, it is in order to justify the profound intention which inspires the former. Popular tradition may err, of course, when according to a symbolical procedure, it treats dream content as an indivisible and unarticulated whole, for which a second, possibly prophetic whole may be substituted. But Freud is not far from accepting the other popular method. It might be described as the decoding method, Chiffrier method, since it treats dreams as a kind of cryptography, Geheimschrift, in which each sign can be translated into another sign having a known meaning, in accordance with a fixed key, Schlüssel, 4, 97. Let us retain the allusion to a permanent code. It is the weakness of a method to which Freud attributes, nevertheless, the merit of being analytic and of spelling out the elements of meaning one by one. A strange example, the one chosen by Freud to illustrate this traditional procedure, a text of phonetic writing is cathected and functions as a discrete, specific, translatable, and unprivileged element in the overall writing of the dream. Phonetic writing as writing within writing. Assume, for example, says Freud, that I have dreamed of a letter, brief/epistola, then of a burial. Open a Traumbuch, a book in which the keys to dreams are recorded, an encyclopedia of dream signs, the dream dictionary which Freud will soon reject. It teaches us that letter must be translated, Übersetzen, by spite, and burial by engagement to be married. Thus a letter, epistola, written with letters, literary, a document composed of phonetic signs, the transcription of verbal discourse, may be translated by a nonverbal signifier which, inasmuch as it is a determined affect, belongs to the overall syntax of dream writing. The verbal is cathected, and its phonetic transcription is bound, far from the center, in a web of silent script. Freud then borrows another example from Artemidorus of Daldis, 2nd century, the author of a treatise on the interpretation of dreams. Let it be a pretext for recalling that in the 18th century an English theologian, known to Freud, had already invoked Artemidorus with an intention that is doubtless worthy of comparison. 9 Warburton describes the system of hieroglyphics, and discerns in it, rightly or wrongly it is of no concern to us here, various structures, hieroglyphics strictly speaking or symbolical ones, each type being either curiological or tropological, the relation here being of analogy or of part to whole, which ought to be systematically confronted with the mechanisms of dream work, condensation, displacement, overdetermination. Now Warburton, interested, for reasons of self-justification, in demonstrating, against Father Kircher, the high antiquity of Egyptian learning, chooses the example of an Egyptian science which draws all its resources from hieroglyphic writing. That science is Traumdeutung, also known as oneirocriticism. When all is said and done, it was only a science of writing in priestly hands. God, the Egyptians believed, had made man a gift of writing just as he inspired dreams. Interpreters, like dreams themselves, then had only to draw upon the curiological or tropological storehouse. They would readily find there the key to dreams, which they would then pretend to divine. The hieroglyphic code itself served as a Traumbuch. An alleged gift of God, in fact constructed historically, it had become the common source from which was drawn oniric discourse, the setting and the text of the dream's mise en scene. Since dreams are constructed like a form of writing, the kinds of transposition in dreams correspond to condensations and displacements already performed and enregistered in the system of hieroglyphics. Dreams would only manipulate elements, stoichia, says Warburton, elements, or letters, contained in the storehouse of hieroglyphics, somewhat as written speech would draw on a written language, so that the question will be, on what grounds or rules of interpretation the oneirocritics proceeded, when, if a man dreamt of a dragon, the interpreter assured him it signified majesty, if of a serpent, a disease, a viper, money, frogs, impostors. 10 What then did the hermeneutes of that age do? They consulted writing itself. Now the early interpreters of dreams were not juggling impostors, but, like the early judicial astrologers, more superstitious than their neighbors, and so the first who fell into their own delusions. However, suppose them to have been as arrant cheats as any of their successors, yet at their first setting up they must have had materials proper for their trade, which could never be the wild workings of each man's private fancy. Their customers would look to find a known analogy, become venerable by long application to mysterious wisdom, for the groundwork of their deciphering, and the decipherers themselves would as naturally fly to some confessed authority, to support their pretended science. But what ground or authority could this be, if not the mysterious learning of symbolic characters? Here we seem to have got a solution of the difficulty. The Egyptian priests, the first interpreters of dreams, took their rules for this species of divination, from their symbolic riddling, in which they were so deeply read, a ground of interpretation which would give the strongest credit to the art, and equally satisfy the diviner and the consulter, for by this time it was generally believed that their gods have given them hieroglyphic writing. So that nothing was more natural than to imagine that these gods, who in their opinion gave dreams likewise, had employed the same mode of expression in both Revelations. 11. It is here that the Freudian break occurs. Freud doubtless conceives of the dream as a displacement similar to an original form of writing which puts words on stage without becoming subservient to them, and he is thinking here, no doubt, of a model of writing irreducible to speech which would include, like hieroglyphics, pictographic, ideogrammatic, and phonetic elements. But he makes of psychical writing so originary a production that the writing we believe to be designated by the proper sense of the word a script which is coded and visible in the world would only be the metaphor of psychical writing. This writing, for example the kind we find in dreams which follow old facilitations, a simple moment in a regression toward a primary writing, cannot be read in terms of any code. It works, no doubt, with a mass of elements which have been codified in the course of an individual or collective history. But in its operations, lexicon and syntax a purely idiomatic residue is irreducible and is made to bear the burden of interpretation in the communication between unconsciousnesses. The dreamer invents his own grammar. No meaningful material or prerequisite text exists which he might simply use, even if he never deprives himself of them. Such, despite their interest, is the limitation of the chiffrier method and the trombic. As much as it is a function of the generality and the rigidity of the code, this limitation is a function of an excessive preoccupation with content, and an insufficient concern for relations, locations, processes, and differences. My procedure is not so convenient as the popular decoding method which translates any given piece of a dream's content by a fixed key. I, on the contrary, am prepared to find that the same piece of content may conceal a different meaning when it occurs in various people or in various contexts. SE 4, 105. Elsewhere, in support of that statement, Freud thinks it proper to adduce the case of Chinese writing. The dream symbols frequently have more than one or even several meanings, and, as with Chinese script, the correct interpretation can only be arrived at on each occasion from the context. V. 353. The absence of an exhaustive and absolutely infallible code means that in psychic writing, which thus prefigures the meaning of writing in general, the difference between signifier and signified is never radical. Unconscious experience, prior to the dream which follows old facilitations, does not borrow but produces its own signifiers, does not create them in their materiality, of course, but produces their status as meaningful, signifiance. Henceforth, they are no longer, properly speaking, signifiers. And the possibility of translation, if it is far from being eliminated for experience, perpetually creates distances between the points of identity or between the adherence of signifier to signified is nevertheless in principle and by definition limited. Such, perhaps, is Freud's understanding. From another standpoint, in the article on repression, repression acts, therefore, in a highly individual manner. 14, 150. Individuality, here does not refer primarily to the repression practiced by individuals but to that of each derivative of the repressed, which may have its own special vicissitude. Translation, a system of translation, is possible only if a permanent code allows a substitution or transformation of signifiers while retaining the same signified, always present, despite the absence of any specific signifier. This fundamental possibility of substitution would thus be implied by the coupled concepts signified/signifier, and would consequently be implied by the concept of the sign itself. Even if, along with Saussure, we envisage the distinction between signified and signifier only as the two sides of a sheet of paper, nothing is changed. Originary writing, if there is one, must produce the space and the materiality of the sheet itself. It will be said, and yet Freud translates all the time. He believes in the generality and the fixity of a specific code for dream writing. When we have become familiar with the abundant use made by symbolism for representing sexual material in dreams, the question is bound to arise of whether many of these symbols do not occur with a permanently fixed meaning, like the grammalogues in short, and we shall feel tempted to draw up a new dream book on the decoding principle, v. 351. And, in fact, Freud never stopped proposing codes, rules of great generality. And the substitution of signifiers seems to be the essential activity of psychoanalytic interpretation. Certainly, Freud nevertheless stipulates an essential limitation on this activity. Or, rather, a double limitation. If we consider first verbal expression, as it is circumscribed in the dream, we observe that its sonority, the materiality of the expression, does not disappear before the signified, or at least cannot be traversed and transgressed as it is in conscious speech. It acts as such, with the efficacy Artaud assigned it on the stage of cruelty. 12 The materiality of a word cannot be translated or carried over into another language. Materiality is precisely that which translation relinquishes. To relinquish materiality, such is the driving force of translation. And when that materiality is reinstated, translation becomes poetry. In this sense, since the materiality of the signifier constitutes the idiom of every dream scene, dreams are untranslatable. Indeed, dreams are so closely related to linguistic expression that Ferenczi has truly remarked that every tongue has its own dream language. It is impossible as a rule to translate a dream into a foreign language, and this is equally true, I fancy, of a book such as the present one, 499, n1. What is valid for a specific national language is a fortiori valid for a private grammar. Moreover, this horizontal impossibility of translation without loss has its basis in a vertical impossibility. We are speaking here of the way in which unconscious thoughts become conscious. If a dream cannot be translated into another language, it is because within the psychical apparatus as well there is never a relation of simple translation. We are wrong, Freud tells us, to speak of translation or transcription in describing the transition of unconscious thoughts through the preconscious toward consciousness. Here again the metaphorical concept of translation, Übersetzung, or transcription, Umschrift, is dangerous, not because it refers to writing, but because it presupposes a text which would be already there, immobile, the serene presence of a statue, of a written stone or archive whose signified content might be harmlessly transported into the milieu of a different language, that of the preconscious or the conscious. It is thus not enough to speak of writing in order to be faithful to Freud, for it is then that we may betray him more than ever. This is what the last chapter of the Traumdeutung explains. An entirely and conventionally topographical metaphor of the psychical apparatus is to be completed by invoking the existence of force and of two kinds of processes of excitation or modes of its discharge, so let us try to correct some conceptions, intuitive illustrations, Anschauungen which might be misleading so long as we looked upon the two systems in the most literal and crudest sense as two localities in the mental apparatus, conceptions which left their traces in the expressions to repress and to force a way through. Thus, we may speak of an unconscious thought seeking to convey itself into the preconscious so as to be able then to force its way through into consciousness. What we have in mind here is not the forming of a second thought situated in a new place, like a transcription, Umschrift, which continues to exist alongside the original, and the notion of forcing a way through into consciousness must be kept carefully free from any idea of a change of locality, v. 610.13. Let us interrupt our quotation for a moment. The conscious text is thus not a transcription, because there is no text present elsewhere as an unconscious one to be transposed or transported. For the value of presence can also dangerously affect the concept of the unconscious. There is then no unconscious truth to be rediscovered by virtue of having been written elsewhere. There is no text written and present elsewhere which would then be subjected, without being changed in the process, to an operation and a temporalization, the latter belonging to consciousness if we follow Freud literally, which would be external to it, floating on its surface. There is no present text in general, and there is not even a past-present text, a text which is past as having been present. The text is not conceivable in an originary or modified form of presence. The unconscious text is already a weave of pure traces, differences in which meaning and force are united, a text nowhere present, consisting of archives which are always already transcriptions. Originary prints. Everything begins with reproduction. Always already, repositories of a meaning which was never present, whose signified presence is always reconstituted by deferral, nachträglich, belatedly, supplementarily, for the nachträglich also means supplementary. The call of the supplement is primary, here, and it hollows out that which will be reconstituted by deferral as the present. The supplement, which seems to be added as a plenitude to a plenitude, is equally that which compensates for a lack, qui supplé. Suppler, 1. To add what is missing, to supply a necessary surplus, says Litera, respecting, like a sleepwalker, the strange logic of that word. It is within its logic that the possibility of deferred action should be conceived, as well as, no doubt, the relationship between the primary and the secondary on all levels. 14 Let us note, Nachträg has a precise meaning in the realm of letters, appendix, codicil, postscript. The text we call present may be deciphered only at the bottom of the page, in a footnote or postscript. Before the recurrence, the present is only the call for a footnote. 15 That the present in general is not primal but, rather, reconstituted, that it is not the absolute, wholly living form which constitutes experience, that there is no purity of the living present. Such is the theme, formidable for metaphysics, which Freud, in a conceptual scheme unequal to the thing itself, would have us pursue. This pursuit is doubtless the only one which is exhausted neither within metaphysics nor within science. Since the transition to consciousness is not a derivative or repetitive writing, a transcription duplicating an unconscious writing, it occurs in an original manner and, in its very secondariness, is originary and irreducible. Since consciousness for Freud is a surface exposed to the external world, it is here that instead of reading through the metaphor in the usual sense, we must, on the contrary, understand the possibility of a writing advanced as conscious and as acting in the world, the visible exterior of the graphism, of the literal becoming literary, etc., in terms of the labor of the writing which circulated like psychical energy between the unconscious and the conscious. The objectivist or worldly consideration of writing teaches us nothing if reference is not made to a space of psychical writing. We might say, of transcendental writing in the event that, along with Husserl, we would see the psyche as a region of the world. But since this is also the case for Freud, who wants to respect simultaneously the being in the world of the psyche, its being situated, and the originality of its topology, which is irreducible to any ordinary intraworldliness, we perhaps should think that what we are describing here as the labor of writing erases the transcendental distinction between the origin of the world and being in the world. Erases it while producing it, the medium of the dialogue and misunderstanding between the Husserlian and Heideggerian concepts of being in the world. Concerning this non-transcriptive writing, Freud adds a fundamental specification. This specification will reveal, 1. The danger involved in immobilizing or freezing energy within a naive metaphorics of place, 2. The necessity not of abandoning but of rethinking the space or topology of this writing, 3. That Freud, who still insists on representing the psychical apparatus in an artificial model, has not yet discovered a mechanical model adequate to the graphomatic conceptual scheme he is already using to describe the psychical text. Again, we may speak of a preconscious thought being repressed or driven out and then taken over by the unconscious. These images, derived from a set of ideas, Vorstellungskrace, relating to a struggle for a piece of ground, may tempt us to suppose that it is literally true that a mental grouping, an Ordnung, in one locality has been brought to an end and replaced by a fresh one in another locality. Let us replace these metaphors by something that seems to correspond better to the real state of affairs, and let us say that some particular mental grouping has had a cathexis of energy, Energiebesetzung, attached to it or withdrawn from it, so that the structure in question has come under the sway of a particular agency or been withdrawn from it. What we are doing here is once again to replace a topographical way of representing things by a dynamic one. What we regard as mobile, das Beweglich, is not the psychical structure itself but its innervation v. 610 to 611. Let us once more interrupt our quotation. The metaphor of translation as the transcription of an original text would separate force and extension, maintaining the simple exteriority of the translated and the translating. This very exteriority, the static and topological bias of the metaphor, would assure the transparency of a neutral translation, of a pheronomic and non-metabolic process. Freud emphasizes this: psychic writing does not lend itself to translation because it is a single energetic system, however differentiated it may be, and because it covers the entirety of the psychical apparatus. Despite the difference of agencies, psychical writing in general is not a displacement of meanings within the limpidity of an immobile, pregiven space and the blank neutrality of discourse. A discourse which might be coded without ceasing to be diaphanous. Here energy cannot be reduced, it does not limit meaning, but rather produces it. The distinction between force and meaning is derivative in relation to an architrace, it belongs to the metaphysics of consciousness and of presence, or rather of presence in the word, in the hallucination of a language determined on the basis of the word or of verbal representation. The metaphysics of preconsciousness, Freud might say, since the preconscious is the place he assigns to the verbal. Without that, would Freud have taught us anything new? Force produces meaning, and space, through the power of repetition alone, which inhabits it originarily as its death. This power, that is, this lack of power, which opens and limits the labor of force, institutes translatability, makes possible what we call language, transforms an absolute idiom into a limit which is always already transgressed. A pure idiom is not language, it becomes so only through repetition. Repetition always already divides the point of departure of the first time. Despite appearances, this does not contradict what we said earlier about untranslatability. At that time it was a question of recalling the origin of the movement of transgression, the origin of repetition, and the becoming language of the idiom. If one limits oneself to the datum or the effect of repetition, to translation, to the obviousness of the distinction between force and meaning, not only does one miss the originality of Freud's aim, but one effaces the intensity of the relation to death as well. We ought thus to examine closely, which we cannot do here, all that Freud invites to think concerning writing as breaching in the psychical repetition of this previously neurological notion, opening up of its own space, effraction, breaking of a path against resistances, rupture and eruption, becoming a root, rupta, virupta, violent inscription of a form, tracing of a difference in a nature or a matter which are conceivable as such only in their opposition to writing. The root is opened in nature or matter, forest or wood, heil, and in it acquires a reversibility of time and space. We should have to study together, genetically and structurally, the history of the road and the history of writing. Point 16. We are thinking here of Freud's texts on the work of the memory trace, Erinnerungsspur, which, though no longer the neurological trace, is not yet conscious memory, the unconscious, SE 14, 188, and of the itinerant work of the trace, producing and following its route, the trace which traces, the trace which breaks open its own path. The metaphor of path breaking, so frequently used in Freud's descriptions, is always in communication with the theme of the supplementary delay and with the reconstitution of meaning through deferral, after a mole-like progression, after the subterranean toil of an impression. This impression has left behind a laborious trace which has never been perceived, whose meaning has never been lived in the present, i.e., has never been lived consciously. The postscript which constitutes the past present as such is not satisfied, as Plato, Hegel, and Proust perhaps thought, with reawakening or revealing the present past in its truth. It produces the present past. Is sexual deferral the best example or the essence of this movement? A false question, no doubt. The, presumably known, subject of the question sexuality is determined, limited, or unlimited only through inversion and through the answer itself. Freud's answer, in any event, is decisive. Take the wolf man. It is by deferral that the perception of the primal scene, whether it be reality or fantasy hardly matters, is lived in its meaning, and sexual maturation is not the accidental form of this delay. At age 1.5, he received impressions the deferred understanding of which became possible for him at the time of the dream through his development, exaltation, and sexual investigations. Already in the project, concerning repression in hysteria, we invariably find that a memory is repressed which has become a trauma only after the event, nur nachträglich. The reason for this state of things is the retardation, Verspätung, of puberty as compared with the remainder of the individual's development. That should lead, if not to the solution, at least to a new way of posing the formidable problem of the temporalization and the so-called timelessness of the unconscious. Here, more than elsewhere, the gap between Freud's intuition and his concepts is apparent. The timelessness of the unconscious is no doubt determined only in opposition to a common concept of time, a traditional concept, the metaphysical concept, the time of mechanics or the time of consciousness. We ought perhaps to read Freud the way Heidegger read Kant. Like the cogito, the unconscious is no doubt timeless only from the standpoint of a certain vulgar conception of time. 17. Dioptrics and hieroglyphics. Let us not hasten to conclude that by invoking an energetics, as opposed to a topography, of translation Freud abandoned his efforts at localization. If, as we shall see, he persists in giving a projective and spatial, indeed, purely mechanical representation of energetic processes, it is not simply for didactic reasons. A certain spatiality, inseparable from the very idea of system, is irreducible. Its nature is all the more enigmatic in that we can no longer consider it as the homogeneous and serene milieu of dynamic and economic processes. In the Traumdeutung, the metaphoric machine is not yet adapted to the scriptural analogy which already governs, as shall soon be clear, Freud's entire descriptive presentation. It is an optical machine. Let us return to our quotation. Freud does not want to abandon the topographical model against which he has just warned us. Nevertheless, I consider it expedient and justifiable to continue to make use of the figurative image, Anschauliche Vorstellung, intuitive representation, metaphor, of the two systems. We can avoid any possible abuse of this method of representation, mode de mise en scène, Darstellungsweise, by recollecting that ideas, Vorstellungen, representations, thoughts, and psychical structures in general must never be regarded as localized in organic elements of the nervous system, but rather, as one might say, between them, where resistance and facilitations provide the corresponding correlates. Everything that can be an object, Gegenstand, of our internal perception is virtual, like the image produced in a telescope by the passage of light rays. But we are justified in assuming the existence of the systems, which are not in any way psychical entities themselves, my italics, and can never be accessible to our psychical perception, like the lenses of the telescope, which cast the image. And, if we pursue this analogy, we compare the censorship between two systems to the refraction, the breaking of the ray, Strahlenbrechen, which takes place when a ray of light passes into a new medium, v. 611. This representation already cannot be understood in terms of the spatiality of a simple, homogeneous structure. The change in medium and the movement of refraction indicate this sufficiently. Later, in a further reference to the same machine, Freud proposes an interesting differentiation. In the same chapter, in the section on regression, he attempts to explain the relation between memory and perception in the memory trace. What is presented to us in these words is the idea of psychical locality. I shall entirely disregard the idea that the mental apparatus with which we are here concerned is also known to us in the form of an anatomical preparation prepared, laboratory preparation, and I shall carefully avoid the temptation to determine psychical locality in any anatomical fashion. I shall remain upon psychological ground, and I propose simply to follow the suggestion that we should picture the instrument which carries out our mental functions as resembling a compound microscope, or a photographic apparatus, or something of the kind. On that basis, psychical locality will correspond to a place, or inside the apparatus at which one of the preliminary stages of an image comes into being. In the microscope and telescope, as we know, these occur in part at ideal points, regions in which no tangible component of the apparatus is situated. I see no necessity to apologize for the imperfections of this or of any similar imagery v. 536. Beyond its pedagogical value, this illustration proves useful for its distinction between system and psyche. The psychical system is not psychical, and in this description only the system is in question. Next, it is the operation of the apparatus which interests Freud, how it runs and in what order, the regulated timing of its movements as it is caught and localized in the parts of the mechanism. Strictly speaking, there is no need for the hypothesis that the psychical systems are actually arranged in a spatial order. It would be sufficient if a fixed order were established by the fact that in a given psychical process the excitation passes through the systems in a particular temporal sequence, v. 537. Finally, these optical instruments capture light. In the example of photography they register it. Point 18. Freud wants to account for the photographic negative or inscription of light, and this is the differentiation, Differenzierung, which he introduces. It will reduce the imperfections of his analogy and perhaps excuse them. Above all, it will throw into relief the apparently contradictory requirement which has haunted Freud since the project and will be satisfied only by a writing machine, the mystic pad. Next, we have grounds for introducing a first differentiation at the sensory end of the apparatus. A trace, spur, is left in our psychical apparatus of the perceptions which impinge upon it. This we may describe as a memory trace, Erinnerungsspur, and to the function relating to it we give the name of memory. If we are in earnest over our plan of attaching psychical processes to systems, memory traces can only consist in permanent modifications of the elements of the systems. But, as has already been pointed out elsewhere, there are obvious difficulties involved in supposing that one and the same system can accurately retain modifications of its elements and yet remain perpetually open to the reception of fresh occasions for modification. V. 538. Two systems will thus be necessary in a single machine. This double system, combining freshness of surface and depth of retention, could only distantly and imperfectly be represented by an optical machine. By analyzing dreams we can take a step forward in our understanding of the composition of that most marvelous and most mysterious of all instruments. Only a small step, no doubt, but a beginning. Thus do we read in the final pages of the Traumdeutung, v. 608. Only a small step. The graphic representation of the non-psychical system of the psychical is not yet ready at a time when such a representation of the psychical has already occupied, in the Traumdeutung itself, a large area. Let us measure this delay. We have already defined elsewhere the fundamental property of writing, in a difficult sense of the word, as spacing, diasteme and time becoming space, and unfolding as well, on an original site, of meanings which irreversible, linear consecution, moving from present point to present point, could only tend to repress, and, to a certain extent, could only fail to repress. In particular in so-called phonetic writing. The latter's complicity with logos, or the time of logic, which is dominated by the principle of non-contradiction, the cornerstone of all metaphysics or presence, is profound. Now in every silent or not wholly phonic spacing out of meaning, concatenations are possible which no longer obey the linearity of logical time, the time of consciousness or preconsciousness, the time of verbal representations. The border between the non-phonetic space of writing, even phonetic writing, and the space of the stage, scene, of dreams is uncertain. We should not be surprised then, if Freud, in order to suggest the strangeness of the logico-temporal relations in dreams, constantly adduces writing, and the spatial synopses of pictograms, rebuses, hieroglyphics, and non-phonetic writing in general. Synopsis and not stasis, scene and not tableau. The laconic, lapidary quality of dreams is not the impassive presence of petrified signs. Point 19. Interpretation has spelled out the elements of dreams. It has revealed the work of condensation and displacement. It is still necessary to account for the synthesis which composes and stages the whole. The resources of the mise en scène, die Darstellungsmittel, must be questioned. A certain polycentrism of dream representation is irreconcilable with the apparently linear unfolding of pure verbal representations. The logical and ideal structure of conscious speech must thus submit to the dream system and become subordinate to it, like a part of its machinery. The different portions of this complicated structure stand, of course, in the most manifold logical relations to one another. They can represent foreground and background, digressions and illustrations, conditions, chains of evidence and counter-arguments. When the whole mass of these dream thoughts is brought under the pressure of the dream work, and its elements are turned about, broken into fragments and jammed together almost like pack ice, the question arises of what happens to the logical connections which have hitherto formed its framework. What representation, mise en scène, do dreams provide for if, because, just as, although, either or, and all the other conjunctions without which we cannot understand sentences or speeches? V. 312. This type of representation, mise en scène, may at first be compared to those forms of expression which are like the writing within speech, the painting or sculpture of signifiers which inscribe in a common space elements which the spoken chain must suppress. Freud sets them off against poetry, which can make use of speech, read. But may the dream as well not use spoken language? In dreams we see but we do not hear, said the project. In point of fact, Freud, like Artaud later on, meant less the absence than the subordination of speech on the dream stage. Point 20. Far from disappearing, speech then changes purpose and status. It is situated, surrounded, invested, in all senses of the word. 21. Constituted. It figures in dreams much as captions do in comic strips, those picto-hieroglyphic combinations in which the phonetic text is secondary and not central in the telling of the tale, before painting became acquainted with the laws of expression by which it is governed. In ancient paintings small labels were hung from the mouths of the persons represented, containing in written characters, als Schrift, the speeches which the artist despaired of representing pictorially. V. 312. The overall writing of dreams exceeds phonetic writing and puts speech back in its place. As in hieroglyphics or rebuses, voice is circumvented. From the very beginning of the chapter on the dream work, we are left in no doubt on this subject, although Freud still uses the concept of translation on which he will later cast suspicion. The dream thoughts and the dream content, the latent and manifest, are presented to us like two versions, mises en scène, of the same subject matter in two different languages. Or, more properly, the dream content seems like a transcript, Übertragung, of the dream thoughts into another mode of expression, whose characters and syntactic laws it is our business to discover by comparing the original and the translation. The dream thoughts are immediately comprehensible, as soon as we have learned them. The dream content, on the other hand, is expressed as it were in a pictographic script, Bilderschrift, the characters of which have to be transposed individually into the language of the dream thoughts. 277. Bilderschrift, not an inscribed image but a figurative script, an image inviting not a simple, conscious, present perception of the thing itself assuming it exists but a reading. If we attempted to read these characters according to their symbolic relation, Zeichenbeziehung, we should clearly be led into error. A dream is a picture puzzle, Bilderrätsel, of this sort, and our predecessors in the field of dream interpretation have made the mistake of treating the rebus as a pictorial composition. 277-78. The figurative content is then indeed a form of writing, a signifying chain in scenic form. In that sense, of course, it summarizes a discourse, it is the economy of speech. The entire chapter on representability, aptitude à la mise en scène, Darstellbarkeit, shows this quite well. But the reciprocal economic transformation, the total reassimilation into discourse, is, in principle, impossible or limited. This is first of all because words are also and primarily things. Thus, in dreams they are absorbed, caught by the primary process. It is then not sufficient to say that in dreams, words are condensed by things, and that inversely, nonverbal signifiers may be interpreted to a certain degree in terms of verbal representations. It must be seen that insofar as they are attracted, lured into the dream, toward the fictive limit of the primary process, words tend to become things pure and simple. An equally fictive limit, moreover. Pure words and pure things are thus, like the idea of the primary process, and consequently, the secondary process, theoretical fictions, v. 603. The interval in dreams and the interval in wakefulness may not be distinguished essentially insofar as the nature of language is concerned. Words are often treated as things in dreams and thus undergo the same operations as thing presentations. 22 In tifo or mal-regression of dreams, words are not overtaken by the spatialization of representation, mise en scène. Formal regression could not even succeed, moreover, if words had not always been subject in their materiality to the mark of their inscription or scenic capacity, their Darstellbarkeit, and all the forms of their spacing. This last factor could only have been repressed by so-called living, vigilant speech, by consciousness, logic, the history of language, etc. Spatialization does not surprise the time of speech or the ideality of meaning, it does not happen to them like an accident. Temporalization presupposes the possibility of symbolism, and every symbolic synthesis, even before it falls into a space exterior to it, includes within itself spacing as difference. Which is why the pure phonic chain, to the extent that it implies differences, is itself not a pure continuum or flow of time. Difference is the articulation of space and time. The phonic chain or the chain of phonetic writing are always already distended by that minimum of essential spacing upon which the dream work and any formal regression in general can begin to operate. It is not a question of a negation of time, of a cessation of time in a present or a simultaneity, but of a different structure, a different stratification of time. Here, once more, a comparison with writing. Phonetic writing this time casts light on writing as well as on dreams. They dreams reproduce logical connection by simultaneity in time. Here they are acting like the painter who, in a picture of the school of Athens or of Parnassus, represents in one group all the philosophers or all the poets who were never, in fact, assembled in a single hall or on a single mountaintop. Dreams carry this mode of reproduction, mise en scène, down to details. Whenever they show us two elements close together, this guarantees that there is some specially intimate connection between what corresponds to them among the dream thoughts. In the same way, in our system of writing, ab means that the two letters are to be pronounced in a single syllable. If a gap is left between the A and the B, it means that the A is the last letter of one word and the B is the first of the next one. 314. The model of hieroglyphic writing assembles more strikingly, though we find it in every form of writing, the diversity of the modes and functions of signs in dreams. Every sign, verbal or otherwise, may be used at different levels, in configurations and functions which are never prescribed by its essence, but emerge from a play of differences. Summarizing all these possibilities, Freud concludes, yet, in spite of all this ambiguity, it is fair to say that the productions, mises en scène, of the dream work, which, it must be remembered, are not made with the intention of being understood, present no greater difficulties to their translators than do the ancient hieroglyphic scripts to those who seek to read them. V. 341. More than 20 years separate the first edition of the Traumdeutung from the note on the mystic writing pad. If we continue to follow the two series of metaphors, those concerning the non-psychical system of the psychical and those concerning the psychical itself, what happens? On the one hand, the theoretical import of the psychographic metaphor will be increasingly refined. A methodological inquiry will, to a certain extent, be devoted to it. It is with a graphematics still to come, rather than with a linguistics dominated by an ancient phonologism, that psychoanalysis sees itself as destined to collaborate. Freud recommends this literally in a text from 1913, and in this case we have nothing to add, interpret, alter. Point 23. The interest which psychoanalysis brings to linguistics presupposes an overstepping of the habitual meaning of the word speech. For in what follows, speech must be understood not merely to mean the expression of thought in words, but to include the speech of gesture and every other method, such, for instance, as writing, by which mental activity can be expressed. 13, 176. And having recalled the archaic character of expression in dreams, which accepts contradiction 24 and valorizes visibility, Freud specifies: it seems to us more appropriate to compare dreams with a system of writing than with language. In fact, the interpretation of a dream is completely analogous to the decipherment of an ancient pictographic script such as Egyptian hieroglyphics. In both cases there are certain elements which are not intended to be interpreted, or read, as the case may be, but are only designed to serve as determinatives, that is, to establish the meaning of some other element. The ambiguity of various elements of dreams finds a parallel in these ancient systems of writing. If this conception of the method of representation in dreams, mise en scène, has not yet been followed up, this, as will be readily understood, must be ascribed to the fact that psychoanalysts are entirely ignorant of the attitude and knowledge with which a philologist would approach such a problem as that presented by Dreams. 13, 177. On the other hand, the same year, in the article on the unconscious, the problematic of the apparatus itself will begin to be taken up in terms of scriptural concepts, neither, as in the project, in a topology of traces without writing, nor, as in the Traumdeutung, in the operations of optical mechanisms. The debate between the functional hypothesis and the topographical hypothesis concerns the locations of an inscription, Niederschrift, when a psychical act. Let us confine ourselves here to one which is in the nature of an idea Vorstellung. Lit representation is transposed from the systems UCS into the system CS. Or PCS, are we to suppose that this transposition involves a fresh record, as it were, a second registration of the idea in question, which may thus be situated as well in a fresh psychical locality, and alongside of which the original unconscious registration continues to exist? Or are we rather to believe that the transposition consists in a change in the state of the idea, a change involving the same material and occurring in the same locality? 14, 174. The discussion which follows does not directly concern us here. Let us simply recall that the economic hypothesis and the difficult concept of anti-cathexis, Gegenbesetzung, the sole mechanism of primal repression, 14, 181, which Freud introduces after refusing to decide on the last question, do not eliminate the topographical difference of the two inscriptions. Point 25. And let us note that the concept of inscription still remains simply the graphic element of an apparatus which is not itself a writing machine. The difference between the system and the psychical is still at work. The graphism itself is reserved for the description of psychical content or of an element in the machine. We might think that the machine itself is subject to another principle of organization, another destination than writing. This is perhaps the case as well, for the main thread of the article on the unconscious, its example, as we have emphasized, is the fate of a representation after it is first registered. When perception, the apparatus which originally enregistered and inscribes, is described, the perceptual apparatus can be nothing but a writing machine. The note on the mystic writing pad, 12 years later, will describe the perceptual apparatus and the origin of memory. Long disjointed and out of phase, the two series of metaphors will then be united. Freud's piece of wax and the three analogies of writing. In this 6-page text, the analogy between a certain writing apparatus and the perceptual apparatus is demonstrated in progressive steps. 3 stages in the description result each time in an increase in rigor, inwardness, and differentiation. As has always been done at least since Plato, Freud first considers writing as a technique subservient to memory, an external, auxiliary technique of psychical memory which is not memory itself, hypomnesis rather than mneme, said the Phaedrus. 26. But here something not possible for Plato. The psychical is caught up in an apparatus, and what is written will be more readily represented as a part extracted from the apparatus and materialized. Such is the first analogy. If I distrust my memory, neurotics, as we know, do so to a remarkable extent, but normal people have every reason for doing so as well. I am able to supplement and guarantee, ergänzen und versichern, its working by making a note in writing, schriftliche Anzeichnung. In that case the surface upon which this trace is preserved, the pocketbook or sheet of paper, is as it were a materialized portion, ein Materialisierungsstück, of my mnemic apparatus, der Erinnerungsapparatus, the rest of which I carry about with me invisible. I have only to bear in mind the place where this memory has been deposited, and I can then reproduce it at any time I like, with the certainty that it will have remained unaltered and so have escaped the possible distortions to which it might have been subjected in my actual memory. 227. Freud's theme here is not the absence of memory or the primal and normal finitude of the powers of memory, even less is it the structure of the temporalization which grounds that finitude, or this structure's essential relation to censorship and repression, nor is it the possibility and the necessity of the Ergänzung, the hypomemic supplement which the psychical must project into the world, nor is it that which is called for, as concerns the nature of the psyche, in order for this supplementation to be possible. At first, it is simply a question of considering the conditions which customary writing surfaces impose on the operation of mnemic supplementation. Those conditions fail to satisfy the double requirement defined since the project, a potential for indefinite preservation and an unlimited capacity for reception. A sheet of paper preserves indefinitely but is quickly saturated. A slate, whose virginity may always be reconstituted by erasing the imprints on it, does not conserve its traces. All the classical writing surfaces offer only one of the two advantages and always present the complementary difficulty. Such is the residential extensa and the intelligible surface of classical writing apparatuses. In the processes which they substitute for our memory, an unlimited receptive capacity and a retention of permanent traces seem to be mutually exclusive. 227. Their extension belongs to classical geometry and is intelligible in its terms as pure exterior without relation to itself. A different writing space must be found, a space which writing has always claimed for itself. Auxiliary apparatuses, Hilfsapparat, which, as Freud notes, are always constituted on the model of the organ to be supplemented, example spectacles, camera, ear trumpet, thus seem particularly deficient when memory is in question. This remark makes even more suspect the earlier reference to optical apparatuses. Freud recalls, nevertheless, that the contradictory requirement he is presenting had already been recognized in 1900. He could have said in 1895. As long ago as in 1900 I gave expression in the interpretation of dreams to a suspicion that this unusual capacity was to be divided between two different systems, or organs of the mental apparatus. According to this view, we possess a system PCPTCS, which receives perceptions but retains no permanent trace of them, so that it can react like a clean sheet to every new perception, while the permanent traces of the excitations which have been received are preserved in mnemic systems lying behind the perceptual system. Later, in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920, I added a remark to the effect that the inexplicable phenomenon of consciousness arises in the perceptual system instead of the permanent traces. 228.27. A double system contained in a single differentiated apparatus, a perpetually available innocence and an infinite reserve of traces have at last been reconciled by the small contrivance placed some time ago upon the market under the name of the mystic writing pad, and which promises to perform more than the sheet of paper or the slate. Its appearance is modest, but if it is examined more closely, it will be found that its construction shows a remarkable agreement with my hypothetical structure of our perceptual apparatus. It offers both advantages, an ever-ready receptive surface and permanent traces of the inscriptions that have been made on it, ibid. Here is its description. The mystic pad is a slab of dark brown resin or wax with a paper edging. Over the slab is laid a thin transparent sheet, the top end of which is firmly secured to the slab while its bottom end rests upon it without being fixed to it. This transparent sheet is the more interesting part of the little device. It itself consists of two layers which can be detached from each other except at their two ends. The upper layer is a transparent piece of celluloid, the lower layer is made of thin translucent waxed paper. When the apparatus is not in use, the lower surface of the waxed paper adheres lightly to the upper surface of the wax slab. To make use of the mystic pad, one writes upon the celluloid portion of the covering sheet which rests upon the wax slab. For this purpose no pencil or chalk is necessary, since the writing does not depend on material being deposited upon the receptive surface. It is a return to the ancient method of writing upon tablets of clay or wax. A pointed stylus scratches the surface, the depressions upon which constitute the writing. In the case of the mystic pad this scratching is not effected directly, but through the medium of the covering sheet. At the points which the stylus touches, it presses the lower surface of the waxed paper onto the wax slab, and the grooves are visible as dark writing upon the otherwise smooth whitish-gray surface of the celluloid. If one wishes to destroy what has been written, all that is necessary is to raise the double covering sheet from the wax slab by a light pull, starting from the free lower end. 28 The close contact between the waxed paper and the wax slab at the places which have been scratched, upon which the visibility of the writing depended, is thus brought to an end, and it does not recur when the two surfaces come together once more. The mystic pad is now clear of writing and ready to receive fresh inscriptions. 228-29. Let us note that the depth of the mystic pad is simultaneously a depth without bottom, an infinite illusion, and a perfectly superficial exteriority, a stratification of surfaces each of whose relation to itself, each of whose interior, is but the implication of another similarly exposed surface. It joins the two empirical certainties by which we are constituted, infinite depth in the implication of meaning, in the unlimited envelopment of the present, and, simultaneously, the pellicular essence of being, the absolute absence of any foundation. Neglecting the device's slight imperfections, interested only in the analogy, Freud insists on the essentially protective nature of the celluloid sheet. Without it, the fine waxed paper would be scratched or ripped. There is no writing which does not devise some means of protection, to protect against itself, against the writing by which the subject is himself threatened as he lets himself be written, as he exposes himself. The layer of celluloid thus acts as a protective sheath for the waxed paper. It shields the waxed paper from injurious effects from without. I may at this point recall that in Beyond the Pleasure Principle 29 I showed that the perceptual apparatus of our mind consists of two layers, of an external protective shield against stimuli whose task it is to diminish the strength of excitations coming in, and of a surface behind it which receives the stimuli, namely the system PCP-TCS, 230. But this still concerns only reception or perception, the most superficial surface's openness to the incision of a scratch. There is as yet no writing in the flatness of this extensio. We must account for writing as a trace which survives the scratches present, punctuality, and stigma. This analogy, Freud continues, would not be of much value if it could not be pursued further than this. This is the second analogy. If we lift the entire covering sheet, both the celluloid and the waxed paper, off the wax slab, the writing vanishes, and, as I have already remarked, does not reappear again. The surface of the mystic pad is clear of writing and once more capable of receiving impressions. But it is easy to discover that the permanent trace of what was written is retained upon the wax slab itself and is legible in suitable lights, ibid. The contradictory requirements are satisfied by this double system, and this is precisely the way in which, according to the hypothesis which I mentioned just now, our psychical apparatus performs its perceptual function. The layer which receives the stimuli, the system PCPTCS, forms no permanent traces. The foundations of memory come about in other, supplementary, systems, ibid. Writing supplements perception before perception even appears to itself, is conscious of itself. Memory or writing is the opening of that process of appearance itself. The perceived may be read only in the past, beneath perception, and after it. Point 30. Whereas other writing surfaces, corresponding to the prototypes of slate or paper, could represent only a materialized part of the mnemic system in the psychical apparatus, an abstraction, the mystic pad represents the apparatus in its entirety, not simply in its perceptual layer. The wax slab, in fact, represents the unconscious. I do not think it is too far-fetched to compare the wax slab with the unconscious behind the system PCPTCS. 19, 230-31. The becoming visible which alternates with the disappearance of what is written would be the flickering up, auflöcketen, and passing away, vergehen, of consciousness in the process of perception. This introduces the third and final analogy. It is certainly the most interesting. Until now, it has been a question only of the space of writing, its extension and volume, reliefs and depressions. But there is as well a time of writing, and this time of writing is nothing other than the very structure of that which we are now describing. We must come to terms with the temporality of the wax slab. For it is not outside the slab, and the mystic pad includes in its structure what Kant describes as the three modes of time in the three analogies of experience: permanence, succession, simultaneity. Descartes, when he wonders qui nam vero est hexera, can reduce its essence to the timeless simplicity of an intelligible object. 31 Freud, reconstructing an operation, can reduce neither time nor the multiplicity of sensitive layers. And he will link a discontinuous conception of time, as the periodicity and spacing of writing, to a whole chain of hypotheses which stretch from the letters to flies to beyond the pleasure principle, and which, once again, are constructed, consolidated, confirmed, and solidified in the mystic pad. Temporality as spacing will be not only the horizontal discontinuity of a chain of signs, but also will be writing as the interruption and restoration of contact between the various depths of psychical levels, the remarkably heterogeneous temporal fabric of psychical work itself. We find neither the continuity of a line nor the homogeneity of a volume, only the differentiated duration and depth of a stage, and its spacing. But I must admit that I am inclined to press the comparison still further. On the mystic pad the writing vanished every time the close contact is broken between the paper which receives the stimulus and the wax slab which preserves the impression. This agrees with the notion which I have long had about the method in which the perceptual apparatus of our mind functions, but which I have hitherto kept to myself. 19, 231. This hypothesis posits a discontinuous distribution through rapid periodic impulses of cathectic innervations, Versetzungsinnervationen, from within toward the outside, toward the permeability of the system PCPTCS. These movements are then withdrawn or removed. Consciousness fades each time the cathexis is withdrawn in this way. Freud compares this movement to the feelers which the unconscious would stretch out toward the external world, and which it would withdraw when these feelers had sampled the excitations coming from the external world in order to warn the unconscious of any threat. Freud had no more reserved the image of the feeler for the unconscious, we find it in Chapter 4 of Beyond the Pleasure Principle 32, than he had reserved the notion of cathectic periodicity, as we noted above. The origin of our concept of time is attributed to this periodic non-excitability and to this discontinuous method of functioning of the system PCPTCS. Time is the economy of a system of writing. The machine does not run by itself. It is less a machine than a tool. And it is not held with only one hand. This is the mark of its temporality. Its maintenance is not simple. The ideal virginity of the present, maintenant, is constituted by the work of memory. At least two hands are needed to make the apparatus function, as well as a system of gestures, a coordination of independent initiatives, an organized multiplicity of origins. It is at this stage that the note ends. If we imagine one hand writing upon the surface of the mystic writing pad while another periodically raises its covering sheet from the wax slab, we shall have a concrete representation of the way in which I tried to picture the functioning of the perceptual apparatus of our mind. 232. Traces thus produce the space of their inscription only by acceding to the period of their erasure. From the beginning, in the present of their first impression, they are constituted by the double force of repetition and erasure, legibility and illegibility. A two-handed machine, a multiplicity of agencies or origins, is this not the original relation to the other and the original temporality of writing, its primary complication, an originary spacing, deferring, and erasure of the simple origin, and polemics on the very threshold of what we persist in calling perception? The stage of dreams, which follow old facilitations, was a stage of writing. But this is because perception, the first relation of life to its other, the origin of life, had always already prepared representation. We must be several in order to write, and even to perceive. The simple structure of maintenance and manuscription, like every intuition of an origin, is a myth, a fiction as theoretical as the idea of the primary process. For that idea is contradicted by the theme of primal repression. Writing is unthinkable without repression. The condition for writing is that there be neither a permanent contact nor an absolute break between strata, the vigilance and failure of censorship. It is no accident that the metaphor of censorship should come from the area of politics concerned with the deletions, blanks, and disguises of writing, even if, at the beginning of the Traumdeutung, Freud seems to make only a conventional, didactic reference to it. The apparent exteriority of political censorship refers to an essential censorship which binds the writer to his own writing. If there were only perception, pure permeability to breaching, there would be no breaches. We would be written, but nothing would be recorded, no writing would be produced, retained, repeated as legibility. But pure perception does not exist. We are written only as we write, by the agency within us which always already keeps watch over perception, be it internal or external. The subject of writing does not exist if we mean by that some sovereign solitude of the author. The subject of writing is a system of relations between strata, the mystic pad, the psyche, society, the world. Within that scene, on that stage, the punctual simplicity of the classical subject is not to be found. In order to describe the structure, it is not enough to recall that one always writes for someone, and the opposition sender-receiver, code message, etc., remain extremely coarse instruments. We would search the public in vain for the first reader, i.e., the first author of a work. And the sociology of literature is blind to the war and the ruses perpetrated by the author who reads and by the first reader who dictates, for at stake here is the origin of the work itself. The sociality of writing as drama requires an entirely different discipline. That the machine does not run by itself means something else, a mechanism without its own energy. The machine is dead. It is death. Not because we risk death in playing with machines, but because the origin of machines is the relation to death. In a letter to Fliess, it will be recalled, Freud, evoking his representation of the psychical apparatus, had the impression of being faced with a machine which would soon run by itself. But what was to run by itself was the psyche and not its imitation or mechanical representation. For the latter does not live. Representation is death. Which may be immediately transformed into the following proposition: death is, only, representation. But it is bound to life and to the living present which it repeats originarily. A pure representation, a machine, never runs by itself. Such at least is the limitation which Freud recognizes in his analogy with the mystic pad. Like the first section of the note, his gesture at this point is extremely Platonic. Only the writing of the soul, said the Phaedrus, only the psychical trace is able to reproduce and to represent itself spontaneously. Our reading had skipped over the following remark by Freud: there must come a point at which the analogy between an auxiliary apparatus of this kind and the organ which is its prototype will cease to apply. It is true, too, that once the writing has been erased, the mystic pad cannot reproduce it from within. It would be a mystic pad indeed if, like our memory, it could accomplish that. 230. Abandoned to itself, the multiplicity of layered surfaces of the apparatus is a dead complexity without depth. Life as depth belongs only to the wax of psychical memory. Freud, like Plato, thus continues to oppose hypomemic writing and writing anti-psyche, itself woven of traces, empirical memories of a present truth outside of time. Henceforth, the mystic pad, separated from psychical responsibility, a representation abandoned to itself, still participates in Cartesian space and mechanics, natural wax, exteriority of the memory aid. All that Freud had thought about the unity of life and death, however, should have led him to ask other questions here. And to ask them explicitly. Freud does not explicitly examine the status of the materialized supplement which is necessary to the alleged spontaneity of memory, even if that spontaneity were differentiated in itself, thwarted by a censorship or repression which, moreover, could not act on a perfectly spontaneous memory. Far from the machine being a pure absence of spontaneity, its resemblance to the psychical apparatus, its existence and its necessity bear witness to the finitude of the mnemic spontaneity which is thus supplemented. The machine and, consequently, representation is death and finitude within the psyche. Nor does Freud examine the possibility of this machine, which, in the world, has at least begun to resemble memory, and increasingly resembles it more closely. Its resemblance to memory is closer than that of the innocent mystic pad, the latter is no doubt infinitely more complex than slate or paper, less archaic than a palimpsest, but, compared to other machines for storing archives, it is a child's toy. This resemblance, i.e., necessarily a certain being in the world of the psyche, did not happen to memory from without, any more than death surprises life. It founds memory. Metaphor, in this case the analogy between two apparatuses and the possibility of this representational relation, raises a question which, despite his premises, and for reasons which are no doubt essential, Freud failed to make explicit, at the very moment when he had brought this question to the threshold of being thematic and urgent. Metaphor as a rhetorical or didactic device is possible here only through the solid metaphor, the unnatural, historical production of a supplementary machine, added to the psychical organization in order to supplement its finitude. The very idea of finitude is derived from the movement of the supplementarity. The historico-technical production of this metaphor which survives individual, that is, generic, psychical organization, is of an entirely different order than the production of an intrapsychical metaphor. Assuming that the latter exists, to speak about it is not enough for that, and whatever bond the two metaphors may maintain between themselves. Here the question of technology, a new name must perhaps be found in order to remove it from its traditional problematic, may not be derived from an assumed opposition between the psychical and the non-psychical, life and death. Writing, here, is techne as the relation between life and death, between present and representation, between the two apparatuses. It opens up the question of technics, of the apparatus in general and of the analogy between the psychical apparatus and the non-psychical apparatus. In this sense writing is the stage of history and the play of the world. It cannot be exhausted by psychology alone. That which, in Freud's discourse, opens itself to the theme of writing results in psychoanalysis being not simply psychology nor simply psychoanalysis. Thus are perhaps augured, in the Freudian breakthrough, a beyond and a beneath of the closure we might term Platonic. In that moment of world history subsumed by the name of Freud, by means of an unbelievable mythology, be it neurological or metapsychological, for we never dreamed of taking it seriously, outside of the question which disorganizes and disturbs its literalness, the metapsychological fable, which marks perhaps only a minimal advance beyond the neurological tales of the project, a relationship to itself of the historico-transcendental stage of writing, was spoken without being said, thought. Without being thought, was written and simultaneously erased, metaphorized, designating itself while indicating intra-wordly relations, it was represented. This may perhaps be recognized, as an example, and let this be understood prudently, insofar as Freud too, with admirable scope and continuity, performed for us the scene of writing. But we must think of the scene in other terms than those of individual or collective psychology, or even of anthropology. It must be thought in the horizon of the scene/stage of the world, as the history of that scene/stage. Freud's language is caught up in it. Thus Freud performs for us the scene of writing. Like all those who write, and like all who know how to write, he let the scene duplicate, repeat, and betray itself within the scene. It is Freud then whom we will allow to say what scene he has played for us. And from him that we shall borrow the hidden epigraph which has silently governed our reading. In following the advance of the metaphors of path, trace, breach, of the march treading down a track which was opened by effraction through neuron, light, or wax, wood or resin, in order violently to inscribe itself in nature, matter, or matrix, and in following the untiring reference to a dry stylus and a writing without ink, and in following the inexhaustible inventiveness and dream-like renewal of mechanical models, the metonymy perpetually at work on the same metaphor, obstinately substituting trace for trace and machine for machine, we have been wondering just what Freud was doing. And we have been thinking of those texts where, better than anywhere else, he tells us worin die Bonung sonst bestet. In what path-breaking consists. Of the Traumdeutung, it is highly probable that all complicated machinery and apparatuses occurring in dreams stand for the genitals, and as a rule male ones, in describing which dream symbolism is as indefatigable as the joke work, Witzarbeit, v. 356. Then, of inhibitions, symptoms, and anxiety, as soon as writing, which entails making a liquid flow out of a tube onto a piece of white paper, assumes the significance of copulation, or as soon as walking becomes a symbolic substitute for treading upon the body of Mother Earth, both writing and walking are stopped because they represent the performance of a forbidden sexual act, XX, 90. The last part of the lecture concerned the architrace as erasure of the present and thus of the subject, of that which is proper to the subject and of his proper name. The concept of a conscious or unconscious subject necessarily refers to the concept of substance and thus of presence out of which it is born. Thus, the Freudian concept of trace must be radicalized and extracted from the metaphysics of presence which still retains it, particularly in the concepts of consciousness, the unconscious, perception, memory, reality, and several others. The trace is the erasure of selfhood, of one's own presence, and is constituted by the threat or anguish of its irremediable disappearance, of the disappearance of its disappearance. An unassailable trace is not a trace, it is a full presence, an immobile and uncorruptible substance, a son of God, a sign of parousia and not a seed, that is, a mortal germ. This erasure is death itself, and it is within its horizon that we must conceive not only the present, but also what Freud doubtless believed to be the indelibility of certain traces in the unconscious, where nothing ends, nothing happens, nothing is forgotten. This erasure of the trace is not only an accident that can occur here or there, nor is it even the necessary structure of a determined censorship threatening a given presence, it is the very structure which makes possible, as the movement of temporalization and pure auto-affection, something that can be called repression in general, the original synthesis of original repression and secondary repression, repression itself. Such a radicalization of the thought of the trace, a thought because it escapes binarism and makes binarism possible on the basis of nothing, would be fruitful not only in the deconstruction of logocentrism, but in a kind of reflection exercised more positively in different fields, at different levels of writing in general, at the point of articulation of writing in the current sense and of the trace in general. These fields, whose specificity thereby could be open to a thought fecundated by psychoanalysis, would be numerous. The problem of their respective limits would be that much more formidable to the extent that this problem could not be subsumed by any authorized conceptual opposition. In question, first, would be 1. A psychopathology of everyday life in which the study of writing would not be limited to the interpretation of the lapsus calami, and, moreover, would be more attentive to this latter and to its originality than Freud himself ever was. Slips of the pen, to which I now pass, are so closely akin to slips of the tongue that we have nothing new to expect from them. 1569. This did prevent Freud from raising the fundamental juridical problem of responsibility before the tribunal of psychoanalysis, as concerns, for example, the murderous lapsus calami, ibid. 2. A history of writing, an immense field in which only preparatory work has been done up to now. However admirable this work has been, it still gives way, beyond its empirical discoveries, to unbridled speculation. 3. A becoming literary of the literal. Here, despite several attempts made by Freud and certain of his successors, a psychoanalysis of literature respectful of the originality of the literary signifier has not yet begun, and this is surely not an accident. Until now, only the analysis of literary signifieds, that is, non-literary signified meanings, has been undertaken. But such questions refer to the entire history of literary forms themselves, and to the history of everything within them which was destined precisely to authorize this disdain of the signifier. 4. Finally, to continue designating these fields according to traditional and problematic boundaries, what might be called a new psychoanalytic graphology, which would take into account the contributions of the three kinds of research we have just outlined broadly. Here, Melanie Klein perhaps opens the way. As concerns the forms of signs, even within phonetic writing, the cathexes of gestures, and of movements, of letters, lines, points, the elements of the writing apparatus, instrument, surface, substance, etc., a text like The Role of the School in the Libidinal Development of the Child, 1923, indicates the direction to be taken. Cf. also, Strachey, Some Unconscious Factors in Reading. Melanie Klein's entire thematic, her analysis of the constitution of good and bad objects, her genealogy of morals could doubtless begin to illuminate, if followed prudently, the entire problem of the architrace. Not in its essence, it does not have one, but in terms of valuation and devaluation. Writing as sweet nourishment or as excrement, the trace as seed or mortal germ, wealth or weapon, detritus and slash or penis, etc. How, for example, on the stage of history, can writing as excrement separated from the living flesh and the sacred body of the hieroglyph, Artaud, be put into communication with what is said in Numbers about the parched woman drinking the inky dust of the law, or what is said in Ezekiel about the Son of Man who fills his entrails with the scroll of the law which has become sweet as honey in his mouth? 8. The theater of cruelty and the closure of representation. For Paul Thevenin. Unique foi au monde, parce que en raison d'un événement toujours que j'expliquerai, il n'est pas de présent, non un présent n'existe pas. Mallarmé, quant au livre. As for my forces, they are only a supplement. The supplement of an accuddle state. It is that there has never been an origin. Artaud, June 6, 1947. And consequently the theater have not yet begun to exist. This is what one reads in one of Antonin Artaud's last writings, Le Théâtre de la Cruauté, in 84, 1948. And in the same text, a little earlier, the theater of cruelty is defined as the affirmation of a terrible and, moreover, implacable necessity. Artaud, therefore, does not call for destruction, for a new manifestation of negativity. Despite everything that it must ravage in its wake, the theater of cruelty is not the symbol of an absent void. It affirms, it produces affirmation itself in its full and necessary rigor. But also in its most hidden sense, the sense most often buried, most often diverted from itself, implacable as it is, this affirmation has not yet begun to exist. It is still to be born. Now a necessary affirmation can be born only by being reborn to itself. For Artaud, the future of the theatre thus, the future in general is opened only by the anaphora which dates from the eve prior to birth. Theatricality must traverse and restore existence and flesh in each of their aspects. Thus, whatever can be said of the body can be said of the theatre. As we know, Artaud lived the morrow of a dispossession, his proper body, the property and propriety of his body, had been stolen from him at birth by the thieving god who was born in order to pass himself off / as me. One rebirth doubtless occurs through Artaud recalls this often a kind of re-education of the organs. But this re-education permits the access to a life before birth and after death, through dying / I have finally achieved real immortality, p. 110, and not to a death before birth and after life. This is what distinguishes the affirmation of cruelty from romantic negativity. The difference is slight and yet decisive. Lichtenberger, I cannot rid myself of this idea that I was dead before I was born, and that through death I will return to this very state. To die and to be reborn with the memory of one's former existence is called fainting, to awaken with other organs which must first be re-educated is called birth. For Artaud, the primary concern is not to die in dying, not to let the thieving god divest him of his life. And I believe that there is always someone else, at the extreme moment of death, to strip us of our own lives, a. p. 162. Similarly, Western theatre has been separated from the force of its essence, removed from its affirmative essence, its vis affirmativa. And this dispossession occurred from the origin on, is the very movement of origin, of birth as death. This is why a place is left on all the stages of stillborn theatre, Le Theatre et l'Anatomie, in La Rue, July 1946. The theatre is born in its own disappearance, and the offspring of this movement has a name, man. The theatre of cruelty is to be born by separating death from birth and by erasing the name of man. The theatre has always been made to do that for which it was not made. The last word on man has not been said. The theatre was never made to describe man and what he does. Le theatre sce patendiging enda, qui musique de troncs par barbes métalliques de barbalis nous maintient en état de guerre contre l'homme qui nous corsetate. Man is quite ill in Aeschylus, but still thinks of himself somewhat as a god and does not want to enter the membrane, and in Euripides, finally, he splashes about in the membrane, forgetting where and when he was a god, Ibid. Indeed, the eve of the origin of this declining, decadent, and negative Western theatre must be reawakened and reconstituted in order to revive the implacable necessity of affirmation on its eastern horizon. This is the implacable necessity of an as yet inexistent stage, certainly, but the affirmation is not to be elaborated tomorrow, in some new theatre. Its implacable necessity operates as a permanent force. Cruelty is always at work. The void, the place that is empty and waiting for this theatre which has not yet begun to exist, thus measures only the strange distance which separates us from implacable necessity, from the present, or rather the contemporary, active, work of affirmation. Within the space of the unique opening of this distance, the stage of cruelty rears its enigma for us. And it is into this opening that we wish to enter here. If throughout the world today, and so many examples bear witness to this in the most striking fashion, all theatrical audacity declares its fidelity to Artaud, correctly or incorrectly, but with increasing insistency, then the question of the theatre of cruelty, of its present inexistence and its implacable necessity, has the value of a historic question. A historic question not because it could be inscribed within what is called the history of theatre, not because it would be epoch-making within the becoming of theatrical forms, or because it would occupy a position within the succession of models of theatrical representation. This question is historic in an absolute and radical sense. It announces the limit of representation. The theatre of cruelty is not a representation. It is life itself, in the extent to which life is unrepresentable. Life is the non-representable origin of representation. I have therefore said cruelty as I might have said life, td. p. 114. This life carries man along with it, but is not primarily the life of man. The latter is only a representation of life, and such is the humanist limit of the metaphysics of classical theater. The theater as we practice it can therefore be reproached with a terrible lack of imagination. The theater must make itself the equal of life, not an individual life, that individual aspect of life in which characters triumph, but the sort of liberated life which sweeps away human individuality and in which man is only a reflection. TD, p. 116. Is not the most naive form of representation mimesis? Like Nietzsche and the affinities do not end there. Artaud wants to have done with the imitative concept of art, with the Aristotelian aesthetics too, in which the metaphysics of Western art comes into its own. Art is not the imitation of life, but life is the imitation of a transcendental principle which art puts us into communication with once again. OC 4:310. Theatrical art should be the primordial and privileged side of this destruction of imitation. More than any other art, it has been marked by the labor of total representation, in which the affirmation of life lets itself be doubled and emptied by negation. This representation, whose structure is imprinted not only on the art, but on the entire culture of the West, its religions, philosophies, politics, therefore designates more than just a particular type of theatrical construction. This is why the question put to us today by far exceeds the bounds of theatrical technology. Such is Artaud's most obstinate affirmation: technical or theatrological reflection is not to be treated marginally. The decline of the theater doubtless begins with the possibility of such a dissociation. This can be emphasized without weakening the importance or interest of theatrological problems, or of the revolutions which may occur within the limits of theatrological problems, or of the revolutions which may occur within the limits of theatrical technique. But Artaud's intention indicates these limits. For as long as these technical and intra-theatrical revolutions do not penetrate the very foundations of Western theater, they will belong to the history and to the stage that Antonin Artaud wanted to explode. What does it mean to break this structure of belonging? Is it possible to do so? Under what conditions can a theater today legitimately invoke Artaud's name? It is only a fact that so many directors wish to be acknowledged as Artaud's heirs, that is, as has been written, his illegitimate sons. The question of justification and legality must also be raised. With what criteria can such a claim be recognized as unfounded? Under what conditions could an authentic theater of cruelty begin to exist? These simultaneously technical and metaphysical questions, metaphysical in the sense understood by Artaud, arise spontaneously from the reading of all the texts in the theater and its double, for these texts are more solicitations than a sum of precepts, more a system of critiques shaking the entirety of Occidental history than a treatise on theatrical practice. The theater of cruelty expulses God from the stage. It does not put a new atheist discourse on stage, or give atheism a platform, or give over theatrical space to a philosophizing logic that would once more, to our greater lassitude, proclaim the death of God. The theatrical practice of cruelty, in its action and structure, inhabits or rather produces a non-theological space. The stage is theological for as long as it is dominated by speech, by a will to speech, by the layout of a primary logos which does not belong to the theatrical side and governs it from a distance. The stage is theological for as long as its structure, following the entirety of tradition, comports the following elements: an author-creator who, absent and from afar, is armed with a text and keeps watch over, assembles, regulates the time or the meaning of representation, letting this latter represent him as concerns what is called the content of his thoughts, his intentions, his ideas. He lets representation represent him through representatives, directors, or actors, enslaved interpreters who represent characters who, primarily through what they say, more or less directly represent the thought of the creator. Interpretive slaves who faithfully execute the providential designs of the master. Who moreover, and this is the ironic rule of the representative structure which organizes all these relationships, creates nothing, has only the illusion of having created, because he only transcribes and makes available for reading a text whose nature is itself necessarily representative, and this representative text maintains with what is called the real, the existing real, the reality about which Artaud said, in the advertisement to Le Moyne, that it is an excrement of the mind, an imitative and reproductive relationship. Finally, the theological stage comports a passive, seated public, a public of spectators, of consumers, of enjoyers, as Nietzsche and Artaud both say, attending a production that lacks true volume or depth, a production that is level, offered to their voyeuristic scrutiny. In the theater of cruelty, pure visibility is not exposed to voyeurism. This general structure in which each agency is linked to all the others by representation, in which the irrepresentability of the living present is dissimulated or dissolved, suppressed, or deported within the infinite chain of representations, the structure has never been modified. All revolutions have maintained it intact, and most often have tended to protect or restore it. And it is the phonetic text, speech, transmitted discourse eventually transmitted by the prompter, whose whole is the hidden but indispensable center of representative structure, which ensures the movement of representation. Whatever their importance, all the pictorial, musical, and even gesticular forms introduced into Western theater can only, in the best of cases, illustrate, accompany, serve, or decorate a text, a verbal fabric, a logos which is said in the beginning. If then, the author is the man who arranges the language of speech and the director is his slave, there is merely a question of words. There is here a confusion over terms, stemming from the fact that, for us, and according to the sense generally attributed to the word director, this man is merely an artisan, an adapter, a kind of translator eternally devoted to making a dramatic work pass from one language into another. This confusion will be possible, and the director will be forced to play second fiddle to the author only so long as there is a tacit agreement that the language of words is superior to others, and that the theater admits none other than this one language, TD, p. 119. This does not imply, of course, that to be faithful to Artaud it suffices to give a great deal of importance and responsibility to the director while maintaining the classical structure. By virtue of the word, or rather the unity of the word and the concept, as we will say later, and this specification will be important, and beneath the theological ascendancy both of the verb which is the measure of our impotency, OC 4:277, and of our fear, it is indeed the stage which finds itself threatened throughout the Western tradition. The Occident, and such is the energy of its essence, has worked only for the erasure of the stage. For a stage which does nothing but illustrate a discourse is no longer entirely a stage. Its relation to speech is its malady, and we repeat that the epoch is sick, OC 4:280. To reconstitute the stage, finally to put on stage and to overthrow the tyranny of the text, is thus one and the same gesture. The triumph of pure mise en scene, OC 4:305. This classical forgetting of the stage is then confused with the history of theater and with all of Western culture. Indeed, it even guaranteed their unfolding. And yet, despite this forgetting, the theater and its arts have lived richly for over 25 centuries, an experience of mutations and perturbations which cannot be set aside, despite the peaceful and impassive immobility of the fundamental structures. Thus, in question is not only a forgetting or a simple surface concealment. A certain stage has maintained with the forgotten, but, in truth, violently erased, stage a secret communication, a certain relationship of betrayal, if to betray is at once to denature through infidelity, but also to let oneself be evinced despite oneself, and to manifest the foundation of force. This explains why classical theater, in Artaud's eyes, is not simply the absence, negation, or forgetting of theater, is not a non-theater, it is a mark of cancellation that lets what it covers be read, and it is corruption also, a perversion, a seduction, the margin of an aberration whose meaning and measure are visible only beyond birth, at the eve of theatrical representation, at the origin of tragedy. Or, for example, in the realm of the Orphic mysteries which subjugated Plato, or the mysteries of Eleusis stripped of the interpretations with which they have been covered, or the pure beauty of which Plato, at least once in this world, must have found the complete, sonorous, streaming naked realization, TD, p. 52. Artaud is indeed speaking of perversion and not of forgetting, for example, in this letter to Benjamin Crémieux. The theater, an independent and autonomous art, must, in order to revive or simply to live, realize what differentiates it from text, pure speech, literature, and all other fixed and written means. We can perfectly well continue to conceive of a theater based upon the authority of the text, and on a text more and more wordy, diffuse, and boring, to which the aesthetics of the stage would be subject. But this conception of theater, which consists of having people sit on a certain number of straight-backed or overstuffed chairs placed in a row and tell each other stories, however marvelous, is, if not the absolute negation of theater, which does not absolutely require movement in order to be what it should, certainly its perversion. TD, p. 106, my italics. Released from the text and the author God, mise en scene would be returned to its creative and founding freedom. The director and the participants, who would no longer be actors or spectators, would cease to be the instruments and organs of representation. Is this to say that Artaud would have refused the name representation for the theater of cruelty? No, provided that we clarify the difficult and equivocal meaning of this notion. Here, we would have to be able to play upon all the German words that we indistinctly translate with the unique word representation. The stage, certainly, will no longer represent, since it will not operate as an addition, as the sensory illustration of a text already written, thought, or lived outside the stage, which the stage would then only repeat but whose fabric it would not constitute. The stage will no longer operate as the repetition of a present, will no longer represent a present that would exist elsewhere and prior to it, a present that would exist elsewhere and prior to it, a present whose plenitude would be older than it, absent from it, and rightfully capable of doing without it, the being present to itself of the absolute Logos, the living present of God. Nor will the stage be a representation, if representation means the surface of a spectacle displayed for spectators. It will not even offer the presentation of a present, if present signifies that which is maintained in front of me. Cruel representation must permeate me. And non-representation is, thus, original representation, if representation signifies, also, the unfolding of a volume, a multidimensional milieu, an experience which produces its own space. Spacing espacement, that is to say, the production of a space that no speech could condense or comprehend, since speech primarily presupposes this spacing, thereby appeals to a time that is no longer that of so-called phonic linearity, appeals to a new notion of space and a specific idea of time. TD, p. 124. We intend to base the theater upon spectacle before everything else, and we shall introduce into the spectacle a new notion of space utilized on all possible levels and in all degrees of perspective in depth and height, and within this notion a specific idea of time will be added to that of movement. Thus, theater space will be utilized not only in its dimensions and volume but, so to speak, in its undersides, dans ses desses, TD, p. 124. Thus, the closure of classical representation, but also the reconstitution of a closed space of original representation, the archimanifestation of force or of life. A closed space, that is to say a space produced from within itself and no longer organized from the vantage of an other absent site, an illocally, an alibi or invisible utopia. The end of representation, but also original representation, the end of interpretation, but also an original interpretation that no master speech, no project of mastery will have permeated and leveled in advance. A visible representation, certainly, directed against the speech which eludes sight, and Artaud insists upon the productive images without which there would be no theater, theaome, but whose visibility does not consist of a spectacle mounted by the discourse of the master. Representation, then, as the auto-presentation of pure visibility and even pure sensibility. Point 3. It is this extreme and difficult sense of spectacular representation that another passage from the same letter attempts to delimit, so long as the mise en scene remains, even in the minds of the boldest directors, a simple means of presentation, an accessory mode of expressing the work, a sort of spectacular intermediary with no significance of its own, it will be valuable only to the degree it succeeds in hiding itself behind the works it is pretending to serve. and this will continue as long as the major interest in a performed work is in its text, as long as literature takes precedence over the kind of performance improperly called spectacle, with everything pejorative, accessory, ephemeral, and external that that term carries with it, td. pages 105-6. Such, on the stage of cruelty, would be spectacle acting not as reflection, but as force, OC 4:297. The return to original representation thus implies, not simply but above all, that theater or life must cease to represent an other language, must cease to let themselves be derived from an other art, from literature, for example, be it poetic literature. For in poetry, as in literature, verbal representation purloins scenic representation. Poetry can escape Western illness only by becoming theater. We think, precisely, that there is a notion of poetry to be dissociated, extracted from the forms of written poetry in which an epoch at the height of disorder and illness wants to keep all poetry. And when I say that the epoch wants, I am exaggerating, for in reality it is incapable of wanting anything, it is the victim of a formal habit which it absolutely cannot shake. It seems to us that the kind of diffuse poetry which we identify with natural and spontaneous energy, but all natural energies are not poetic, must find its integral expression, its purest, sharpest and most truly separated expression, in the theater, OC 4:280. Thus, we can distinguish the sense of cruelty as necessity and rigor. Artaud certainly invites us to think only of rigor, implacable intention and decision, and of irreversible and absolute determination, td. p. 101, of determinism, submission to necessity, td. p. 102, etc., under the heading of cruelty, and not necessarily of sadism, horror, bloodshed, crucified enemies, ibid, etc. And certain productions today inscribed under Artaud's name are perhaps violent, even bloody, but are not, for all that, cruel. Nevertheless, there is always a murder at the origin of cruelty, of the necessity named cruelty. And, first of all, a parricide. The origin of theater, such as it must be restored, is the hand lifted against the abusive wielder of the logos, against the father, against the god of a stage subjugated to the power of speech and text. Point 4. In my view, no one has the right to call himself author, that is to say creator, except the person who controls the direct handling of the stage. And exactly here is the vulnerable point of the theater as it is thought of not only in France but in Europe and even in the Occident as a whole. Occidental theater recognizes as language, assigns the faculties and powers of a language, permits to be called language, with that particular intellectual dignity generally ascribed to this word, only articulated language, grammatically articulated language, i.e., the language of speech, and of written speech, speech which, pronounced or unpronounced, has no greater value than if it is merely written. In the theater as we conceive it, the text is everything. Td. p. 117. What will speech become, henceforth, in the theater of cruelty? Will it simply have to silence itself or disappear? In no way. Speech will cease to govern the stage, but will be present upon it. Speech will occupy a rigorously delimited place, will have a function within a system to which it will be coordinated. For it is known that the representations of the theater of cruelty had to be painstakingly determined in advance. The absence of an author and his text does not abandon the stage to dereliction. The stage is not forsaken, given over to improvisatory anarchy, to chance vaticination, OC 4:234, to copious improvisations, td. p. 109, to surrealist empiricism, OC 4:313, to commedia dell'arte, or to the capriciousness of untrained inspiration, ibid. Everything, thus, will be prescribed in a writing and a text whose fabric will no longer resemble the model of classical representation. To what place, then, will speech be assigned by this necessary prescription called for by cruelty itself? Speech and its notation, phonetic speech, an element of classical theatre speech and its writing will be erased on the stage of cruelty only in the extent to which they were allegedly dictation, at once citations or recitations and orders. The director and the actor will no longer take dictation, thus we shall renounce the theatrical superstition of the text and the dictatorship of the writer, TD, p. 124. This is also the end of the diction which made theatre into an exercise of reading. The end of the fact that for certain theatrical amateurs this means that a play read affords just as definite and as great a satisfaction as the same play performed, TD, p. 118. How will speech and writing function then? They will once more become gestures, and the logical and discursive intentions which speech ordinarily uses in order to ensure its rational transparency, and in order to purloin its body in the direction of meaning, will be reduced or subordinated. And since this theft of the body by itself is indeed that which leaves the body to be strangely concealed by the very thing that constitutes it as diaphanousness, then the deconstitution of diaphanousness lays bare the flesh of the word, lays bare the word's sonority, intonation, intensity, the shout that the articulations of language and logic have not yet entirely frozen, that is, the aspect of oppressed gesture which remains in all speech, the unique and irreplaceable movement which the generalities of concept and repetition have never finished rejecting. We know what value our thought attributed to what is called in the present case, quite incorrectly, onomatopoeia. Glossopoeia, which is neither an imitative language nor a creation of names, takes us back to the borderline of the moment when the word has not yet been born, when articulation is no longer a shout but not yet discourse, when repetition is almost impossible, and along with it, language in general, the separation of concept and sound, of signified and signifier, of the pneumatical and the grammatical, the freedom of translation and tradition, the movement of interpretation, the difference between the soul and the body, the master and the slave, God and man, author and actor. This is the eve of the origin of languages, and of the dialogue between theology and humanism, whose inextinguishable reoccurrence has never not been maintained by the metaphysics of Western theatre. 5. Thus, it is less a question of constructing a mute stage than of constructing a stage whose clamor has not yet been pacified into words. The word is the cadaver of psychic speech, and along with the language of life itself, the speech before words 6 must be found again. Gesture and speech have not yet been separated by the logic of representation. I am adding another language to the spoken language, and I am trying to restore to the language of speech its old magic, its essential spellbinding power, for its mysterious possibilities have been forgotten. When I say I will perform no written play, I mean that I will perform no play based on writing and speech, that in the spectacles I produce there will be a preponderant physical share which could not be captured and written down in the customary language of words, and that even the spoken and written portions will be spoken and written in a new sense, TD, p. 111. What of this new sense? And first, what of this new theatrical writing? This latter will no longer occupy the limited position of simply being the notation of words, but will cover the entire range of this new language, not only phonetic writing and the transcription of speech, but also hieroglyphic writing, the writing in which phonetic elements are coordinated to visual, pictorial, and plastic elements. The notion of hieroglyphics is at the center of the first manifesto. Once aware of this language in space, language of sounds, cries, lights, onomatopoeia, the theater must organize it into veritable hieroglyphs, with the help of characters and objects, and make use of their symbolism and interconnections in relation to all organs and on all levels, TD, p. 90. On the stage of the dream, as described by Freud, speech has the same status. This analogy requires patient meditation. In the interpretation of dreams and in the metapsychological supplement to the theory of dreams, the place and functioning of writing are delimited. Present in dreams, speech can only behave as an element among others, sometimes like a thing which the primary process manipulates according to its own economy. In this process thoughts are transformed into images, mainly of a visual sort, that is to say, word presentations are taken back to the thing presentations which correspond to them, as if, in general the process were dominated by considerations of representability, Darstellbarkeit. It is very noteworthy how little the dream work keeps to word presentations. It is always ready to exchange one word for another till it finds the expression which is most handy for plastic representation, SE 14:228. Artaud 2, speaks of a visual and plastic materialization of speech, TD, p. 69, and of making use of speech in a concrete and spatial sense in order to manipulate it like a solid object, one which overturns and disturbs things, TD, p. 72. And when Freud, speaking of dreams, invokes sculpture and painting, or the primitive painter who, in the fashion of the authors of comic strips, hung small labels from the mouths of the persons represented, containing in written characters the speeches which the artist despaired of representing pictorially, SE 4:312, we understand what speech can become when it is but an element, a circumscribed site, a circumvented writing within both general writing and the space of representation. This is the structure of the rebus or the hieroglyphic. The dream content, on the other hand, is expressed as it were in a pictographic script, SE 4:227. And in an article from 1913, for in what follows speech must be understood not merely to mean the expression of thought in words but to include the speech of gesture and every other method, such, for instance, as writing, by which mental activity can be expressed. If we reflect that the means of representation in dreams are principally visual images and not words, we shall see that it is even more appropriate to compare dreams with a system of writing than with a language. In fact, the interpretation of dreams is completely analogous to the decipherment of an ancient pictographic script such as Egyptian hieroglyphs, SE 13:176-77.7. It is difficult to know the extent to which Artaud, who often referred to psychoanalysis, had approached the text of Freud. It is in any event remarkable that he describes the play of speech and of writing on the stage of cruelty according to Freud's very terms, a Freud who at the time was hardly elucidated. Already in the first manifesto, The Language of the Stage, it is not a question of suppressing the spoken language, but of giving words approximately the importance they have in dreams. Meanwhile, new means of recording this language must be found, whether these means belong to musical transcription or to some kind of code. As for ordinary objects, or even the human body, raised to the dignity of signs, it is evident that one can draw one's inspiration from hieroglyphic characters TD, p. 94. Eternal laws, those of all poetry and all viable language, and, among other things, of Chinese ideograms and ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. Hence, far from restricting the possibilities of theater and language, on the pretext that I will not perform written plays, I extend the language of the stage and multiply its possibilities TD, p. 111. As concerns psychoanalysis and especially psychoanalysts, Artaud was no less careful to indicate his distance from those who believe that they can retain discourse with the aid of psychoanalysis, and thereby can wield its initiative and powers of initiation. For the theater of cruelty is indeed a theater of dreams, but of cruel dreams, that is to say, absolutely necessary and determined dreams, dreams calculated and given direction, as opposed to what Artaud believed to be the empirical disorder of spontaneous dreams. The ways and figures of dreams can be mastered. The surrealists read Hervé de Saint-Denis.8 in this theatrical treatment of dreams, poetry and science must henceforth be identical, TD, p. 140. To make them such, it is certainly necessary to proceed according to the modern magic that is psychoanalysis. I propose to bring back into the theater this elementary magic idea, taken up by modern psychoanalysis, TD, p. 80. But no concession must be made to what Artaud believes to be the faltering of dreams and of the unconscious. It is the law of dreams that must be produced or reproduced. I propose to renounce our empiricism of imagery, in which the unconscious furnishes images at random, and which the poet arranges at random too, ibid. Because he wants to see sparkle and triumph on stage whatever is part of the illegibility and magnetic fascination of dreams, CW 223, Artaud therefore rejects the psychoanalyst as interpreter, second remove commentator, hermeneut, or theoretician. He would have rejected a psychoanalytic theater with as much rigor as he condemned psychological theater. And for the same reasons, his rejection of any secret interiority, of the reader, of directive interpretations or of psychodramaturgy. The subconscious will not play any true role on stage. We've had enough of the confusion engendered between author and audience through the medium of producers and actors. Too bad for analysts, students of the soul and surrealists. We are determined to safeguard the plays we put on against any secret commentary, CW 239.9. By virtue of his situation and his status, the psychoanalyst would belong to the structure of the classical stage, to its societal form, its metaphysics, its religion, etc. The theater of cruelty thus would not be a theater of the unconscious. Almost the contrary. Cruelty is consciousness, is exposed lucidity. There is no cruelty without consciousness and without the application of consciousness, TD, p. 102. And this consciousness indeed lives upon a murder, is the consciousness of this murder, as we suggested above. Artaud says this in the first letter on cruelty: it is consciousness that gives to the exercise of every act of life its blood-red color, its cruel nuance, since it is understood that life is always someone's death, TD, p. 102. Perhaps Artaud is also protesting against a certain Freudian description of dreams as the substitutive fulfillment of desire, as the function of vicariousness. Through the theater, Artaud wants to return their dignity to dreams and to make of them something more original, more free, more affirmative than an activity of displacement. It is perhaps against a certain image of Freudian thought that he writes in the first manifesto, to consider the theater as a second-hand psychological or moral function, and to believe that dreams themselves have only a substitute function, is to diminish the profound poetic bearing of dreams as well as of the theater, TD, p. 92. Finally, a psychoanalytic theater would risk being a desacralizing theater, and thereby would confirm the West in its project and its trajectory. The theater of cruelty is a hieratic theater. Regression toward the unconscious, CFTD, p. 47, fails if it does not reawaken the sacred, if it is not both the mystic experience of revelation and the manifestation of life in their first emergence. 10. We have seen the reasons why hieroglyphics had to be substituted for purely phonic signs. It must be added that the latter communicate less than the former with the imagination of the sacred. And through the hieroglyph of a breath I am able to recover an idea of the sacred theater, TD, p. 141. A new epiphany of the supernatural and the divine must occur within cruelty. And not despite but thanks to the eviction of God and the destruction of the theater's theological machinery. The divine has been ruined by God. That is to say, by man, who in permitting himself to be separated from life by God, in permitting himself to be usurped from his own birth, became man by polluting the divinity of the divine. For far from believing that man invented the supernatural and the divine, I think it is man's age-old intervention which has ultimately corrupted the divine within him, TD, p. 8. The restoration of divine cruelty, hence, must traverse the murder of God, that is to say, primarily the murder of the man-God. 11. Perhaps we now can ask, not about the conditions under which a modern theater could be faithful to Artaud, but in what cases it is surely unfaithful to him. What might the themes of infidelity be, even among those who invoke Artaud in the militant and noisy fashion we all know? We will content ourselves with naming these themes. Without a doubt, foreign to the theater of cruelty are: 1. All non-sacred theater. 2. All theater that privileges speech, or rather the verb, all theater of words, even if this privilege becomes that of a speech which is self-destructive, which once more becomes gesture of hopeless reoccurrence, a negative relation of speech to itself, theatrical nihilism, what is still called the theater of the absurd. Such a theater would not only be consumed by speech, and would not destroy the functioning of the classical stage, but it also would not be, in the sense understood by Artaud, and doubtless by Nietzsche, an affirmation. 3. All abstract theater which excludes something from the totality of art, and thus, from the totality of life and its resources of signification, dance, music, volume, depth of plasticity, visible images, sonority, phonicity, etc. An abstract theater is a theater in which the totality of sense and the senses is not consumed. One would incorrectly conclude from this that it suffices to accumulate or to juxtapose all the arts in order to create a total theater addressed to the total man. 12, CFTD, p. 123. Nothing could be further from addressing total man than an assembled totality, an artificial and exterior mimicry. Inversely, certain apparent exhaustions of stage technique sometimes more rigorously pursue Artaud's trajectory. Assuming, which we do not, that there is some sense in speaking of a fidelity to Artaud, to something like his message, this notion already betrays him, then a rigorous, painstaking, patient, and implacable sobriety in the work of destruction, and an economical acuity aiming at the master parts of a still quite solid machine, are more surely imperative, today, than the general mobilization of art and artists, than turbulence or improvised agitation under the mocking and tranquil eyes of the police. For all theater of alienation. Alienation only consecrates, with didactic insistence and systematic heaviness, the non-participation of spectators, and even of directors and actors, in the creative act, in the eruptive force assuring the space of the stage. The Verfremdungseffekt 13 remains the prisoner of a classical paradox and of the European ideal of art which attempts to cast the mind into an attitude distinct from force but addicted to exaltation, td. p. 10. Since in the theater of cruelty the spectator is in the center and the spectacle surrounds him, 2, p. 81, the distance of vision is no longer pure, cannot be abstracted from the totality of the sensory milieu, the infused spectator can no longer constitute his spectacle and provide himself with its object. There is no longer spectator or spectacle, but festival, CFTD, p. 85. All the limits furrowing classical theatricality, represented/representer, signified/signifier, author/director/actors/spectators, stage/audience, text/interpretation, etc., were ethico-metaphysical prohibitions, wrinkles, grimaces, rictuses, the symptoms of fear before the dangers of the festival. Within the space of the festival opened by transgression, the distance of representation should no longer be extendable. The festival of cruelty lifts all footlights and protective barriers before the absolute danger which is without foundation. I must have actors who are first of all beings, that is to say, who on stage are not afraid of the true sensation of the touch of a knife and the convulsions absolutely real for them of a supposed birth. Mounet Sully believes in what he does and gives the illusion of it, but he knows that he is behind a protective barrier. I suppress the protective barrier. Letter to Roger Blin, September 1945. As regards the festival, as invoked by Artaud, and the menace of that which is without foundation, the happening can only make us smile. It is to the theater of cruelty what the carnival of Nice might be to the mysteries of Eleusis. This is particularly so due to the fact that the happening substitutes political agitation for the total revolution prescribed by Artaud. The festival must be a political act. And the act of political revolution is theatrical. 5. All non-political theater. We have indeed said that the festival must be a political act and not the more or less eloquent, pedagogical, and superintended transmission of a concept or a politico-moral vision of the world. To reflect which we cannot do here the political sense of this act and this festival, and the image of society which fascinates Artaud's desire, one should come to invoke, in order to note the greatest difference within the greatest affinity, all the elements in Rousseau which establish communication between the critique of the classical spectacle, the suspect quality of articulation in language, the ideal of a public festival substituted for representation, and a certain model of society. Perfectly present to itself in small communities which render both useless and nefarious all recourse to representation at the decisive moments of social life. That is, all recourse to political as well as to theatrical representation, replacement, or delegation. It very precisely could be shown that it is the representer that Rousseau suspects in the social contract, as well as in the letter to M. d'Alembert, where he proposes the replacement of theatrical representations with public festivals lacking all exhibition and spectacle, festivals without anything to see in which the spectators themselves would become actors, but what then will be the objects of these entertainments? Nothing, if you please. Plant a stake crowned with flowers in the middle of a square, gather the people together there, and you will have a festival. Do better yet, let the spectators become an entertainment to themselves, make them actors themselves. 14. 6. All ideological theater, all cultural theater, all communicative, interpretive, in the popular and not the Nietzschean sense, of course, theater seeking to transmit a content, or to deliver a message, of whatever nature, political, religious, psychological, metaphysical, etc., that would make a discourse's meaning intelligible for its listeners. 15. A message that would not be totally exhausted in the act and present tense of the stage, that would not coincide with the stage, that could be repeated without it. Here we touch upon what seems to be the profound essence of Artaud's project, his historico-metaphysical decision. Artaud wanted to erase repetition in general. Point 16. For him, repetition was evil, and one could doubtless organize an entire reading of his texts around this center. Repetition separates force, presence, and life from themselves. This separation is the economical and calculating gesture of that which defers itself in order to maintain itself, that which reserves expenditure and surrenders to fear. This power of repetition governed everything that Artaud wished to destroy, and it has several names: God, being, dialectics. God is the eternity whose death goes on indefinitely, whose death, as difference and repetition within life, has never ceased to menace life. It is not the living God, but the death God that we should fear. God is death. For even the infinite is dead, infinite is the name of a dead man who is not dead. 84. As soon as there is repetition, God is there, the present holds on to itself and reserves itself, that is to say, eludes itself. The absolute is not a being and will never be one, for there can be no being without a crime committed against myself, that is to say, without taking from me a being who wanted one day to be God when this is not possible, God being able to manifest himself only all at once, given that he manifests himself an infinite number of times during all the times of eternity as the infinity of times and eternity, which creates perpetuity. September 1945. Another name of repetition, being. Being is the form in which the infinite diversity of the forms and forces of life and death can indefinitely merge and be repeated in the word. For there is no word, nor in general a sign, which is not constituted by the possibility of repeating itself. A sign which does not repeat itself, which is not already divided by repetition in its first time, is not a sign. The signifying referral therefore must be ideal, and ideality is but the assured power of repetition in order to refer to the same thing each time. This is why being is the key word of eternal repetition, the victory of God and of death over life. Like Nietzsche, for example, in The Birth of Philosophy, Artaud refuses to subsume life to being, and inverses the genealogical order, first to live and to be according to one's soul. The problem of being is only their consequence. September 1945, there is no greater enemy of the human body than being. September 1947, certain other unpublished texts valorize what Artaud properly calls the beyond of being. February 1947, manipulating this expression of Plato's, whom Artaud did not fail to read, in a Nietzschean style. Finally, dialectics is the movement through which expenditure is reappropriated into presence. It is the economy of repetition. The economy of truth. Repetition summarizes negativity, gathers and maintains the past present as truth, as ideality. The truth is always that which can be repeated. Non-repetition, expenditure that is resolute and without return in the unique time consuming the present, must put an end to fearful discursiveness, to unskirtable ontology, to dialectics. Dialectics, a certain dialectics being that which finished me, September 1945, 17. Dialectics is always that which has finished us, because it is always that which takes into account our rejection of it, as it does our affirmation. To reject death as repetition is to affirm death as a present expenditure without return. And inversely. This is a schema that hovers around Nietzsche's repetition of affirmation. Pure expenditure, absolute generosity offering the unicity of the present to death in order to make the present appear as such, has already begun to want to maintain the presence of the present, has already opened the book and memory, the thinking of being as memory. Not to want to maintain the present is to want to preserve that which constitutes its irreplaceable and mortal presence, that within it which cannot be repeated. To consume pure difference with pleasure. Such, reduced to its bloodless framework, is the matrix of the history of thought conceptualizing itself since Hegel. 18. The possibility of the theater is the obligatory focal point of this thought which reflects tragedy as repetition. The menace of repetition is nowhere else as well organized as in the theater. Nowhere else is one so close to the stage as the origin of repetition, so close to the primitive repetition which would have to be erased, and only by detaching it from itself as if from its double. Not in the sense in which Artaud spoke of the theater and its double 19 but as designating the fold, the interior duplication which steals the simple presence of its present act from the theater, from life, etc., in the irrepressible movement of repetition. One time is the enigma of that which has no meaning, no presence, no legibility. Now, for Artaud, the festival of cruelty could take place only one time. Let us leave textual criticism to graduate students, formal criticism to aesthetes, and recognize that what has been said is not still to be said, that an expression does not have the same value twice, does not live two lives, that all words, once spoken, are dead and function only at the moment when they are uttered, that a form, once it has served, cannot be used again and asks only to be replaced by another, and that the theater is the only place in the world where a gesture, once made, can never be made the same way twice. TD, p. 75. This is indeed how things appear. Theatrical representation is finite, and leaves behind its actual presence, no trace, no object to carry off. It is neither a book nor a work, but an energy, and in this sense it is the only art of life. The theater teaches precisely the uselessness of the action which, once done, is not to be done, and the superior use of the state unused by the action and which, restored, produces a purification. TD, p. 82. In this sense the theater of cruelty would be the art of difference and of expenditure without economy, without reserve, without return, without history. Pure presence as pure difference. Its act must be forgotten, actively forgotten. Here, one must practice the active Vergeslichkeit which is spoken of in the second dissertation of the genealogy of morals, which also explicates festivity and cruelty, Grausamkeit. Artaud's disgust with non-theatrical writing has the same sense. What inspires this disgust is not, as in the Phaedrus, the gesture of the body, the sensory and mnemonic, the hypomnesiac mark exterior to the inscription of truth in the soul, but, on the contrary, writing as the site of the inscription of truth, the other of the living body, writing as ideality, repetition. Plato criticizes writing as a body, Artaud criticizes it as the erasure of the body, of the living gesture which takes place only once. Writing is space itself and the possibility of repetition in general. This is why we should get rid of our superstitious valuation of texts and written poetry. Written poetry is worth reading once, and then should be destroyed. TD, p. 78. In thus enumerating the themes of infidelity, one comes to understand very quickly that fidelity is impossible. There is no theater in the world today which fulfills Artaud's desire. And there would be no exception to be made for the attempts made by Artaud himself. He knew this better than any other. The grammar of the theater of cruelty, of which he said that it is to be found, will always remain the inaccessible limit of a representation which is not repetition, of a representation which is full presence, which does not carry its double within itself as its death, of a present which does not repeat itself, that is, of a present outside time, a non-present. The present offers itself as such, appears, presents itself, opens the stage of time or the time of the stage only by harboring its own intestine difference, and only in the interior fold of its original repetition, in representation. In dialectics. Artaud knew this well, a certain dialectics. For if one appropriately conceives the horizon of dialectics outside a conventional Hegelianism, one understands, perhaps, that dialectics is the indefinite movement of finitude, of the unity of life and death, of difference, of original repetition, that is, of the origin of tragedy as the absence of a simple origin. In this sense, dialectics is tragedy, the only possible affirmation to be made against the philosophical or Christian idea of pure origin, against the spirit of beginnings, but the spirit of beginnings has not ceased to make me commit idiocies, and I have not ceased to dissociate myself from the spirit of beginnings which is the Christian spirit. September 1945. What is tragic is not the impossibility but the necessity of repetition. Artaud knew that the theatre of cruelty neither begins nor is completed within the purity of simple presence, but rather is already within representation, in the second time of creation, in the conflict of forces which could not be that of a simple origin. Doubtless, cruelty could begin to be practiced within this conflict, but thereby it must also let itself be penetrated. The origin is always penetrated. Such is the alchemy of the theatre. Perhaps before proceeding further I shall be asked to define what I mean by the archetypal, primitive theatre. And we shall thereby approach the very heart of the matter. If in fact we raise the question of the origins and raison d'être, or primordial necessity, of the theatre, we find, metaphysically, the materialization or rather the exteriorization of a kind of essential drama, already disposed and divided, not so much as to lose their character as principles, but enough to comprise, in a substantial and active fashion, i.e. resonantly, an infinite perspective of conflicts. To analyze such a drama philosophically is impossible, only poetically. And this essential drama, we come to realize, exists, and in the image of something subtler than creation itself, something which must be represented as the result of one will alone and without conflict. We must believe that the essential drama, the one at the root of all the great mysteries, is associated with the second phase of creation, that of difficulty and of the double, that of matter and the materialization of the idea. It seems indeed that where simplicity and order reign, there can be no theatre nor drama, and the true theatre, like poetry as well, though by other means, is born out of a kind of organized anarchy. Td. pages 50 to 51. Primitive theatre and cruelty thus also begin by repetition. But if the idea of a theatre without representation, the idea of the impossible, does not help us to regulate theatrical practice, it does, perhaps, permit us to conceive its origin, eve and limit, and the horizon of its death. The energy of Western theatre thus lets itself be encompassed within its own possibility, which is not accidental and serves as a constitutive center and structuring locus for the entire history of the West. But repetition steals the center and the locus, and what we have just said of its possibility should prohibit us from speaking both of death as a horizon and of birth as a past opening. Artaud kept himself as close as possible to the limit, the possibility and impossibility of pure theatre. Presence, in order to be presence and self-presence, has always already begun to represent itself, has always already been penetrated. Affirmation itself must be penetrated in repeating itself. Which means that the murder of the father which opens the history of representation and the space of tragedy, the murder of the father that Artaud, in sum, wants to repeat at the greatest proximity to its origin, but only a single time. This murder is endless and is repeated indefinitely. It begins by penetrating its own commentary and is accompanied by its own representation, in which it erases itself and confirms the transgressed law. To do so, it suffices that there be a sign, that is to say, a repetition. Underneath this side of the limit, and in the extent to which he wanted to save the purity of a presence without interior difference and without repetition, or, paradoxically amounting to the same thing, the purity of a pure difference. 20 Artaud also desired the impossibility of the theatre, wanted to erase the stage, no longer wanted to see what transpires in a locality always inhabited or haunted by the father and subjected to the repetition of murder. Is it not Artaud who wants to reduce the archistage when he writes in the Here Lies, I Antonin Artaud, am my son, / my father, my mother, / and myself, p. 238? That he thereby kept himself at the limit of theatrical possibility, and that he simultaneously wanted to produce and to annihilate the stage, is what he knew in the most extreme way. December 1946. And now I am going to say something which, perhaps, is going to stupefy many people. I am the enemy of theater. I have always been. As much as I love the theater, I am, for this very reason, equally its enemy. We see him immediately afterward, he cannot resign himself to theater as repetition, and cannot renounce theater as non-repetition. The theater is a passionate overflowing, a frightful transfer of forces, from body to body. This transfer cannot be reproduced twice. Nothing more impious than the system of the Bolognese, which consists, after having produced this transfer one time, instead of seeking another, in resorting to a system of particular enchantments, in order to deprive astral photography of the gestures thus obtained. Theater as repetition of that which does not repeat itself, theater as the original repetition of difference within the conflict of forces in which evil is the permanent law, and what is good is an effort and already a cruelty added to the other cruelty. Such is the fatal limit of a cruelty which begins with its own representation. Because it has always already begun, representation therefore has no end. But one can conceive of the closure of that which is without end. Closure is the circular limit within which the repetition of difference infinitely repeats itself. That is to say, closure is its playing space. This movement is the movement of the world as play. And for the absolute life itself is a game, OC 4:282, this play is cruelty as the unity of necessity and chance. It is chance that is infinite, not God, fragmentations. This play of life is artistic. Point 21. To think the closure of representation is thus to think the cruel powers of death and play which permit presence to be born to itself, and pleasurably to consume itself through the representation in which it eludes itself in its deferral. To think the closure of representation is to think the tragic, not as the representation of fate, but as the fate of representation, its gratuitous and baseless necessity. And it is to think why it is fatal that, in its closure, representation continues. 9. From restricted to general economy, a Hegelianism without reserve. Hegel did not know to what extent he was right. Georges Baudeley. Often Hegel seems to me self-evident, but the self-evident is a heavy burden, coupable. Why today, even today, are the best readers of Baudeley among those for whom Hegel's self-evidence is so lightly borne? So lightly borne that a murmured allusion to given fundamental concepts, the pretext, sometimes, for avoiding the details, or a complacent conventionality, a blindness to the text, an invocation of Baudeley's complicity with Nietzsche or Marx, suffice to undo the constraint of Hegel. Perhaps the self-evident would be too heavy to bear, and so a shrug of the shoulders is preferred to discipline. And, contrary to Baudeley's experience, this puts one, without seeing or knowing it, within the very self-evidence of Hegel one often thinks oneself unburdened of. Misconstrued, treated lightly, Hegelianism only extends its historical domination, finally unfolding its immense enveloping resources without obstacle. Hegelian self-evidence seems lighter than ever at the moment when it finally bears down with its full weight. Baudeley had feared this too, heavy, it will be even more so in the future. And if Baudeley considered himself closer to Nietzsche than to anyone else, to the point of identification with him, it was not, in this case, as a motive for simplification. Nietzsche knew of Hegel only the usual vulgarization. The genealogy of morals is the singular proof of the state of general ignorance in which remained, and remains today, the dialectic of the master and the slave, whose lucidity is blinding. No one knows anything of himself if he has not grasped this movement which determines and limits the successive possibilities of man. L. Experience Interior, Hereafter EI, p. 140, n1. To bear the self-evidence of Hegel, today, would mean this: one must, in every sense, go through the slumber of reason, the slumber that engenders monsters and then puts them to sleep. This slumber must be effectively traversed so that awakening will not be a ruse of dream. That is to say, again, a ruse of reason. The slumber of reason is not, perhaps, reason put to sleep, but slumber in the form of reason, the vigilance of the Hegelian logos. Reason keeps watch over a deep slumber in which it has an interest. Now, if evidence received in the slumber of reason loses or will lose the characteristics of wakefulness, ibid, then it is necessary, in order to open our eyes, and did Bodley ever want to do otherwise, correctly certain that he was thereby risking death, the condition in which I would see would be to die, to have spent the night with reason, to have kept watch and to have slept with her, and to have done so throughout the night, until morning, until the other dawn which resembles, even to the point of being taken for it like daybreak for nightfall, the hour when the philosophical animal can also finally open its eyes. That morning and none other. For at the far reaches of this night something was contrived, blindly, I mean in a discourse, by means of which philosophy, in completing itself, could both include within itself and anticipate all the figures of its beyond, all the forms and resources of its exterior, and could do so in order to keep these forms and resources close to itself by simply taking hold of their enunciation. Except, perhaps, for a certain laughter. And yet, to laugh at philosophy, at Hegelianism, such, in effect, is the form of the awakening henceforth calls for an entire discipline, an entire method of meditation that acknowledges the philosopher's byways, understands his techniques, makes use of his ruses, manipulates his cards, lets him deploy his strategy, appropriates his texts. Then, thanks to this work which has prepared it, and philosophy is work itself according to Bodley, but quickly, furtively, and unforeseeably breaking with it, as betrayal or as detachment, drilly, laughter bursts out. And yet, in privileged moments that are less moments than the always rapidly sketched movements of experience, rare, discreet, and light movements, without triumphant stupidity, far from public view, very close to that at which laughter laughs, close to anguish, first of all, which must not even be called the negative of laughter for fear of once more being sucked in by Hegel's discourse. And one can already foresee, in this prelude, that the impossible meditated by Bodley will always have this form: how, after having exhausted the discourse of philosophy, can one inscribe in the lexicon and syntax of a language, our language, which was also the language of philosophy, that which nevertheless exceeds the oppositions of concepts governed by this communal logic? Necessary and impossible, this excess had to fold discourse into strange shapes. And, of course, constrain it to justify itself to Hegel indefinitely. Since more than a century of ruptures, of surpassings with or without overtumings, rarely has a relation to Hegel been so little definable, a complicity without reserve accompanies Hegelian discourse, takes it seriously up to the end, without an objection in philosophical form, while, however, a certain burst of laughter exceeds it and destroys its sense, or signals, in any event, the extreme point of experience which makes Hegelian discourse dislocate itself, and this can be done only through close scrutiny and full knowledge of what one is laughing at. Bodley, thus, took Hegel seriously, and took absolute knowledge seriously. Point 1. And to take such a system seriously, Bodley knew, was to prohibit oneself from extracting concepts from it, or from manipulating isolated propositions, drawing effects from them by transportation into a discourse foreign to them. Hegel's thoughts are interdependent to the point of it being impossible to grasp their meaning, if not in the necessity of the movement which constitutes their coherence. EI, p. 193. Bertoli doubtless put into question the idea or meaning of the chain in Hegelian reason, but did so by thinking the chain as such, in its totality, without ignoring its internal rigor. One could describe as a scene, but we will not do so here, the history of Bertoli's relations to Hegel's different faces, the one that assumed absolute rending, 2 the one who thought he would go mad, 3 the one who, between Wolf and Comte and the clouds of professors at the village wedding that is philosophy, asks himself no questions, while alone, his head aching, Kierkegaard questions, 4 the one who towards the end of his life, no longer put the problem to himself, repeated his courses and played cards, the portrait of the aged Hegel before which, as in reading the phenomenology of the mind, one cannot help being seized by freezing impression of completion. 5 finally, the Hegel of the small comic recapitulation 6. But let us leave the stage and the players. The drama is first of all textual. In his interminable explication with Hegel, Bertoli doubtless had only a restricted and indirect access to the texts themselves. 7 This did not prevent him from bringing his reading and his question to bear on the crucial point of the decision. Taken one by one and immobilized outside their syntax, all of Bertoli's concepts are Hegelian. We must acknowledge this without stopping here. For if one does not grasp the rigorous effect of the trembling to which he submits these concepts, the new configuration into which he displaces and reinscribes them, barely reaching it however, one would conclude, according to the case at hand, that Bertoli is Hegelian or anti-Hegelian, or that he has muddled Hegel. One would be deceived each time. And one would miss the formal law which, necessarily enunciated by Bertoli in a non-philosophical mode, has constrained the relationship of all his concepts to those of Hegel, and through Hegel's concepts to the concepts of the entire history of metaphysics. All of Bertoli's concepts, and not only those to which we must limit ourselves here, in order to reconstitute the enunciation of this law. The epoch of meaning, lordship and sovereignty. To begin with, does not sovereignty, at first glance, translate the lordship, Herrschaft, of the phenomenology? 8 The operation of lordship indeed consists in, writes Hegel, showing that it is fettered to determinate existence, that it is not bound at all by the particularity everywhere characteristic of existence as such, and is not tied up with life. Hegel, p. 232. Such an operation, this word, constantly employed by Bertoli to designate the privileged moment or the act of sovereignty, was the current translation of the word ton, which occurs so frequently in the chapter on the dialectic of the master and the slave, thus amounts to risking, putting at stake, mettre en jeu, wagon, daran setzen. Mettre en jeu is one of Bertoli's most fundamental and frequently used expressions, the entirety of one's own life. The servant is the man who does not put his life at stake, the man who wants to conserve his life, wants to be conserved, service. By raising oneself above life, by looking at death directly, one accedes to lordship, to the for itself pour soi, for sich, to freedom, to recognition. Freedom must go through the putting at stake of life, daran setzen des Lebens. The Lord is the man who has had the strength to endure the anguish of death and to maintain the work of death. Such, according to Bertoli, is the center of Hegelianism. The principal text would be the one, in the preface to the Phenomenology, which places knowledge at the height of death. 9. The rigorous and subtle corridors through which the dialectic of master and slave passes are well known. They cannot be summarized without being mistreated. We are interested, here, in the essential displacements to which they are submitted as they are reflected in Bertoli's thought. And we are interested, first of all, in the difference between lordship and sovereignty. It cannot even be said that this difference has a sense, it is the difference of sense, the unique interval which separates meaning from a certain non-meaning. Lordship has a meaning. The putting at stake of life is a moment in the constitution of meaning, in the presentation of essence and truth. It is an obligatory stage in the history of self-consciousness and phenomenality, that is to say, in the presentation of meaning. For history, that is, meaning to form a continuous chain, to be woven, the master must experience his truth. This is possible only under two conditions which cannot be separated. The master must stay alive in order to enjoy what he has won by risking his life, and, at the end of this progression so admirably described by Hegel, the truth of the independent consciousness is accordingly the consciousness of the bondsman, Hegel, p. 237. And when servility becomes lordship, it keeps within it the trace of its repressed origin, being a consciousness within itself, Zurgedrangsbewusstsein, it will enter into itself, and change round into real and true independence, Ibid. It is this dissymmetry, this absolute privilege given to the slave, that Bertoli did not cease to meditate. The truth of the master is in the slave, and the slave become a master remains a repressed slave. Such is the condition of meaning, of history of discourse, of philosophy, etc. The master is in relation to himself, and self-consciousness is constituted, only through the mediation of servile consciousness in the movement of recognition, but simultaneously through the mediation of the thing, which for the slave is initially the essentiality that he cannot immediately negate in pleasurable consumption, but can only work upon, elaborate, bearbeaten, which consists in inhibiting, hemen, his desire, in delaying, aufhalten, the disappearance of the thing. To stay alive, to maintain oneself in life, to work, to defer pleasure, to limit the stakes, to have respect for death at the very moment when one looks directly at it, such is the servile condition of mastery and of the entire history it makes possible. Hegel clearly had proclaimed the necessity of the master's retaining the life that he exposes to risk. Without this economy of life, the trial by death, however, cancels both the truth which was to result from it, and therewith the certainty of self altogether. Hegel, p. 233. To rush headlong into death pure and simple is thus to risk the absolute loss of meaning, in the extent to which meaning necessarily traverses the truth of the master and of self-consciousness. One risks losing the effect and profit of meaning which were the very stakes one hoped to win. Hegel called this mute and non-productive death, this death pure and simple, abstract negativity, in opposition to the negation characteristic of consciousness, which cancels in such a way that it preserves and maintains what is sublated, die Negation des Bewusstseins welches so aufhat, das das aufgehoben aufbewahrheit und erhalt, and thereby survives its being sublated, und hier mit sen aufgehoben werden überlet. In this experience self-consciousness becomes aware that life is as essential to it as pure self-consciousness. Hegel, p. 234. Burst of laughter from Bertoli. Through a ruse of life, that is, of reason, life has thus stayed alive. Another concept of life had been surreptitiously put in its place, to remain there, never to be exceeded, any more than reason is ever exceeded, for, says Eruditism, by definition, the excess is outside reason. This life is not natural life, the biological existence put at stake in lordship, but an essential life that is welded to the first one, holding it back, making it work for the constitution of self-consciousness, truth, and meaning. Such is the truth of life. Through this recourse to the Aufhebung, which conserves the stakes, remains in control of the play, limiting it and elaborating it by giving it form and meaning, die Arbeit bildet, this economy of life restricts itself to conservation, to circulation, and self-reproduction as the reproduction of meaning. Henceforth, everything covered by the name lordship collapses into comedy. The independence of self-consciousness becomes laughable at the moment when it liberates itself by enslaving itself, when it starts to work, that is, when it enters into dialectics. Laughter alone exceeds dialectics and the dialectician, it bursts out only on the basis of an absolute renunciation of meaning, an absolute risking of death, what Hegel calls abstract negativity. A negativity that never takes place, that never presents itself, because in doing so it would start to work again. A laughter that literally never appears, because it exceeds phenomenality in general, the absolute possibility of meaning. And the word laughter itself must be read in a burst, as its nucleus of meaning bursts in the direction of the system of the sovereign operation, drunkenness, erotic effusion, sacrificial effusion, poetic effusion, heroic behavior, anger, absurdity, etc., cf. Method de meditation. This burst of laughter makes the difference between lordship and sovereignty shine, without showing it however and, above all, without saying it. Sovereignty, as we shall verify, is more and less than lordship, more or less free than it, for example, and what we are saying about the predicate freedom can be extended to every characteristic of lordship. Simultaneously more and less a lordship than lordship, sovereignty is totally other. Bertoli pulls it out of dialectics. He withdraws it from the horizon of meaning and knowledge. And does so to such a degree that, despite the characteristics that make it resemble lordship, sovereignty is no longer a figure in the continuous chain of phenomenology. Resembling a phenomenological figure, trait for trait, sovereignty is the absolute alteration of all of them. And this difference would not be produced if the analogy was limited to a given abstract characteristic. Far from being an abstract negativity, sovereignty, the absolute degree of putting at stake, rather, must make the seriousness of meaning appear as an abstraction inscribed in play. Laughter, which constitutes sovereignty in its relation to death, is not a negativity, as has been said. Point 11. And it laughs at itself. A major laughter laughs at a minor laughter, for the sovereign operation also needs life, the life that welds the two lives together in order to be in relation to itself in the pleasurable consumption of itself. Thus, it must simulate, after a fashion, the absolute risk, and it must laugh at the simulacrum. In the comedy that it thereby plays for itself, the burst of laughter is the almost nothing into which meaning sinks, absolutely. Philosophy, which is work, 12 can do or say nothing about this laughter, for it should have considered laughter first, ibid. This is why laughter is absent from the Hegelian system, and not in the manner of a negative or abstract side of it. In the system poetry, laughter, ecstasy are nothing. Hegel hastily gets rid of them, he knows no other aim than knowledge. To my eyes, his immense fatigue is linked to his horror of the blind spot, ei. p. 142. What is laughable is the submission to the self-evidence of meaning, to the force of this imperative, that there must be meaning, that nothing must be definitely lost in death, or further, that death should receive the signification of abstract negativity, that a work must always be possible which, because it defers enjoyment, confers meaning, seriousness, and truth upon the putting at stake. This submission is the essence and element of philosophy, of Hegelian ontologics. Absolute comicalness is the anguish experienced when confronted by expenditure on lost funds, by the absolute sacrifice of meaning, a sacrifice without return and without reserves. The notion of Aufhebung, the speculative concept par excellence, says Hegel, the concept whose untranslatable privilege is wielded by the German language, 13 is laughable in that it signifies the busying of a discourse losing its breath as it reappropriates all negativity for itself, as it works the putting at stake into an investment, as it amortizes absolute expenditure, and as it gives meaning to death, thereby simultaneously blinding itself to the baselessness of the non-meaning from which the basis of meaning is drawn, and in which this basis of meaning is exhausted. To be indifferent to the comedy of the Aufhebung, as was Hegel, is to blind oneself to the experience of the sacred, to the heedless sacrifice of presence and meaning. Thus is sketched out a figure of experience, but can one still use these two words, irreducible to any phenomenology, a figure which finds itself displaced in phenomenology, like laughter in philosophy of the mind, and which mimes through sacrifice the absolute risk of death. Through this mime it simultaneously produces the risk of absolute death, the feint through which this risk can be lived, the impossibility of reading a sense or a truth in it, and the laughter which is confused, in the simulacrum, with the opening of the sacred. Describing this simulacrum, unthinkable for philosophy, philosophy's blind spot, Bertoli must, of course, say it, feign to say it, in the Hegelian logos. I will speak later about the profound differences between the man of sacrifice, who operates ignorant, unconscious, of the ramifications of what he is doing, and the sage, Hegel, who surrenders to a knowledge that, in his own eyes, is absolute. Despite these differences, it is always a question of manifesting the negative, and always in a concrete form, that is, at the heart of the totality whose constitutive elements are inseparable. The privileged manifestation of negativity is death, but death, in truth, reveals nothing. In principle, death reveals to man his natural, animal being, but the revelation never takes place. For once the animal being that has supported him is dead, the human being himself has ceased to exist. For man finally to be revealed to himself he would have to die, but he would have to do so while living, while watching himself cease to be. In other words, death itself would have to become self consciousness at the very moment when it annihilates conscious being. In a sense this is what takes place, or at least is on the point of taking place, or which takes place in a fugitive, ungraspable manner, by means of a subterfuge. In sacrifice, the sacrificer identifies with the animal struck by death. Thus he dies while watching himself die, and even, after a fashion, dies of his own volition, as one with the sacrificial arm. But this is a comedy. Or at least it would be a comedy if there were some other method of revealing the encroachment of death upon the living, this completion of the finite being, which alone accomplishes and can alone accomplish his negativity, which kills him, finishes him, and definitively suppresses him. Thus it is necessary, at any cost, for man to live at the moment when he truly dies, or it is necessary for him to live with the impression of truly dying. This difficulty foreshadows the necessity of spectacle, or generally of representation, without the repetition of which we could remain foreign to and ignorant of death, as animals apparently remain. In effect, nothing is less animal than the fiction, more or less removed from reality, of death. 14. Only the accent on simulacrum and subterfuge interrupt the Hegelian continuity of this text. Further on, gaiety marks the difference. In juxtaposing it with sacrifice and thereby with the primary theme of representation, art, festivals, spectacles, I have wanted to show that Hegel's reaction is the fundamental human behavior. It is par excellence the expression that tradition has repeated infinitely. It was essential for Hegel to become conscious of negativity as such, to grasp its horror, in this case the horror of death, while supporting the work of death and looking at it full in the face. In this fashion, Hegel is opposed less to those who draw back than to those who say, it is nothing. He seems most removed from those who react gaily. I am insisting upon the opposition of the naive attitude to that of the absolute wisdom of Hegel, wanting to make the opposition between them emerge as clearly as possible, after their apparent similarity. I am, in effect, not sure that the least absolute of the two attitudes is the naive one. I will cite a paradoxical example of a gay reaction before the work of death. The Irish and Welsh custom of the wake is little known, but was still observed at the end of the last century. It is the subject of Joyce's last work, Finnegan's Wake, Finnegan's Funeral Vigil, but the reading of this famous novel is at least uneasy. In Wales, the coffin was placed open and upright in the place of honor of the house. The dead person was dressed in his Sunday best and his top hat. His family invited all his friends, who increasingly honored the one who had left them as they danced on and drank stronger toasts to his health. In question is the death of another, but in such cases the death of the other is always the image of one's own death. No one could enjoy himself thus, if he did not accept one condition: the dead man, who is another, is assumed to be in agreement, and thus the dead man that the drinker will become, in turn, will have no other meaning than the first one. Hegel, La Mort, p. 38. This gaiety is not part of the economy of life, does not correspond to the desire to deny the existence of death, although it is as close to this desire as possible. Gaiety is not the convulsion that follows anguish, the minor laugh which melts away at the moment when one has had a close call, and which is in relation to anguish along the lines of the relationship of positive to negative. On the contrary, gaiety, tied to the work of death, fills me with anguish, is accentuated by an anguish and, in exchange, exasperates this anguish. Finally, gay anguish, Anguished gaiety present me with absolute rending in an aspect in which it is my joy that finally rends me asunder, but in which abatement would follow if I was totally torn apart, without measure. Hegel, La Mort, p. 39. The blind spot of Hegelianism, around which can be organized the representation of meaning, is the point at which destruction, suppression, death, and sacrifice constitute so irreversible an expenditure, so radical a negativity. Here we would have to say an expenditure and a negativity without reserve, that they can no longer be determined as negativity in a process or a system. In discourse, the unity of process and system, negativity is always the underside and accomplice of positivity. Negativity cannot be spoken of, nor has it ever been except in this fabric of meaning. Now, the sovereign operation, the point of non-reserve, is neither positive nor negative. It cannot be inscribed in discourse, except by crossing out predicates or by practicing a contradictory superimpression that then exceeds the logic of philosophy. Point 15. Even while taking into account their value as ruptures, it could be shown, in this respect, that the immense revolutions of Kant and Hegel only reawakened or revealed the most permanent philosophical determination of negativity, with all the concepts systematically entwined around it in Hegel: ideality, truth, meaning, time, history, etc. The immense revolution consisted, it is almost tempting to say consisted, simply in taking the negative seriously, in giving meaning to its labor. Now, Baudeley does not take the negative seriously. But he must mark his discourse to show that he is not, to that extent, returning to the positive and pre-Kantian metaphysics of full presence. In his discourse he must mark the point of no return of destruction, the instance of an expenditure without reserve which no longer leaves us the resources with which to think of this expenditure as negativity. For negativity is a resource. In naming the without reserve of absolute expenditure abstract negativity, Hegel, through precipitation, blinded himself to that which he had laid bare under the rubric of negativity. And did so through precipitation toward the seriousness of meaning and the security of knowledge. This is why he did not know to what extent he was right. And was wrong for being right, for having triumphed over the negative. To go to the end both of absolute rending and of the negative without measure, without reserve, is not progressively to pursue logic to the point at which, within discourse, the Aufhebung, discourse itself, makes logic collaborate with the constitution and interiorizing memory of meaning, with Erinnerung. On the contrary, it is convulsively to tear apart the negative side, that which makes it the reassuring other surface of the positive, and it is to exhibit within the negative, in an instant, that which can no longer be called negative. And can no longer be called negative precisely because it has no reserved underside, because it can no longer permit itself to be converted into positivity, because it can no longer collaborate with the continuous linking up of meaning, concept, time, and truth in discourse, because it literally can no longer labor and let itself be interrogated as the work of the negative. Hegel saw this without seeing it, showed it while concealing it. Thus, he must be followed to the end, without reserve, to the point of agreeing with him against himself and of wresting his discovery from the too conscientious interpretation he gave of it. No more than any other, the Hegelian text is not made of a piece. While respecting its faultless coherence, one can decompose its strata and show that it interprets itself. Each proposition is an interpretation submitted to an interpretive decision. The necessity of logical continuity is the decision or interpretive milieu of all Hegelian interpretations. In interpreting negativity as labor, in betting for discourse, meaning, history, etc., Hegel has bet against play, against chance. He has blinded himself to the possibility of his own bet, to the fact that the conscientious suspension of play, for example, the passage through the certitude of oneself and through lordship as the independence of self-consciousness, was itself a phase of play, and to the fact that play includes the work of meaning or the meaning of work, and includes them not in terms of knowledge, but in terms of inscription. Meaning is a function of play, is inscribed in a certain place in the configuration of a meaningless play. Since no logic governs, henceforth, the meaning of interpretation, because logic is an interpretation, Hegel's own interpretation can be reinterpreted against him. This is what Bödeli does. Reinterpretation is a simulated repetition of Hegelian discourse. In the course of this repetition, a barely perceptible displacement disjoints all the articulations and penetrates all the points welded together by the imitated discourse. A trembling spreads out which then makes the entire old shell crack. In effect, if Hegel's attitude opposes scientific consciousness and an endless ordering of discursive thought to the naivete of sacrifice, this consciousness and this ordering still have a point of obscurity. It could not be said that Hegel misconstrued the moment of sacrifice. This moment is included, implied in the entire movement of the phenomenology, in which it is the negativity of death, insofar as man assumes it, that makes a man of the human animal. But not having seen that sacrifice by itself bore witness to the entire movement of death, the preface to the phenomenology was first of all initial and universal. He did not know to what extent he was right, with what exactitude he described the movement of negativity. Hegel, La Mort, pages 35 to 36. In doubling lordship, sovereignty does not escape dialectics. It could not be said that it extracts itself from dialectics like a morsel of dialectics which has suddenly become independent through a process of decision and tearing away. Cut off from dialectics in this way, sovereignty would be made into an abstract negation, and would consolidate onto logics. Far from interrupting dialectics, history, and the movement of meaning, sovereignty provides the economy of reason with its element, its milieu, its unlimiting boundaries of nonsense. Far from suppressing the dialectical synthesis 16, it inscribes the synthesis and makes it function within the sacrifice of meaning. It does not suffice to risk death if the pudding at stake is not permitted to take off, as chance or accident, but is rather invested as the work of the negative. Sovereignty must still sacrifice lordship and, thus, the presentation of the meaning of death. For meaning, when lost to discourse, is absolutely destroyed and consumed. For the meaning of meaning, the dialectic of the senses and sense, of the sensory and the concept, the meaningful unity of the word sense, to which Hegel was so attentive 17, has always been linked to the possibility of discursive signification. In sacrificing meaning, sovereignty submerges the possibility of discourse, not simply by means of an interruption, a caesura, or an interior wounding of discourse, an abstract negativity, but, through such an opening, by means of an eruption suddenly uncovering the limit of discourse and the beyond of absolute knowledge. To be sure, Bödeli sometimes opposes poetic, ecstatic sacred speech to significative discourse, but intelligence, the discursive thought of man, developed as a function of servile work. Only sacred, poetic speech, limited to the level of impotent beauty, kept the power of manifesting full sovereignty. Sacrifice is a sovereign, autonomous way of being only in the extent to which it is not informed by significative discourse. Hegel, La Mort, p. 40, but this sovereign speech is not another discourse, another chain unwound alongside significative discourse. There is only one discourse, it is significative, and here one cannot get around Hegel. The poetic or the ecstatic is that in every discourse which can open itself up to the absolute loss of its sense, to the base of the sacred, of non-meaning, of unknowledge, or of play, to the swoon from which it is reawakened by a throw of the dice. What is poetic in sovereignty is announced in the moment when poetry renounces theme and meaning, e.i., p. 239. It is only announced in this renunciation, for, given over to play without rules, poetry risks letting itself be domesticated, subordinated, better than ever. This risk is properly modern. To avoid it, poetry must be accompanied by an affirmation of sovereignty which provides, Bödeli says in an admirable, untenable formulation which could serve as the heading for everything we are attempting to reassemble here as the form and torment of his writing, the commentary on its absence of meaning. Without which poetry would be, in the worst of cases, subordinated and, in the best of cases, inserted. For then, laughter, drunkenness, sacrifice and poetry, eroticism itself, subsist autonomously, in a reserve, inserted into a sphere, like children in a house. Within their limits they are minor sovereigns who cannot contest the empire of activity, ibid. It is within the interval between subordination, insertion, and sovereignty that one should examine the relations between literature and revolution, such as Baudeley conceived them in the course of his explication with surrealism. The apparent ambiguity of his judgments on poetry is included within the configuration of these three concepts. The poetic image is not subordinated to the extent that it leads from the known to the unknown, but poetry is almost entirely fallen poetry in that it retains, in order to maintain itself within them, the metaphors that it has certainly torn from the servile domain, but has immediately refused to the inner ruination which is the access to the unknown. It is unfortunate to possess no more than ruins, but this is not any longer to possess nothing, it is to keep in one hand what the other gives, 18, an operation that is still Hegelian. As a manifestation of meaning, discourse is thus the loss of sovereignty itself. Servility is therefore only the desire for meaning, a proposition with which the history of philosophy is confused, a proposition that determines work as the meaning of meaning, and techne as the unfolding of truth, a proposition powerfully reassembled in the Hegelian moment, and a proposition that Baudeley, in the wake of Nietzsche, wanted to bring to the point of enunciation, and whose denunciation he wished to wrest from the non-basis of an inconceivable nonsense, finally placing it within major play. The minor play consisting in still attributing a meaning, within discourse, to the absence of meaning. Point 19. The two forms of writing. These judgments should lead to silence, yet I write. This is not paradoxical, ei. p. 89. But we must speak. The inadequation of all speech, at least, must be said, 20, in order to maintain sovereignty, which is to say, after a fashion, in order to lose it, in order still to reserve the possibility not of its meaning but of its non-meaning, in order to distinguish it, through this impossible commentary, from all negativity. We must find a speech which maintains silence. Necessity of the impossible, to say in language the language of servility that which is not servile. That which is not servile is unspeakable. The idea of silence, which is the inaccessible, is disarming. I cannot speak of an absence of meaning, except by giving it a meaning it does not have. Silence is broken because I have spoken. Some lama sabachthani always ends history, and cries out our total inability to keep still. I must give a meaning to that which does not have one. In the end, being is given to us as impossible, ei. p. 215. If the word silence among all words, is the most perverse or the most poetic, it is because in pretending to silence meaning, it says non-meaning, it slides and it erases itself, does not maintain itself, silences itself, not as silence, but as speech. This sliding simultaneously betrays discourse and non-discourse. It can be imposed upon us, but sovereignty can also play upon it in order rigorously to betray the meaning within meaning, the discourse within discourse. We must find, Baudeley explains to us, in choosing silence as an example of a sliding word, words and objects which make us slide. ei. p. 29. Toward what? Toward other words, other objects, of course, which announce sovereignty. This sliding is risky. But since it has this orientation, what it risks is meaning and the loss of sovereignty in the figure of discourse. It risks making sense, risks agreeing to the reasonableness of reason, of philosophy, of Hegel, who is always right, as soon as one opens one's mouth in order to articulate meaning. In order to run this risk within language, in order to save that which does not want to be saved, the possibility of play and of absolute risk, we must redouble language and have recourse to ruses, to stratagems, to simulacra. Point 21. To masks. That which is not servile is unspeakable, a reason for laughing. 4. The same holds for ecstasy. Whatever is not useful must be hidden, under a mask, ei. p. 214. In speaking at the limit of silence, we must organize a strategy and find words which reintroduce at a point the sovereign silence which interrupts articulated language. Since it excludes articulated language, sovereign silence is therefore, in a certain fashion, foreign to difference as the source of signification. It seems to erase discontinuity, and this is how we must, in effect, understand the necessity of the continuum which Bertoli unceasingly invokes, just as he does communication. Point 22. The continuum is the privileged experience of a sovereign operation transgressing the limit of discursive difference. But and here we are touching upon, as concerns the movement of sovereignty, the point of greatest ambiguity and greatest instability. This continuum is not the plenitude of meaning or of presence, as this plenitude is envisaged by metaphysics. Pushing itself toward the non-basis of negativity and of expenditure, the experience of the continuum is also the experience of absolute difference, of a difference which would no longer be the one that Hegel had conceived more profoundly than anyone else, the difference in the service of presence, at work for the history of meaning. The difference between Hegel and Bertoli is the difference between these two differences. This enables one to dispel the equivocally which might weigh upon the concepts of communication, continuum, or instant. These concepts, which seem to be identical to each other like the accomplishing of presence, in fact mark and sharpen the incision of difference. A fundamental principle is expressed as follows: communication cannot take place from one full and intact being to another, it requires beings who have put the being within themselves at stake, have placed it at the limit of death, of nothingness, Sir Nietzsche. And the instant, the temporal mode of the sovereign operation, is not a point of full and unpenetrated presence, it slides and eludes us between two presences, it is difference as the affirmative illusion of presence. It does not give itself but is stolen, carries itself off in a movement which is simultaneously one of violent effraction and of vanishing flight. The instant is the furtive, unknowledge implies at once fundamentally anguish, but also the suppression of anguish. Henceforth, it becomes possible furtively to undergo the furtive experience that I call the experience of the instant, conferences sur le non-savoir. Words, therefore, we must find which reintroduce at a point the sovereign silence which interrupts articulated language. Since it is a certain sliding that is in question, as we have seen, what must be found, no less than the word, is the point, the place in a pattern at which a word drawn from the old language will start, by virtue of having been placed there and by virtue of having received such an impulsion, to slide and to make the entire discourse slide. A certain strategic twist must be imprinted upon language, and this strategic twist, with a violent and sliding, furtive, movement must inflect the old corpus in order to relate its syntax and its lexicon to major silence, and to the privileged moment of the sovereign operation, even if it took place only once, rather than to the concept or meaning of sovereignty. An absolutely unique relation, of a language to a sovereign silence which tolerates no relations, tolerates no symmetry with that which tilts itself and slides in order to be related to it. A relation, however, which must rigorously, scientifically, place into a common syntax both the subordinated significations and the operation which is non-relation, which has no signification and freely keeps itself outside syntax. Relations must scientifically be related to non-relations, knowledge to unknowledge. The sovereign operation, even if it were possible only once, the science relating objects of thought to sovereign moments is possible, method de meditation. Henceforth, an ordered reflection, founded on the abandoning of knowledge, begins, conferences. This will be even more difficult, if not impossible, in that sovereignty, since it is not lordship, cannot govern this scientific discourse in the manner of a founding basis or a principle of responsibility. Like lordship, sovereignty certainly makes itself independent through the putting at stake of life, it is attached to nothing and conserves nothing. But, differing from Hegelian lordship, it does not even want to maintain itself, or collect the profits from itself or from its own risk, it cannot even be defined as a possession. I hold to it, but would I hold to it as much if I was not certain that I could just as well laugh at it? Method de meditation. At stake in the operation, therefore, is not a self-consciousness, an ability to be near oneself, to maintain and to watch oneself. We are not in the element of phenomenology. and this can be recognized in the primary characteristic illegible within philosophical logic that sovereignty does not govern itself. And does not govern in general, it governs neither others, nor things, nor discourses in order to produce meaning. This is the first obstacle in the way of the science which, according to Bertoli, must relate its objects to sovereign moments and which, like every science, requires order, relatedness, and the difference between the original and the derivative. The method de meditation does not hide the obstacle. The expression is Bertoli's. Not only is the sovereign operation not subordinate to anything, but it makes nothing subordinate to itself, is indifferent to any possible results. If afterward I wish to pursue the reduction of subordinate thought to sovereign thought, I may do so, but whatever is authentically sovereign is not concerned with this, and at every moment disposes of me otherwise. p. 283. Once sovereignty has to attempt to make someone or something subordinate to itself, we know that it would be retaken by dialectics, would be subordinate to the slave, to the thing and to work. It would fail for having wanted to be victorious, and for having alleged that it kept the upper hand. Lordship, on the contrary, becomes sovereign when it ceases to fear failure and is lost as the absolute victim of its own sacrifice. 23 Master and sovereign thus fail equally. 24 And both succeed in their failure, the one by giving it meaning through subjugation to the mediation of the slave, which is also to fail for having lost failure, and the other by failing absolutely, which is simultaneously to lose the very meaning of failure by gaining non-servility. This almost imperceptible difference, which is not even the symmetry of an upper and a lower side, should regulate all the slidings of sovereign writing. It should cut into the identity of sovereignty which is always in question. For sovereignty has no identity, is not self, for itself, toward itself, near itself. In order not to govern, that is to say, in order not to be subjugated, it must subordinate nothing, direct object, that is to say, be subordinated to nothing or no one. Servile mediation of the indirect object, it must expend itself without reserve, lose itself, lose consciousness, lose all memory of itself and all the interiority of itself, as opposed to Erinnerung, as opposed to the avarice which assimilates meaning. It must practice forgetting, the active Vergeslichkeit of which Nietzsche speaks, and, as the ultimate subversion of lordship, it must no longer seek to be recognized. 25. The renunciation of recognition simultaneously prescribes and prohibits writing. Or rather, discerns two forms of writing. It forbids the form that projects the trace, and through which, as the writing of lordship, the will seeks to maintain itself within the trace, seeks to be recognized within it and to reconstitute the presence of itself. This is servile writing as well. Bertoli, therefore, scorned it. But this scorned servility of writing is not the servility condemned by tradition since Plato. The latter has in mind servile writing as an irresponsible technique, because the presence of the person who pronounced discourse has disappeared within it. 26 Bertoli, on the contrary, has in mind the servile project of serving life, the phantom of life in presence. In both cases, it is true, a certain death is feared, and this complicity demands consideration. The problem is even more difficult in that sovereignty simultaneously assigns itself another form of writing, the one that produces the trace as trace. This latter is a trace only if presence is irremediably eluded in it, from its initial promise, and only if it constitutes itself as the possibility of absolute erasure. An unerasable trace is not a trace. We would thus have to reconstruct the system of Bertoli's propositions on writing. His propositions on these two relations, let us call them minor and major to the trace. 1. In one whole group of texts, the sovereign renunciation of recognition enjoins the erasure of the written text. For example, the erasure of poetic writing as minor writing. This sacrifice of reason is apparently imaginary, it has neither a bloody consequence, nor anything analogous. It nevertheless differs from poetry in that it is total, holds back no enjoyment, except through arbitrary sliding, which cannot be maintained, or through abandoned laughter. If it leaves behind a chance survivor, it does so unbeknownst to itself, like the flower of the fields after the harvest. This strange sacrifice, which supposes an advanced state of megalomania, we feel ourselves become God, nonetheless has ordinary consequences. In one case, if enjoyment is concealed by sliding, and megalomania is not entirely consumed, we remain condemned to make ourselves recognized, to want to be a god for the crowd, a condition favorable to madness, but to nothing else. If one goes to the end, one must erase oneself, undergo solitude, suffer harshly from it, renounce being recognized, one must be there as if absent, deranged, and submit without will or hope, being elsewhere. Thought, because of what it has at its base, must be buried alive. I publish this knowing it misconstrued in advance, necessarily so. I can do nothing, and it along with me, but sink into nonsense to this degree. Thought ruins, and its destruction is incommunicable to the crowd. It is addressed to the least weak ei, p. 199. The sovereign operation engages these developments. They are the residues both of a trace left in memory and of the subsistence of functions, but to the extent that it occurs, the sovereign operation is indifferent, and defies these residues ei, p. 235. Or, further, the survival of that which is written is the survival of the mummy le coupable p. 146. 2. But there is a sovereign form of writing which, on the contrary, must interrupt the servile complicity of speech and meaning. I write in order to annihilate the play of subordinate operations within myself, ei, p. 242. The putting at stake, the one which exceeds lordship, is therefore the space of writing. It is played out between minor writing and major writing, both unknown to the master, the latter more than the former, the major play more than the minor play. For the master, play was nothing, neither minor nor major conferences. Why is this uniquely the space of writing? Sovereignty is absolute when it is absolved of every relationship, and keeps itself in the night of the secret. The continuum of sovereign communication has as its milieu this night of secret difference. One would understand nothing about it in thinking that there was some contradiction between these two requisites. In fact, one would understand only that which is understood in the logic of philosophical lordship, because for this logic, on the contrary, one must conciliate the desire for recognition, the breaking of secrecy, discourse, collaboration, etc., with discontinuity, articulation, and negativity. The opposition of the continuous and the discontinuous is constantly displaced from Hegel to Bödeli. But this displacement is powerless to transform the nucleus of predicates. All the attributes ascribed to sovereignty are borrowed from the Hegelian logic of lordship. We cannot, and Bödeli neither could, nor should dispose of any other concepts or any other signs, any other unity of word and meaning. The sign sovereignty itself, in its opposition to servility, was issued from the same stock as that of lordship. Considered outside its functioning, nothing distinguishes it from lordship. One could even abstract from Bödeli's text an entire zone throughout which sovereignty remains inside a classical philosophy of the subject and, above all, inside the voluntarism 27 which Heidegger has shown still to be confused, in Hegel and Nietzsche, with the essence of metaphysics. Since the space which separates the logic of lordship and, if you will, the non-logic of sovereignty neither can nor may be inscribed in the nucleus of the concept itself, for what is discovered here is that there is no nucleus of meaning, no conceptual atom, but that the concept is produced within the tissue of differences, it will have to be inscribed within the continuous chain, or functioning, of a form of writing. This major writing will be called writing because it exceeds the logos, of meaning, lordship, presence, etc. Within this writing the one sought by Bödeli, the same concepts, apparently unchanged in themselves, will be subject to a mutation of meaning, or rather will be struck by, even though they are apparently indifferent, the loss of sense toward which they slide, thereby ruining themselves immeasurably. To blind oneself to this rigorous precipitation, this pitiless sacrifice of philosophical concepts, and to continue to read, interrogate, and judge Bödeli's text from within significative discourse is, perhaps, to hear something within it, but it is assuredly not to read it. Which can always be done, and has it not been, with great agility, resourcefulness occasionally, and philosophical security. Not to read, is, here, to ignore the formal necessity of Bertolli's text, to ignore its own fragmentation, its relationship to the narratives whose adventure cannot simply be juxtaposed with aphorisms or with philosophical discourses which erase their signifiers in favor of their signified contents. Differing from logic, such as it is understood in its classical concept, even differing from the Hegelian book which was Kojeev's theme, Bertolli's writing, in its major instance, does not tolerate the distinction of form and content. Point 28, which makes it writing, and a requisite of sovereignty. This writing, and without concern for instruction, this is the example it provides for us. What we are interested in here, today, folds itself in order to link up with classical concepts insofar as they are inevitable. I could not avoid expressing my thought in a philosophical mode. But I do not address myself to philosophers' method, in such a way that these concepts, through a certain twist, apparently obey their habitual laws, but they do so while relating themselves, at a certain point, to the moment of sovereignty, to the absolute loss of their meaning, to expenditure without reserve, to what can no longer even be called negativity or loss of meaning except on its philosophical side. Thus, they relate themselves to a non-meaning which is beyond absolute meaning, beyond the closure or the horizon of absolute knowledge. Carried away in this calculated sliding, 29 concepts become non-concepts, they are unthinkable, they become untenable. I introduce untenable concepts, le petit. The philosopher is blind to Bertolli's text because he is a philosopher only through the desire to hold on to maintain his certainty of himself and the security of the concept as security against this sliding. For him, Bertolli's text is full of traps. It is, in the initial sense of the word, a scandal. The transgression of meaning is not an access to the immediate and indeterminate identity of a non-meaning, nor is it an access to the possibility of maintaining non-meaning. Rather, we would have to speak of an epoche of the epoch of meaning, of a written putting between brackets that suspends the epoch of meaning, the opposite of a phenomenological epoche, for this latter is carried out in the name and inside of meaning. The phenomenological epoche is a reduction that pushes us back toward meaning. Sovereign transgression is a reduction of this reduction, not a reduction to meaning, but a reduction of meaning. Thus, while exceeding the phenomenology of the mind, this transgression at the same time exceeds phenomenology in general, in its most modern developments, CFEI, p. 19. Will this new writing depend upon the agency of sovereignty? Will it obey the imperatives of sovereignty? Will it subordinate itself to that which subordinates nothing? And does so, one might say, by essence, if sovereignty had an essence? The answer is, not at all, and this is the unique paradox of the relation between discourse and sovereignty. To relate the major form of writing to the sovereign operation is to institute a relation in the form of a non-relation, to inscribe rupture in the text, to place the chain of discursive knowledge in relation to an unknowledge which is not a moment of knowledge, an absolute unknowledge from whose non-basis is launched chance, or the wagers of meaning, history, and the horizons of absolute knowledge. The inscription of such a relation will be scientific, but the word science submits to a radical alteration. Without losing any of its proper norms, it is made to tremble, simply by being placed in relation to an absolute unknowledge. One can call it science only within the transgressed closure, but to do so one will have to answer to all the requirements of this denomination. The unknowledge exceeding science itself, the unknowledge that will know where and how to exceed science itself, will not have scientific qualification. Who will ever know what it is to know nothing? Le petit. It will not be a determined unknowledge, circumscribed by the history of knowledge as a figure taken from, or leading toward, dialectics, but will be the absolute excess of every episteme, of every philosophy and every science. Only a double position can account for this unique relation, which belongs neither to scientism nor mysticism. 30. As the affirmative reduction of sense, rather than the position of non-sense, sovereignty therefore is not the principle or foundation of this inscription. A non-principle and a non-foundation, it definitively eludes any expectation of a reassuring archaea, a condition of possibility or transcendental of discourse. Here, there are no longer any philosophical preliminaries. The method de meditation teaches us that the disciplined itinerary of writing must rigorously take us to the point at which there is no longer any method or any meditation, the point at which the sovereign operation breaks with method and meditation because it cannot be conditioned by anything that precedes or even prepares it. Just as it seeks neither to be applied nor propagated, neither to last nor to instruct, and this is also why, according to Blancot's expression, its authority expiates itself, and just as it does not seek recognition, so too it has no movement of recognition for the discursive and prerequisite labor that it could not do without. Sovereignty must be ungrateful. My sovereignty gives me no thanks for my work, method. The conscientious concern for preliminaries is precisely philosophical and Hegelian. The criticism addressed by Hegel to Schelling, in the preface to the Phenomenology, is no less decisive. The preliminary efforts of the operation are not within the reach of an unprepared intelligence, as Hegel says. It would be similarly senseless, if one were not a shoemaker, to make a shoe. These efforts, through the mode of application which belongs to them, nevertheless inhibit the sovereign operation, the being which goes as far as it possibly can. Sovereign behavior precisely demands a refusal to submit its operation to the condition of preliminaries. The operation takes place only if the urgency for it appears, and if the operation does become urgent, it is no longer time to undertake efforts whose essence is to be subordinate to ends exterior to them, whose essence is not to be ends themselves method. Now, if one muses upon the fact that Hegel is doubtless the first to have demonstrated the ontological unity of method and historicity, it must indeed be concluded that what is exceeded by sovereignty is not only the subject, method, p. 75, but history itself. Not that one returns, in classical and pre-Hegelian fashion, to an ahistorical sense which would constitute a figure of the phenomenology of the mind. Sovereignty transgresses the entirety of the history of meaning and the entirety of the meaning of history, and the project of knowledge which has always obscurely welded these two together. Unknowledge is, then, superhistorical 31, but only because it takes its responsibilities from the completion of history and from the closure of absolute knowledge, having first taken them seriously and having then betrayed them by exceeding them or by simulating them in play. 32 In the simulation, I conserve or anticipate the entirety of knowledge. I do not limit myself to a determined and abstract kind of knowledge or unknowledge, but I rather absolve myself of absolute knowledge, putting it back in its place as such, situating it and inscribing it within a space which it no longer dominates. Baudelaire's writing thus relates all sementems, that is, philosophems, to the sovereign operation, to the consummation, without return, of meaning. It draws upon, in order to exhaust it, the resource of meaning. With minute audacity, it will acknowledge the rule which constitutes that which it efficaciously, economically must deconstitute. Thus proceeding along the lines of what Baudelaire calls the general economy. Writing and general economy. The writing of sovereignty conforms to general economy by at least two characteristics: 1. It is a science; 2. It relates its objects to the destruction, without reserve, of meaning. The method de meditation announces la part modité in this way. The science of relating the object of thought to sovereign moments, in fact, is only a general economy which envisages the meaning of these objects in relation to each other and finally in relation to the loss of meaning. The question of this general economy is situated on the level of political economy, but the science designated by this name is only a restricted economy, restricted to commercial values. In question is the essential problem for the science dealing with the use of wealth. The general economy, in the first place, makes apparent that excesses of energy are produced, and that by definition, these excesses cannot be utilized. The excessive energy can only be lost without the slightest aim, consequently without any meaning. It is this useless, senseless loss that is sovereignty. EI, p. 233.33. Insofar as it is a scientific form of writing, General economy is certainly not sovereignty itself. Moreover, there is no sovereignty itself. Sovereignty dissolves the values of meaning, truth, and a grasp of the thing itself. This is why the discourse that it opens above all is not true, truthful, or sincere. 34 Sovereignty is the impossible, therefore it is not, it is. Bodley writes this word in italics, this loss. The writing of sovereignty places discourse in relation to absolute non-discourse. Like general economy, it is not the loss of meaning, but, as we have just read, the relation to this loss of meaning. It opens the question of meaning. It does not describe unknowledge, for this is impossible, but only the effect of unknowledge. In sum, it would be impossible to speak of unknowledge, while we can speak of its effects. 35. To this extent, we do not return to the usual order of knowledge-gathering science. The writing of sovereignty is neither sovereignty in its operation nor current scientific discourse. This latter has as its meaning, as its discursive content and direction, the relation oriented from the unknown to the known or knowable, to the always already known or to anticipated knowledge. Although general writing also has a meaning, since it is only a relation to non-meaning, this order is reversed within it. And the relation to the absolute possibility of knowledge is suspended within it. The known is related to the unknown, meaning to non-meaning. This knowledge, which might be called liberated, but which I prefer to call neutral, is the usage of a function detached, liberated, from the servitude from whence it springs. The function in question related the unknown to the known, the solid, while, dating from the moment it is detached, it relates the known to the unknown, method. A movement that is only sketched, as we have seen, in the poetic image. Not that the phenomenology of the mind, which proceeded within the horizon of absolute knowledge or according to the circularity of the logos, is thus overturned. Instead of being simply overturned, it is comprehended, not comprehended by knowledge-gathering comprehension, but inscribed within the opening of the general economy along with its horizons of knowledge and its figures of meaning. General economy folds these horizons and figures so that they will be related not to a basis, but to the non-basis of expenditure, not to the telos of meaning, but to the indefinite destruction of value. Bodley's Aetiology 36 is also an ateleology and an anischatology. Even in its discourse, which already must be distinguished from sovereign affirmation, this aetiology does not, however, proceed along the lines of negative theology, lines that could not fail to fascinate Bodley, but which, perhaps, still reserved, beyond all the rejected predicates, and even beyond being, a superessentiality. 37 Beyond the categories of beings, a supreme being and an indestructible meaning. Perhaps, for here we are touching upon the limits and the greatest audacities of discourse in Western thought. We could demonstrate that the distances and proximities do not differ among themselves. Since it relates the successive figures of phenomenality to a knowledge of meaning that always already has been anticipated, the phenomenology of the mind, and phenomenology in general, corresponds to a restricted economy, restricted to commercial values, one might say, picking up on the terms of the definition, a science dealing with the utilization of wealth, limited to the meaning and the established value of objects, and to their circulation. The circularity of absolute knowledge could dominate, could comprehend only the circulation, only the circuit of reproductive consumption. The absolute production and destruction of value, the exceeding energy as such, the energy which can only be lost without the slightest aim, consequently without any meaning, all this escapes phenomenology as restricted economy. The latter can determine difference and negativity only as facets, moments, or conditions of meaning, as work. Now the non-meaning of the sovereign operation is neither the negative of, nor the condition for, meaning, even if it is this also, and even if this is what its name gives us to understand. It is not a reserve of meaning. It keeps itself beyond the opposition of the positive and the negative, for the act of consumption, although it induces the loss of sense, is not the negative of presence, presence maintained or looked on in the truth of its meaning, its bewahren. Such a rupture of symmetry must propagate its effects throughout the entire chain of discourse. The concepts of general writing can be read only on the condition that they be deported, shifted outside the symmetrical alternatives from which, however, they seem to be taken, and in which, after a fashion, they must also remain. Strategy plays upon this origin and backwardation. For example, if one takes into account this commentary on non-meaning, then that which indicates itself as non-value, within the closure of metaphysics, refers beyond the opposition of value and non-value, even beyond the concept of value, as it does beyond the concept of meaning. That which indicates itself as mysticism, in order to shake the security of discursive knowledge, refers beyond the opposition of the mystic and the rational. 38 Bodily above all is not a new mystic. That which indicates itself as interior experience is not an experience, because it is related to no presence, to no plenitude, but only to the impossible it undergoes in torture. This experience above all is not interior, and if it seems to be such because it is related to nothing else, to no exterior, except in the modes of non-relation, secrecy, and rupture, it is also completely exposed to torture, naked, open to the exterior, with no interior reserve or feelings, profoundly superficial. One could submit all the concepts of general writing, those of science, the unconscious, materialism, etc., to this schematization. The predicates are not there in order to mean something, to announce or to signify, but in order to make sense slide, to denounce it or to deviate from it. This writing does not necessarily produce new conceptual unities, and its concepts are not necessarily distinguished from classical concepts by marked characteristics in the form of essential predicates, but rather by qualitative differences of force, height, etc., which themselves are qualified in this way only by metaphor. Traditions' names are maintained, but they are struck with the differences between the major and the minor, the archaic and the classic. 39 This is the only way, within discourse, to mark that which separates discourse from its excess. However, the writing within which these stratagems operate does not consist in subordinating conceptual moments to the totality of a system in which these moments would finally take on meaning. It is not a question of subordinating the slidings and differences of discourse, the play of syntax, to the entirety of an anticipated discourse. On the contrary, if the play of difference is indispensable for the correct reading of the general economy's concepts, and if each notion must be reinscribed within the law of its own sliding and must be related to the sovereign operation, one must not make of these requirements the subordinate moment of a structure. The reading of Bodily must pass through these two dangerous straits. It must not isolate notions as if they were their own context, as if one could immediately understand what the content of words like experience, interior, mystic, word, material, sovereign, etc. means. Here, the error would consist in taking as an immediate given of reading the blindness to a traditional culture which itself wishes to be taken as the natural element of discourse. But inversely, one must not submit contextual attentiveness and differences of signification to a system of meaning permitting or promising an absolute formal mastery. This would amount to erasing the excess of non-meaning and to falling back into the closure of knowledge, would amount, once more, to not reading Bodily. On this point the dialogue with Hegel is again decisive. An example, Hegel, and following him, whoever installs himself within the sure element of philosophical discourse, would have been unable to read, in its regulated sliding, a sign like that of experience. In Elaridism, Bodily notes, without explaining any further, in Hegel's mind, what is immediate is bad, and Hegel certainly would have related what I call experience to the immediate. Now, if in its major moments, interior experience breaks with mediation, interior experience is not, however, immediate. It does not pleasurably consume an absolutely close presence, and, above all, it cannot enter into the movement of mediation, as can the Hegelian immediate. Immediacy and mediacy, such as they are presented in the elements of philosophy, in Hegel's logic, or in phenomenology, are equally subordinated. It is thus that they can pass one into the other. The sovereign operation therefore also suspends subordination in the form of immediacy. In order to understand that it does not, at this point, enter into work and phenomenology, one must exit from the philosophical logos and think the unthinkable. How can mediacy and immediacy be transgressed simultaneously? How can subordination, in the sense of the philosophical logos, be exceeded in its totality? Perhaps through major writings, I write in order to annihilate the play of subordinate operations within myself, which is, after all, superfluous method. Only perhaps, and this is after all, superfluous, for this writing must assure us of nothing, must give us no certitude, no result, no profit. It is absolutely adventurous, is a chance and not a technique. The transgression of the neutral and the displacement of the Aufhebung. Beyond the classical oppositions, is the writing of sovereignty blank or neutral? One might think so, because the writing of sovereignty can announce nothing, except in the form of neither this, nor that. Is this not one of the affinities between the thought of Bertoli and that of Blanquot? And does not Bertoli propose a neutral knowledge? This knowledge, which might be called liberated, but which I prefer to call neutral, is the usage of a function detached, liberated, from the servitude from whence it springs. It relates the known to the unknown, cited above. But here, we must attentively consider the fact that it is not the sovereign operation, but discursive knowledge that is neutral. Neutrality has a negative essence, anti-uter, is the negative side of transgression. Sovereignty is not neutral even if it neutralizes, in its discourse, all the contradictions and all the oppositions of classical logic. Neutralization is produced within knowledge and within the syntax of writing, but it is related to a sovereign and transgressive affirmation. The sovereign operation is not content with neutralizing the classical operations in discourse. In the major form of experience it transgresses the law or prohibitions that form a system with discourse, and even with the work of neutralization. 20 pages after having proposed a neutral knowledge, I am establishing the possibility of neutral knowledge. My sovereignty welcomes it in me as the bird sings, and gives me no thanks for my work. Also, the destruction of discourse is not simply an erasing neutralization. It multiplies words, precipitates them one against the other, engulfs them too, in an endless and baseless substitution whose only rule is the sovereign affirmation of the play outside meaning. Not a reserve or a withdrawal, not the infinite murmur of a blank speech erasing the traces of classical discourse, but a kind of potlatch of signs that burns, consumes, and wastes words in the gay affirmation of death, a sacrifice and a challenge. 40 Thus, for example, previously, I designated the sovereign operation under the names of interior experience or extremity of the possible. Now, I am also designating it under the name of meditation. The change of words signifies the bothersomeness of using any words at all. Sovereign operation is the most loathsome of all the names. In a sense, comic operation would be less deceptive. I prefer meditation, but it has a pious appearance. p. 237. What has happened? In sum, nothing has been said. We have not stopped at any word, the chain rests on nothing, none of the concepts satisfies the demand, all are determined by each other and, at the same time, destroy or neutralize each other. But the rule of the game, or, rather, the game as rule, has been affirmed, as has been the necessity of transgressing both discourse and the negativity of the bothersomeness of using any word at all in reassuring identity of its meaning. But this transgression of discourse, and consequently of law in general, for discourse establishes itself only by establishing normativity or the value of meaning, that is to say, the element of legality in general, must, in some fashion, and like every transgression, conserve or confirm that which it exceeds. 41 This is the only way for it to affirm itself as transgression and thereby to accede to the sacred, which is presented in the violence of an infraction. Now, describing the contradictory experience of prohibition and transgression, in Eruditism, Bertoli adds a note to the following sentence: but transgression differs from the return to nature, it dispels the prohibition without suppressing it. Here is the note: it is useless to insist upon the Hegelian character of this operation, which corresponds to the moment of dialectics expressed by the untranslatable German verb aufheben, to surpass while maintaining. Is it useless to insist? Can one, as Bödeli says, understand the movement of transgression under the Hegelian concept of Aufhebung, which, we have seen often enough, represents the victory of the slave and the constitution of meaning? Here, we must interpret Bödeli against Bödeli, or rather, must interpret one stratum of his work from another stratum. 42 by protesting against what, for Bödeli, seems to go without saying in this note. We will perhaps sharpen the figure of displacement to which the entire Hegelian discourse is submitted here, in which Bödeli is even less Hegelian than he thinks. The Hegelian Aufhebung is produced entirely from within discourse, from within the system or the work of signification. A determination is negated and conserved in another determination which reveals the truth of the former. From infinite intermination one passes to infinite determination, and this transition, produced by the anxiety of the infinite, continuously links meaning up to itself. The Aufhebung is included within the circle of absolute knowledge, never exceeds its closure, never suspends the totality of discourse, work, meaning, law, etc. Since it never dispels the veiling form of absolute knowledge, even by maintaining this form, the Hegelian Aufhebung in all its parts belongs to what Bödeli calls the world of work, that is, the world of the prohibition not perceived as such, in its totality. And the human collectivity, in part devoted to work, is just as much defined by prohibitions, without which it would not have become the world of work that it essentially is, Elitism. The Hegelian Aufhebung thus belongs to restricted economy, and is the form of the passage from one prohibition to another, the circulation of prohibitions, history as the truth of the prohibition. Bödeli, thus, can only utilize the empty form of the Aufhebung, in an analogical fashion, in order to designate, as was never done before, the transgressive relationship which links the world of meaning to the world of non-meaning. This displacement is paradigmatic, within a form of writing, an intraphilosophical concept, the speculative concept par excellence, is forced to designate a movement which properly constitutes the excess of every possible philosopheme. This movement then makes philosophy appear as a form of natural or naive consciousness, which in Hegel also means cultural consciousness. For as long as the Aufhebung remains within restricted economy, it is a prisoner of this natural consciousness. The we of the phenomenology of the mind presents itself in vain as the knowledge of what the naive consciousness, embedded in its history and in the determinations of its figures, does not yet know. The we remains natural and vulgar because it conceives the passage from one figure to the next and the truth of this passage only as the circulation of meaning and value. It develops the sense, or the desire for sense, of natural consciousness, the consciousness that encloses itself in the circle in order to know sense, which is always where it comes from, and where it is going to. 43 It does not see the non-basis of play upon which, the history, of meaning, is launched. To this extent, philosophy, Hegelian speculation, absolute knowledge, and everything that they govern, and will govern endlessly in their closure, remain determinations of natural, servile, and vulgar consciousness. Self-consciousness is servile. Between extreme knowledge and vulgar knowledge the most generally disposed of the difference is nil. In Hegel, the knowledge of the world is that of the first comer. The first comer, not Hegel, decides upon the key question for Hegel, touching upon the difference between madness and reason. On this point absolute knowledge confirms the vulgar notion, is founded on it, is one of its forms. Vulgar knowledge is in us like another tissue. In a sense, the condition in which / would see would be to get out of, to emerge from the tissue. And doubtless I must immediately say, the condition in which I would see would be to die. At no moment would I have the chance to see. EI, p. 222. If the entire history of meaning is reassembled and represented, at a point of the canvas, by the figure of the slave, if Hegel's discourse, logic, and the book of which Kojève speaks are the slave's language, that is, the worker's language, then they can be read from left to right or from right to left, as a reactionary movement or as a revolutionary movement, or both at once. It would be absurd for the transgression of the book by writing to be legible only in a determined sense. It would be at once absurd, given the form of the Aufhebung which is maintained in transgression, and too full of meaning for a transgression of meaning. From right to left or left to right, these two contradictory and too meaningful propositions equally lack pertinence. At a certain determined point. A very determined point. Thus, the effects of ascertaining non-pertinence would have to be watched as closely as possible. One understands nothing about general strategy if one absolutely renounces any regulation of ascertaining non-pertinence. If one loans it, abandons it, puts it into any hands, the right or the left, the condition in which I would see would be to get out of, to emerge from the tissue. And doubtless I must immediately say, the condition in which I would see would be to die. At no moment would I have the chance to see. Thus, there is the vulgar tissue of absolute knowledge and the mortal opening of an eye. A text and a vision. The servility of meaning and the awakening to death. A minor writing and a major illumination. From one to the other, totally other, a certain text, which in silence traces the structure of the eye, sketches the opening, ventures to contrive absolute rending, absolutely rends its own tissue once more, becomes solid and servile in once more having been read. 10. Structure, sign, and play in the discourse of the human sciences. We need to interpret interpretations more than to interpret things. Montaigne. Perhaps something has occurred in the history of the concept of structure that could be called an event, if this loaded word did not entail a meaning which it is precisely the function of structural or structuralist thought to reduce or to suspect. Let us speak of an event, nevertheless, and let us use quotation marks to serve as a precaution. What would this event be then? Its exterior form would be that of a rupture and a redoubling. It would be easy enough to show that the concept of structure and even the word structure itself are as old as the episteme, that is to say, as old as Western science and Western philosophy, and that their roots thrust deep into the soil of ordinary language, into whose deepest recesses the episteme plunges in order to gather them up and to make them part of itself in a metaphorical displacement. Nevertheless, up to the event which I wish to mark out and define, structure, or rather the structurality of structure, although it has always been at work, has always been neutralized or reduced, and this by a process of giving it a center or of referring it to a point of presence, a fixed origin. The function of the center was not only to orient, balance, and organize the structure. One cannot in fact conceive of an unorganized structure, but above all to make sure that the organizing principle of the structure would limit what we might call the play of the structure. By orienting and organizing the coherence of the system, the center of a structure permits the play of its elements inside the total form. And even today the notion of a structure lacking any center represents the unthinkable itself. Nevertheless, the center also closes off the play which it opens up and makes possible. As center, it is the point at which the substitution of contents, elements, or terms is no longer possible. At the center, the permutation, or the transformation of elements, which may of course be structures enclosed within a structure, is forbidden. At least this permutation has always remained interdicted, and I am using this word deliberately. Thus it has always been thought that the center, which is by definition unique, constituted that very thing within a structure which while governing the structure, escapes structurality. This is why classical thought concerning structure could say that the center is, paradoxically, within the structure and outside it. The center is at the center of the totality, and yet, since the center does not belong to the totality, is not part of the totality has its center elsewhere. The center is not the center. The concept of centered structure, although it represents coherence itself, the condition of the episteme as philosophy or science, is contradictorily coherent. And as always, coherence in contradiction expresses the force of a desire. Point 1. The concept of centered structure is in fact the concept of a play based on a fundamental ground, a play constituted on the basis of a fundamental immobility and a reassuring certitude, which itself is beyond the reach of play. and on the basis of this certitude anxiety can be mastered, for anxiety is invariably the result of a certain mode of being implicated in the game, of being caught by the game, of being as it were at stake in the game from the outset. And again on the basis of what we call the center, and which, because it can be either inside or outside, can also indifferently be called the origin or end, archi or telos, repetitions, substitutions, transformations, and permutations are always taken from a history of meaning sense, that is, in a word, a history whose origin may always be reawakened or whose end may always be anticipated in the form of presence. This is why one perhaps could say that the movement of any archaeology, like that of any eschatology, is an accomplice of this reduction of the structurality of structure and always attempts to conceive of structure on the basis of a full presence which is beyond play. If this is so, the entire history of the concept of structure, before the rupture of which we are speaking, must be thought of as a series of substitutions of center for center, as a linked chain of determinations of the center. Successively, and in a regulated fashion, the center receives different forms or names. The history of metaphysics, like the history of the West, is the history of these metaphors and metonymies. Its matrix, if you will pardon me for demonstrating so little and for being so elliptical in order to come more quickly to my principal theme, is the determination of being as presence in all senses of this word. It could be shown that all the names related to fundamentals, to principles, or to the center have always designated an invariable presence: eidos, archi, telos, energia, ousia, essence, existence, substance, subject, aletheia, transcendentality, consciousness, God, man, and so forth. The event I called a rupture, the disruption I alluded to at the beginning of this paper, presumably would have come about when the structurality of structure had to begin to be thought, that is to say, repeated, and this is why I said that this disruption was repetition in every sense of the word. Henceforth, it became necessary to think both the law which somehow governed the desire for a center in the constitution of structure, and the process of signification which orders the displacements and substitutions for this law of central presence, but a central presence which has never been itself, has always already been exiled from itself into its own substitute. The substitute does not substitute itself for anything which has somehow existed before it. Henceforth, it was necessary to begin thinking that there was no center, that the center could not be thought in the form of a present being, that the center had no natural site, that it was not a fixed locus but a function, a sort of non-locus in which an infinite number of sign substitutions came into play. This was the moment when language invaded the universal problematic, the moment when, in the absence of a center or origin, everything became discourse, provided we can agree on this word, that is to say, a system in which the central signified, the original or transcendental signified, is never absolutely present outside a system of differences. The absence of the transcendental signified extends the domain and the play of signification infinitely. Where and how does this descentering, this thinking the structurality of structure, occur? It would be somewhat naive to refer to an event, a doctrine, or an author in order to designate this occurrence. It is no doubt part of the totality of an era, our own, but still it has always already begun to proclaim itself and begun to work. Nevertheless, if we wish to choose several names, as indications only, and to recall those authors in whose discourse this occurrence has kept most closely to its most radical formulation, we doubtless would have to cite the Nietzschean critique of metaphysics, the critique of the concepts of being and truth, for which were substituted the concepts of play, interpretation, and sign without present truth, the Freudian critique of self-presence, that is, the critique of consciousness, of the subject, of self-identity, and of self-proximity or self-possession, and, more radically, the Heideggerian destruction of metaphysics, of ontotheology, of the determination of being as presence. But all these destructive discourses and all their analogues are trapped in a kind of circle. This circle is unique. It describes the form of the relation between the history of metaphysics and the destruction of the history of metaphysics. There is no sense in doing without the concepts of metaphysics in order to shake metaphysics. We have no language, no syntax and no lexicon which is foreign to this history. We can pronounce not a single destructive proposition which has not already had to slip into the form, the logic, and the implicit postulations of precisely what it seeks to contest. To take one example from many, the metaphysics of presence is shaken with the help of the concept of sign. But, as I suggested a moment ago, as soon as one seeks to demonstrate in this way that there is no transcendental or privileged signified and that the domain or play of signification henceforth has no limit, one must reject even the concept and word sign itself, which is precisely what cannot be done. For the signification sign has always been understood and determined, in its meaning, as sign of, a signifier referring to a signified, a signifier different from its signified. If one erases the radical difference between signifier and signified, it is the word signifier itself which must be abandoned as a metaphysical concept. When Levi Strauss says in the preface to The Raw and the Cooked that he has sought to transcend the opposition between the sensible and the intelligible by operating from the outset at the level of signs, too, the necessity, force, and legitimacy of his act cannot make us forget that the concept of the sign cannot in itself surpass this opposition between the sensible and the intelligible. The concept of the sign, in each of its aspects, has been determined by this opposition throughout the totality of its history. It has lived only on this opposition and its system. But we cannot do without the concept of the sign, for we cannot give up this metaphysical complicity without also giving up the critique we are directing against this complicity, or without the risk of erasing difference in the self-identity of a signified, reducing its signifier into itself, or, amounting to the same thing, simply expelling its signifier outside itself. For there are two heterogeneous ways of erasing the difference between the signifier and the signified. 1. The classic way, consists in reducing or deriving the signifier, that is to say, ultimately in submitting the sign to thought. The other, the one we are using here against the first one, consists in putting into question the system in which the preceding reduction functioned, first and foremost, the opposition between the sensible and the intelligible. For the paradox is that the metaphysical reduction of the sign needed the opposition it was reducing. The opposition is systematic with the reduction. And what we are saying here about the sign can be extended to all the concepts and all the sentences of metaphysics, in particular to the discourse on structure. But there are several ways of being caught in this circle. They are all more or less naive, more or less empirical, more or less systematic, more or less close to the formulation, that is, to the formalization of this circle. It is these differences which explain the multiplicity of destructive discourses and the disagreement between those who elaborate them. Nietzsche, Freud, and Heidegger, for example, worked within the inherited concepts of metaphysics. Since these concepts are not elements or atoms, and since they are taken from a syntax and a system, every particular borrowing brings along with it the whole of metaphysics. This is what allows these destroyers to destroy each other reciprocally. For example, Heidegger regarding Nietzsche, with as much lucidity and rigor as bad faith and misconstruction, as the last metaphysician, the last Platonist. One could do the same for Heidegger himself, for Freud, or for a number of others. And today no exercise is more widespread. What is the relevance of this formal schema when we turn to what are called the human sciences? One of them perhaps occupies a privileged place: ethnology. In fact, one can assume that ethnology could have been born as a science only at the moment when a disentering had come about, at the moment when European culture and, in consequence, the history of metaphysics and of its concepts had been dislocated, driven from its locus, and forced to stop considering itself as the culture of reference. This moment is not first and foremost a moment of philosophical or scientific discourse. It is also a moment which is political, economic, technical, and so forth. One can say with total security that there is nothing fortuitous about the fact that the critique of ethnocentrism, the very condition for ethnology, should be systematically and historically contemporaneous with the destruction of the history of metaphysics. Both belong to one and the same era. Now, ethnology, like any science, comes about within the element of discourse. And it is primarily a European science employing traditional concepts, however much it may struggle against them. Consequently, whether he wants to or not, and this does not depend on a decision on his part, the ethnologist accepts into his discourse the premises of ethnocentrism at the very moment when he denounces them. This necessity is irreducible, it is not a historical contingency. We ought to consider all its implications very carefully. But if no one can escape this necessity, and if no one is therefore responsible for giving into it, however little he may do so, this does not mean that all the ways of giving into it are of equal pertinence. The quality and fecundity of a discourse are perhaps measured by the critical rigor with which this relation to the history of metaphysics and to inherited concepts is thought. Here it is a question both of a critical relation to the language of the social sciences and a critical responsibility of the discourse itself. It is a question of explicitly and systematically posing the problem of the status of a discourse which borrows from a heritage the resources necessary for the deconstruction of that heritage itself. A problem of economy and strategy. If we consider, as an example, the texts of Claude Lévi-Strauss, it is not only because of the privilege accorded to ethnology among the social sciences, nor even because the thought of Lévi-Strauss weighs heavily on the contemporary theoretical situation. It is above all because a certain choice has been declared in the work of Lévi-Strauss, and because a certain doctrine has been elaborated there, and precisely, in a more or less explicit manner, as concerns both this critique of language and this critical language in the social sciences. In order to follow this movement in the text of Lévi-Strauss, let us choose as one guiding thread among others the opposition between nature and culture. Despite all its rejuvenations and disguises, this opposition is congenital to philosophy. It is even older than Plato. It is at least as old as the Sophists. Since the statement of the opposition physis/nomos, physis/techne, it has been relayed to us by means of a whole historical chain which opposes nature to law, to education, to art, to techniques, but also to liberty, to the arbitrary, to history, to society, to the mind, and so on. Now, from the outset of his researches, and from his first book, The Elementary Structures of Kinship, on, Lévi-Strauss simultaneously has experienced the necessity of utilizing this opposition and the impossibility of accepting it. In The Elementary Structures, he begins from this axiom or definition, that which is universal and spontaneous, and not dependent on any particular culture or on any determinate norm, belongs to nature. Inversely, that which depends upon a system of norms regulating society and therefore is capable of varying from one social structure to another, belongs to culture. These two definitions are of the traditional type. But in the very first pages of The Elementary Structures, Lévi-Strauss, who has begun by giving credence to these concepts, encounters what he calls a scandal, that is to say, something which no longer tolerates the nature/culture opposition he has accepted, something which simultaneously seems to require the predicates of nature and of culture. This scandal is the incest prohibition. The incest prohibition is universal, in this sense one could call it natural. But it is also a prohibition, a system of norms and interdicts, in this sense one could call it cultural. Let us suppose then that everything universal in man relates to the natural order, and is characterized by spontaneity, and that everything subject to a norm is cultural and is both relative and particular. We are then confronted with a fact, or rather, a group of facts, which, in the light of previous definitions, are not far removed from a scandal. We refer to that complex group of beliefs, customs, conditions, and institutions described succinctly as the prohibition of incest, which presents, without the slightest ambiguity, and inseparably combines, the two characteristics in which we recognize the conflicting features of two mutually exclusive orders. It constitutes a rule, but a rule which, alone among all the social rules, possesses at the same time a universal character. Point 3. Obviously there is no scandal except within a system of concepts which accredits the difference between nature and culture. By commencing his work with the factum of the incest prohibition, Lévi-Strauss thus places himself at the point at which this difference, which has always been assumed to be self-evident, finds itself erased or questioned. For from the moment when the incest prohibition can no longer be conceived within the nature/culture opposition, it can no longer be said to be a scandalous fact, a nucleus of opacity within a network of transparent significations. The incest prohibition is no longer a scandal one meets with or comes up against in the domain of traditional concepts. It is something which escapes these concepts and certainly precedes them, probably as the condition of their possibility. It could perhaps be said that the whole of philosophical conceptualization, which is systematic with the nature/culture opposition, is designed to leave in the domain of the unthinkable the very thing that makes this conceptualization possible, the origin of the prohibition of incest. This example, too cursorily examined, is only one among many others, but nevertheless it already shows that language bears within itself the necessity of its own critique. Now this critique may be undertaken along two paths, in two manners. Once the limit of the nature/culture opposition makes itself felt, one might want to question systematically and rigorously the history of these concepts. This is a first action. Such a systematic and historic questioning would be neither a philological nor a philosophical action in the classic sense of these words. To concern oneself with the founding concepts of the entire history of philosophy, to deconstitute them, is not to undertake the work of the philologist or of the classic historian of philosophy. Despite appearances, it is probably the most daring way of making the beginnings of a step outside of philosophy. The step outside philosophy is much more difficult to conceive than is generally imagined by those who think they made it long ago with cavalier ease, and who in general are swallowed up in metaphysics in the entire body of discourse which they claim to have disengaged from it. The other choice, which I believe corresponds more closely to Levi Strauss's manner, in order to avoid the possibly sterilizing effects of the first one, consists in conserving all these old concepts within the domain of empirical discovery while here and there denouncing their limits, treating them as tools which can still be used. No longer is any truth value attributed to them, there is a readiness to abandon them, if necessary, should other instruments appear more useful. In the meantime, their relative efficacy is exploited, and they are employed to destroy the old machinery to which they belong and of which they themselves are pieces. This is how the language of the social sciences criticizes itself. Levi Strauss thinks that in this way he can separate method from truth, the instruments of the method and the objective significations envisaged by it. One could almost say that this is the primary affirmation of Levi Strauss. In any event, the first words of the elementary structures are, above all, it is beginning to emerge that this distinction between nature and society, nature and culture seem preferable to us today, while of no acceptable historical significance, does contain a logic, fully justifying its use by modern sociology as a methodological tool for. Levi Strauss will always remain faithful to this double intention, to preserve as an instrument something whose truth value he criticizes. On the one hand, he will continue, in effect, to contest the value of the nature/culture opposition. More than 13 years after the elementary structures, the savage mind faithfully echoes the text I have just quoted, the opposition between nature and culture to which I attached much importance at one time. Now seems to be of primarily methodological importance. And this methodological value is not affected by its ontological non-value, as might be said. If this notion were not suspect here, however, it would not be enough to reabsorb particular humanities into a general one. This first enterprise opens the way for others which are incumbent on the exact natural sciences, the reintegration of culture in nature and finally of life within the whole of its physico-chemical conditions. 5. On the other hand, still in the savage mind, he presents as what he calls bricolage what might be called the discourse of this method. The bricoler, says Levi Strauss, is someone who uses the means at hand, that is, the instruments he finds at his disposition around him, those which are already there, which had not been especially conceived with an eye to the operation for which they are to be used and to which one tries by trial and error to adapt them, not hesitating to change them whenever it appears necessary, or to try several of them at once, even if their form and their origin are heterogeneous and so forth. There is therefore a critique of language in the form of bricolage, and it has even been said that bricolage is critical language itself. I am thinking in particular of the article of G. Gennett, Structuralisme et critique littéraire, published in homage to Levi Strauss in a special issue of Lark, number 26, 1965, where it is stated that the analysis of bricolage could be applied almost word for word to criticism, and especially to literary criticism. If one calls bricolage the necessity of borrowing one's concepts from the text of a heritage which is more or less coherent or ruined, it must be said that every discourse is bricoleur. The engineer, whom Levi Strauss opposes to the bricoleur, should be the one to construct the totality of his language, syntax, and lexicon. In this sense the engineer is a myth. A subject who supposedly would be the absolute origin of his own discourse and supposedly would construct it out of nothing, out of whole cloth, would be the creator of the verb itself. The notion of the engineer who supposedly breaks with all forms of bricolage is therefore a theological idea, and since Levi Strauss tells us elsewhere that bricolage is mythopoetic, the odds are that the engineer is a myth produced by the bricoleur. As soon as we cease to believe in such an engineer and in a discourse which breaks with the received historical discourse, and as soon as we admit that every finite discourse is bound by a certain bricolage and that the engineer and the scientist are also species of bricoleurs, then the very idea of bricolage is menaced and the difference in which it took on its meaning breaks down. This brings us to the second thread which might guide us in what is being contrived here. Levi Strauss describes bricolage not only as an intellectual activity but also as a mythopoetical activity. One reads in The Savage Mind, like bricolage on the technical plane, mythical reflection can reach brilliant unforeseen results on the intellectual plane. Conversely, attention has often been drawn to the mythopoetical nature of bricolage. 6. But Levi Strauss's remarkable endeavor does not simply consist in proposing, notably in his most recent investigations, a structural science of myths and of mythological activity. His endeavor also appears, I would say almost from the outset, to have the status which he accords to his own discourse on myths, to what he calls his mythologicals. It is here that his discourse on the myth reflects on itself and criticizes itself. And this moment, this critical period, is evidently of concern to all the languages which share the field of the human sciences. What does Levi Strauss say of his mythologicals? It is here that we rediscover the mythopoetical virtue of bricolage. In effect, what appears most fascinating in this critical search for a new status of discourse is the stated abandonment of all reference to a center, to a subject, to a privileged reference, to an origin, or to an absolute archaea. The theme of this decentering could be followed throughout the overture to his last book, The Raw and the Cooked. I shall simply remark on a few key points. 1. From the very start, Levi Strauss recognizes that the Bororo myth which he employs in the book as the reference myth does not merit this name and this treatment. The name is specious and the use of the myth improper. This myth deserves no more than any other its referential privilege. In fact, the Bororo myth, which I shall refer to from now on as the key myth, is, as I shall try to show, simply a transformation, to a greater or lesser extent, of other myths originating either in the same society or in neighboring or remote societies. I could, therefore, have legitimately taken as my starting point any one representative myth of the group. From this point of view, the key myth is interesting not because it is typical, but rather because of its irregular position within the group. 7. 2. There is no unity or absolute source of the myth. The focus or the source of the myth are always shadows and virtualities which are elusive, unactualizable, and non-existent in the first place. Everything begins with structure, configuration, or relationship. The discourse on the eccentric structure that myth itself is, cannot itself have an absolute subject or an absolute center. It must avoid the violence that consists in centering a language which describes an eccentric structure if it is not to shortchange the form and movement of myth. Therefore it is necessary to forego scientific or philosophical discourse, to renounce the episteme which absolutely requires, which is the absolute requirement that we go back to the source, to the center, to the founding basis, to the principle, and so on. In opposition to epistemic discourse, structural discourse on myths, mythological discourse must itself be mythomorphic. It must have the form of that of which it speaks. This is what Levi Strauss says in The Raw and the Cooked, from which I would now like to quote a long and remarkable passage. The study of myths raises a methodological problem, in that it cannot be carried out according to the Cartesian principle of breaking down the difficulty into as many parts as may be necessary for finding the solution. There is no real end to methodological analysis, no hidden unity to be grasped once the breaking down process has been completed. Themes can be split up ad infinitum. Just when you think you have disentangled and separated them, you realize that they are knitting together again in response to the operation of unexpected affinities. Consequently, the unity of the myth is never more than tendential and projective and cannot reflect a state or a particular moment of the myth. It is a phenomenon of the imagination, resulting from the attempt at interpretation, and its function is to endow the myth with synthetic form and to prevent its disintegration into a confusion of opposites. The science of myths might therefore be termed anaclastic, if we take this old term in the broader etymological sense, which includes the study of both reflected rays and broken rays. But unlike philosophical reflection, which aims to go back to its own source, the reflections we are dealing with here concern rays whose only source is hypothetical. And in seeking to imitate the spontaneous movement of mythological thought, this essay, which is also both too brief and too long, has had to conform to the requirements of that thought and to respect its rhythm. It follows that this book on myths is itself a kind of myth. Point 8. This statement is repeated a little farther on, as the myths themselves are based on secondary codes, the primary codes being those that provide the substance of language. The present work is put forward as a tentative draft of a tertiary code, which is intended to ensure the reciprocal translatability of several myths. This is why it would not be wrong to consider this book itself as a myth. It is, as it were, the myth of mythology. 9. The absence of a center is here the absence of a subject and the absence of an author, thus the myth and the musical work are like conductors of an orchestra, whose audience becomes the silent performers. If it is now asked where the real center of the work is to be found, the answer is that this is impossible to determine. Music and mythology bring man face to face with potential objects of which only the shadows are actualized. Myths are anonymous. 10. The musical model chosen by Levi Strauss for the composition of his book is apparently justified by this absence of any real and fixed center of the mythical or mythological discourse. Thus it is at this point that ethnographic bricolage deliberately assumes its mythopoetic function. But by the same token, this function makes the philosophical or epistemological requirement of a center appear as mythological, that is to say, as a historical illusion. Nevertheless, even if one yields to the necessity of what Levi Strauss has done, one cannot ignore its risks. If the mythological is mythomorphic, are all discourses on myths equivalent? Shall we have to abandon any epistemological requirement which permits us to distinguish between several qualities of discourse on the myth? A classic, but inevitable question. It cannot be answered, and I believe that Levi Strauss does not answer it, for as long as the problem of the relations between the philosopheme or the theorem, on the one hand, and the mytheme or the mythopoem, on the other, has not been posed explicitly, which is no small problem. For lack of explicitly posing this problem, we condemn ourselves to transforming the alleged transgression of philosophy into an unnoticed fault within the philosophical realm. Empiricism would be the genus of which these faults would always be the species. Transphilosophical concepts would be transformed into philosophical naïvetés. Many examples could be given to demonstrate this risk, the concepts of sign, history, truth, and so forth. What I want to emphasize is simply that the passage beyond philosophy does not consist in turning the page of philosophy, which usually amounts to philosophizing badly, but in continuing to read philosophers in a certain way. The risk I am speaking of is always assumed by Levi Strauss, and it is the very price of this endeavor. I have said that empiricism is the matrix of all faults menacing a discourse which continues, as with Levi Strauss in particular, to consider itself scientific. If we wanted to pose the problem of empiricism and bricolage in depth, we would probably end up very quickly with a number of absolutely contradictory propositions concerning the status of discourse in structural ethnology. On the one hand, structuralism justifiably claims to be the critique of empiricism. But at the same time there is not a single book or study by Levi Strauss which is not proposed as an empirical essay which can always be completed or invalidated by new information. The structural schemata are always proposed as hypotheses resulting from a finite quantity of information and which are subjected to the proof of experience. Numerous texts could be used to demonstrate this double postulation. Let us turn once again to the overture of The Raw and the Cooked, where it seems clear that if this postulation is double, it is because it is a question here of a language on language. If critics reproach me with not having carried out an exhaustive inventory of South American myths before analyzing them, they are making a grave mistake about the nature and function of these documents. The total body of myth belonging to a given community is comparable to its speech. Unless the population dies out physically or morally, this totality is never complete. You might as well criticize a linguist for compiling the grammar of a language without having complete records of the words pronounced since the language came into being, and without knowing what will be said in it during the future part of its existence. Experience proves that a linguist can work out the grammar of a given language from a remarkably small number of sentences. And even a partial grammar or an outline grammar is a precious acquisition when we are dealing with unknown languages. Syntax does not become evident only after a, theoretically limitless, series of events has been recorded and examined, because it is itself the body of rules governing their production. What I have tried to give is an outline of the syntax of South American mythology. Should fresh data come to hand, they will be used to check or modify the formulation of certain grammatical laws, so that some are abandoned and replaced by new ones. But in no instance would I feel constrained to accept the arbitrary demand for a total mythological pattern, since, as has been shown, such a requirement has no meaning. 11. Totalization, therefore, is sometimes defined as useless, and sometimes as impossible. This is no doubt due to the fact that there are two ways of conceiving the limit of totalization. And I assert once more that these two determinations coexist implicitly in Levi Strauss's discourse. Totalization can be judged impossible in the classical style. One then refers to the empirical endeavor of either a subject or a finite richness which it can never master. There is too much, more than one can say. But non-totalization can also be determined in another way, no longer from the standpoint of a concept of finitude as relegation to the empirical, but from the standpoint of the concept of play. If totalization no longer has any meaning, it is not because the infiniteness of a field cannot be covered by a finite glance or a finite discourse, but because the nature of the field, that is, language and a finite language, excludes totalization. This field is in effect that of play, that is to say, a field of infinite substitutions only because it is finite, that is to say, because instead of being an inexhaustible field, as in the classical hypothesis, instead of being too large, there is something missing from it, a center which arrests and grounds the play of substitutions. One could say rigorously, using that word whose scandalous signification is always obliterated in French, that this movement of play, permitted by the lack or absence of a center or origin, is the movement of supplementarity. One cannot determine the center and exhaust totalization because the sign which replaces the center, which supplements it, taking the center's place in its absence, the sign is added, occurs as a surplus, as a supplement. 12. The movement of signification adds something, which results in the fact that there is always more, but this addition is a floating one because it comes to perform a vicarious function, to supplement a lack on the part of the signified. Although Levi Strauss in his use of the word supplementary never emphasizes, as I do here, the two directions of meaning which are so strangely compounded within it, it is not by chance that he uses this word twice in his introduction to the work of Marcel Mauss, at one point where he is speaking of the overabundance of signifier, in relation to the signifieds to which this overabundance can refer. In his endeavor to understand the world, man therefore always has at his disposal a surplus of signification, which he shares out amongst things according to the laws of symbolic thought, which is the task of ethnologists and linguists to study. This distribution of a supplementary allowance ration supplementaire, if it is permissible to put it that way, is absolutely necessary in order that on the whole the available signifier and the signified it aims at may remain in the relationship of complementarity, which is the very condition of the use of symbolic thought. 13. It could no doubt be demonstrated that this ration supplementaire of signification is the origin of the ratio itself. The word reappears a little further on, after Levi Strauss has mentioned this floating signifier, which is the servitude of all finite thought. In other words, and taking as our guide Mauss's precept that all social phenomena can be assimilated to language, we see in mana, wako, oranda, and other notions of the same type, the conscious expression of a semantic function, whose role it is to permit symbolic thought to operate in spite of the contradiction which is proper to it. In this way are explained the apparently insoluble antinomies attached to this notion. At one and the same time, force and action, quality and state, noun and verb, abstract and concrete, omnipresent and localized mana is in effect all these things. But is it not precisely because it is none of these things that mana is a simple form, or more exactly, a symbol in the pure state, and therefore capable of becoming charged with any sort of symbolic content whatever? In the system of symbols constituted by all cosmologies, mana would simply be a zero symbolic value, that is to say, a sign marking the necessity of a symbolic content supplementary my italics to that with which the signified is already loaded, but which can take on any value required, provided only that this value still remains part of the available reserve and is not, as phonologists put it, a group term. Levi Strauss adds the note. Linguists have already been led to formulate hypotheses of this type. For example, a zero phoneme is opposed to all the other phonemes in French in that it entails no differential characters and no constant phonetic value. On the contrary, the proper function of the zero phoneme is to be opposed to phoneme absence. R. Jacobson and J. Lutz, Notes on the French Phonemic Pattern, Word 5, No. 2 August 1949, 155. Similarly, if we schematize the conception I am proposing here, it could almost be said that the function of notions like mana is to be opposed to the absence of signification, without entailing by itself any particular signification. 14. The overabundance of the signifier, its supplementary character, is thus the result of a finitude, that is to say, the result of a lack which must be supplemented. It can now be understood why the concept of play is important in Levi Strauss. His references to all sorts of games, notably to roulette, are very frequent, especially in his Conversations 15, in Race and History 16, and in The Savage Mind. Further, the reference to play is always caught up in tension. Tension with history, first of all. This is a classical problem, objections to which are now well worn. I shall simply indicate what seems to me the formality of the problem. By reducing history, Levi Strauss has treated as it deserves a concept which has always been in complicity with the teleological and eschatological metaphysics, in other words, paradoxically, in complicity with that philosophy of presence to which it was believed history could be opposed. The thematic of historicity, although it seems to be a somewhat late arrival in philosophy, has always been required by the determination of being as presence. With or without etymology, and despite the classic antagonism which opposes these significations throughout all of classical thought, it could be shown that the concept of episteme has always called forth that of historia, if history is always the unity of a becoming, as the tradition of truth or the development of science or knowledge oriented toward the appropriation of truth in presence and self-presence, toward knowledge in consciousness of self. History has always been conceived as the movement of a resumption of history, as a detour between two presences. But if it is legitimate to suspect this concept of history, there is a risk, if it is reduced without an explicit statement of the problem I am indicating here, of falling back into an ahistoricism of a classical type, that is to say, into a determined moment of the history of metaphysics. Such is the algebraic formality of the problem as I see it. More concretely, in the work of Levi Strauss it must be recognized that the respect for structurality, for the internal originality of the structure, compels a neutralization of time and history. For example, the appearance of a new structure, of an original system, always comes about, and this is the very condition of its structural specificity, by a rupture with its past, its origin, and its cause. Therefore one can describe what is peculiar to the structural organization only by not taking into account, in the very moment of this description, its past conditions, by omitting to posit the problem of the transition from one structure to another, by putting history between brackets. In this structuralist moment, the concepts of chance and discontinuity are indispensable. And Levi Strauss does in fact often appeal to them, for example, as concerns that structure of structures, language, of which he says in the introduction to the work of Marcel Mauss that it could only have been born in one fell swoop. Whatever may have been the moment and the circumstances of its appearance on the scale of animal life, language could only have been born in one fell swoop. Things could not have set about acquiring signification progressively. Following a transformation the study of which is not the concern of the social sciences, but rather of biology and psychology, a transition came about from a stage where nothing had a meaning to another where everything possessed it. 17. This standpoint does not prevent Levi Strauss from recognizing the slowness, the process of maturing, the continuous toil of factual transformations, history, for example, race and history. But, in accordance with a gesture which was also Rousseau's and Husserl's, he must set aside all the facts at the moment when he wishes to recapture the specificity of a structure. Like Rousseau, he must always conceive of the origin of a new structure on the model of catastrophe and overturning of nature in nature, a natural interruption of the natural sequence, a setting aside of nature. Besides the tension between play and history, there is also the tension between play and presence. Play is the disruption of presence. The presence of an element is always a signifying and substitutive reference inscribed in a system of differences and the movement of a chain. Play is always play of absence and presence, but if it is to be thought radically, play must be conceived of before the alternative of presence and absence. Being must be conceived as presence or absence on the basis of the possibility of play and not the other way around. If Levi Strauss, better than any other, has brought to light the play of repetition and the repetition of play, one no less perceives in his work a sort of ethic of presence, an ethic of nostalgia for origins, an ethic of archaic and natural innocence, of a purity of presence and self-presence in speech, an ethic, nostalgia, and even remorse, which he often presents as the motivation of the ethnological project when he moves toward the archaic societies which are exemplary societies in his eyes. These texts are well known. 18. Turn towards the lost or impossible presence of the absent origin. This structuralist thematic of broken immediacy is therefore the saddened, negative, nostalgic, guilty, Rousseauistic side of the thinking of play, whose other side would be the Nietzschean affirmation, that is the joyous affirmation of the play of the world and of the innocence of becoming, the affirmation of a world of signs without fault, without truth, and without origin, which is offered to an active interpretation. This affirmation then determines the non-center otherwise than as loss of the center. And it plays without security. For there is a sure play, that which is limited to the substitution of given and existing, present, pieces. In absolute chance, affirmation also surrenders itself to genetic intermination, to the seminal adventure of the trace. There are thus two interpretations of interpretation, of structure, of sign, of play. The one seeks to decipher, dreams of deciphering a truth or an origin which escapes play and the order of the sign, and which lives the necessity of interpretation as an exile. The other, which is no longer turned toward the origin, affirms play and tries to pass beyond man and humanism, the name of man being the name of that being who, throughout the history of metaphysics or of onto theology, in other words, throughout his entire history has dreamed of full presence, the reassuring foundation, the origin, and the end of play. The second interpretation of interpretation, to which Nietzsche pointed the way, does not seek in ethnography, as Levi Strauss does, the inspiration of a new humanism, again citing the introduction to the work of Marcel Mauss. There are more than enough indications today to suggest we might perceive that these two interpretations of interpretation, which are absolutely irreconcilable even if we live them simultaneously and reconcile them in an obscure economy together, share the field which we call, in such a problematic fashion, the social sciences. For my part, although these two interpretations must acknowledge and accentuate their difference and define their irreducibility, I do not believe that today there is any question of choosing in the first place, because here we are in a region, let us say, provisionally, a region of historicity, where the category of choice seems particularly trivial, and in the second, because we must first try to conceive of the common ground, and the difference of this irreducible difference. Here there is a kind of question, let us still call it historical, whose conception, formation, gestation, and labor we are only catching a glimpse of today. I employ these words, I admit, with a glance toward the operations of childbearing, but also with a glance toward those who, in a society from which I do not exclude myself, turn their eyes away when faced by the as yet unnameable which is proclaiming itself, and which can do so, as is necessary whenever a birth is in the offing, only under the species of the non-species, in the formless, mute, infant, and terrifying form of monstrosity. 11. Ellipsis. For Gabriel Baunower. Here or there we have discerned writing, a non-symmetrical division designated on the one hand the closure of the book, and on the other the opening of the text. On the one hand the theological encyclopedia and, modeled upon it, the Book of Man. On the other a fabric of traces marking the disappearance of an exceeded God or of an erased man. The question of writing could be opened only if the book was closed. The joyous wandering of the Graphind then became wandering without return. The opening into the text was adventure, expenditure without reserve. And yet did we not know that the closure of the book was not a simple limit among others? And that only in the book, coming back to it unceasingly, drawing all our resources from it, could we indefinitely designate the writing beyond the book? Which brings us to consider Le Retour au Livre 1, the return to the book. Under this heading, Edmund Jabes first tells us what it is to abandon the book. If closure is not end, we protest or deconstruct in vain. God succeeds God and the book succeeds the book. But within this movement of succession, writing keeps its vigil, between God and God, between the book and the book. And if writing takes shape on the basis of both this vigil and the beyond of the closure, then the return to the book does not enclose us within the book. The return is a moment of wandering, it repeats the epoch of the book, its totality suspended between two forms of writing, its withdrawal and that which is reserved within it. A book which is the interfacing of a risk. My life, from the book on, will have been a vigil of writing in the interval of limits. Repetition does not reissue the book but describes its origin from the vantage of a writing which does not yet belong to it, or no longer belongs to it, a writing which feigns, by repeating the book, inclusion in the book. Far from letting itself be oppressed or enveloped within the volume, this repetition is the first writing. The writing of the origin, the writing that retraces the origin, tracking down the signs of its disappearance, the lost writing of the origin. To write is to have the passion of the origin. But what disposes it in this way, we now know, is not the origin, but that which takes its place, which is not, moreover, the opposite of an origin. It is not absence instead of presence, but a trace which replaces a presence which has never been present, an origin by means of which nothing has begun. Now, the book has lived on this lure, to have given us to believe that passion, having originally been impassioned by something, could in the end be appeased by the return of that something. Lure of the origin, the end, the line, the ring, the volume, the center. As in the first book of questions, imaginary rabbis answer each other, in the song on the ring. The line is the lure. Reb Sib. One of my greatest anxieties, said Reb Agam, was to see, without being able to stop it, my life curve itself to form a ring. Once the circle turns, once the volume rolls itself up, once the book is repeated, its identification with itself gathers an imperceptible difference which permits us efficaciously, rigorously, that is, discreetly, to exit from closure. In redoubling the closure of the book, one cuts it in half. One then furtively escapes from it, between two passageways through the same book, the same line, along the same ring, vigil of writing in the interval of limits. This exit from the identical into the same two remains very slight, weighs nothing itself, thinks and weighs the book as such. The return to the book is then the abandoning of the book, it has slipped in between God and God, the book and the book, in the neutral space of succession, in the suspense of the interval. The return, at this point, does not retake possession of something. It does not reappropriate the origin. The latter is no longer in itself. Writing, passion of the origin, must also be understood through the subjective genitive. It is the origin itself which is impassioned, passive, and past, in that it is written. Which means inscribed. The inscription of the origin is doubtless its being as writing, but it is also its being as inscribed in a system in which it is only a function and a locus. Thus understood, the return to the book is of an elliptical essence. Something invisible is missing in the grammar of this repetition. As this lack is invisible and undeterminable, as it completely redoubles and consecrates the book, once more passing through each point along its circuit, nothing has budged. And yet all meaning is altered by this lack. Repeated, the same line is no longer exactly the same, the ring no longer has exactly the same center, the origin has played. Something is missing that would make the circle perfect. But within the ellipsis, by means of simple redoubling of the root, the solicitation of closure, and the jointing of the line, the book has let itself be thought as such. Anyukel said. The circle is acknowledged. Break the curve. The root doubles the root. The book consecrates the book. The return to the book here announces the form of the eternal return. Point 3 The return of the same does not alter itself but does so absolutely except by amounting to the same. Pure repetition, were it to change neither thing nor sign, carries with it an unlimited power of perversion and subversion. This repetition is writing because what disappears in it is the self-identity of the origin, the self-presence of so-called living speech. That is the center. The first book, the mythic book, the E prior to all repetition, has lived on the deception that the center was sheltered from play, irreplaceable, withdrawn from metaphor and metonymy, a kind of invariable first name that could be invoked, but not repeated. The center of the first book should not have been repeatable in its own representation. Once it lends itself a single time to such a representation, that is to say, once it is written when one can read a book in the book, an origin in the origin, a center in the center, it is the abyss, is the bottomlessness of infinite redoubling. The other is in the same. The elsewhere within. The center is the well. Where is the center? Screamed Reb Matties. The scorned water permits the falcon to pursue his prey. The center, perhaps, is the displacement of the question. No center there where the circle is impossible. May my death come from myself, said Reb Bikri. For I would then be, all at once, both the servitude of the ring and the caesura. As soon as a sign emerges, it begins by repeating itself. Without this, it would not be a sign, would not be what it is, that is to say, the non-self identity which regularly refers to the same. That is to say, to another sign, which itself will be born of having been divided. The grapheme, repeating itself in this fashion, thus has neither natural site nor natural center. But did it ever lose them? Is its eccentricity a decentering? Can one not affirm the non-referral to the center, rather than bemoan the absence of the center? Why would one mourn for the center? Is not the center, the absence of play and difference, another name for death? The death which reassures and appeases, but also, with its whole, creates anguish and puts at stake? The passage through negative eccentricity is doubtless necessary, but only liminary. The center is the threshold. Reb Naman said, God is the center, This is why great minds have proclaimed that he did not exist, for if the center of an apple or the star is the heart of the heavenly body or of the fruit, which is the true middle of the orchard and the night? And Yukel said, the center is failure. Where is the center? Oustle center. Under ashes. Sous la cendre. Reb Sila. The center is morning. Just as there is a negative theology, there is a negative ideology. An accomplice of the former, it still pronounces the absence of a center, when it is play that should be affirmed. But is not the desire for a center, as a function of play itself, the indestructible itself? And in the repetition or return of play, how could the phantom of the center not call to us? It is here that the hesitation between writing as decentering and writing as an affirmation of play is infinite. This hesitation is part of play and links it to death. Hesitation occurs within a who knows, without subject or knowledge. The last obstacle, the ultimate limit is, who knows? The center. For then everything comes to us from the end of the night, from childhood. If the center is indeed the displacing of the question, it is because the unamable bottomless well whose sign the center was, has always been surnamed, the center as the sign of a hole that the book attempted to fill. The center was the name of a hole, and the name of man, like the name of God, pronounces the force of that which has been raised up in the hole in order to operate as a work in the form of a book. The volume, the scroll of parchment, was to have insinuated itself into the dangerous hole, was to have furtively penetrated into the menacing dwelling place with an animal-like, quick, silent, smooth, brilliant, sliding motion, in the fashion of a serpent or a fish. Such is the anxious desire of the book. It is tenacious too, and parasitic, loving and breathing through 1,000 mouths that leave 1,000 imprints on our skin, a marine monster, a polyp. Ridiculous, this position on your belly. You are crawling. You are boring a hole through the wall at its base. You hope to escape, like a rat. Like shadows, in the morning, on a road. And this will too. Stand upright, despite fatigue and hunger? A hole, it was only a hole. The chance for a book. A whole octopus, your work? Untrue pieover, ton ovra. The octopus was hung from the ceiling and his tentacles began to sparkle. It was only a hole. In the wall. So narrow that you never could have gotten into it. To flee. Beware of dwellings. They are not always hospitable. The strange serenity of such a return. Rendered hopeless by repetition, and yet joyous for having affirmed the abyss, for having inhabited the labyrinth as a poet, for having written the whole, the chance for a book into which one can only plunge, and that one must maintain while destroying it. The dwelling is inhospitable because it seduces us, as does the book, into a labyrinth. The labyrinth, here is an abyss, we plunge into the horizontally of a pure surface, which itself represents itself from detour to detour. The book is the labyrinth. You think you have left it, you are plunged into it. You have no chance to get away. You must destroy the work. You cannot resolve yourself to do so. I notice the slow but sure rise of your anguish. Wall after wall. Who waits for you at the end? No one. Your name has folded over on itself, like the hand on the white arm. In the serenity of this third volume, the book of questions is fulfilled. Fulfilled as it should be, by remaining open, by pronouncing non-closure, simultaneously infinitely open and infinitely reflecting on itself, an eye in an eye, a commentary infinitely accompanying the book of the rejected and called for book, the book ceaselessly begun and taken up again on a site which is neither in the book nor outside it, articulating itself as the very opening which is reflection without exit, referral, return, and detour of the labyrinth. The latter is a way which encloses in itself the ways out of itself, which includes its own exits, which itself opens its own doors, that is to say, opening them onto itself, closes itself by thinking its own opening. This contradiction is thought as such in the third book of questions. This is why triplicity is its figure and the key to its serenity. To its composition, too, the third book says, I am the first hook in the second. And Yukel said, 3 questions have seduced the book. And 3 questions will finish it. That which ends 3 times begins. The book is 3. The world is 3. And God, for man. The 3 answers. 3, not because the equivocally, the duplicity of everything and nothing, of absent presence, of the black sun, of the open ring, of the eluded center, of the elliptical return, finally would be summarized and reduced in some dialectic, in some conciliating final term. The pa and the pact of which Yukel speaks at midnight or the third question, are another name for the death affirmed since dawn or the first question and midday or the second question. And Yukel said, the book has led me from dawn to twilight, from death to death. With your shadow avec ton ombre, Sarah. Within the number dans le nombre, Yukel. At the end of my questions. At the foot of the 3 questions. Death is at the dawn because everything has begun with repetition. Once the center or the origin have begun by repeating themselves, by redoubling themselves, the double did not only add itself to the simple. It divided it and supplemented it. There was immediately a double origin plus its repetition. 3 is the first figure of repetition. The last 2, for the abyss of representation always remains dominated by its rhythm, infinitely. The infinite is doubtless neither one, nor empty, nor innumerable. It is of a ternary essence. 2, like the second book of questions, the book of Yukel, like Yukel, remains the indispensable and useless articulator of the book, the sacrificed mediator without which triplicity would not be, and without which meaning would not be what it is, that is to say, different from itself, in play, at stake. To articulate is to joint. One could say of the second book what is said of Yukel in the second part of the Return to the Book. He was liana and liurn in the book, before being expelled from it. If nothing has preceded repetition, if no present has kept watch over the trace, if, after a fashion, it is the void which reem-ties itself and marks itself with imprints, for then the time of writing no longer follows the line of modified present tenses. What is to come is not a future present, yesterday is not a past present. The beyond of the closure of the book is neither to be awaited nor to be refound. It is there, but out there, beyond, within repetition, but eluding us there. It is there like the shadow of the book, the third party between the hands holding the book, the deferral within the now of writing, the distance between the book and the book, that other hand. Opening the third part of the third book of questions, thus begins the song on distance and accent. Tomorrow is the shadow and reflexibility of our hands. Reb Derrida.